Make that motion to accept the Town of Newfane COVID Safety and Health Work Plan.
Thank you. Is there a second?
I'll second it.
Okay, all those in favor say aye.
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 Okay, that passes. Thank you. Thank you, Winetta.
Welcome.
Okay, now we're up to correspondence, and we have a few pieces of correspondence.
Marion,
No,
you skipped new business.
Yes.
Oh, thank you. You can tell. Okay, new business. I forgot about that. The State of Vermont Troopers contract expires on June 30th. And so, whenever you have the paperwork for that, we can go. No, I know why you know what, Winetta, I didn't get that in my package. That's why I skipped over it.
Yeah, we don't have it.
It's on the agenda to be discussed whether or not you want to make an appointment to.
Oh, we don't have the paperwork right now.
Right.
I'm sorry. Okay.
You want an invitation to increase the hours, or do you want to have them come to the office to discuss the additional funds and where the areas of need are?
I do remember that you and I were discussing that this week, and we were thinking perhaps we should postpone this for discussion tonight and put it on the next week's agenda for June 1st.
Mm-hmm.
We don't have a new contract yet from the state police?
No.
Okay. When are we expected to get a copy of that?
The current one expires June 30th, so I would expect it by the end of the month.
I'd like to see that too before we make any decisions.
Yes.
Yeah. Plus, I think we had also talked about considering splitting those hours with the Wyndham Sheriff's Department.
Yeah, we would have to talk to them and see. Right now, the Sheriff's Department is paid by the Village of Newfane, the incorporated Village of Newfane, just to do Newfane. Yes.
But in order for us to make a decision, we need to get it in motion. Like, we should probably contact them and invite them. What's our next meeting date?
June 1st.
So I would invite the Wyndham Sheriffs to our next meeting to discuss about using them throughout the town,
or instead of?
in addition, because to see if they would work in that manner.
Well, we'd have to know if we have budget for both organizations. Melissa?
Shelley, didn't we at the budget meeting do like $10,000 for Vermont State Police and another couple for Wyndham maybe? We're rolling just extra hours for Vermont State Police.
I thought it was all extra.
Was it all
extra?
Sorry.
It was an additional $2,000 that you increased the
line item.
Right, but it didn't specifically designate where. I remember when Sheriff Anderson went after his first appointment, he came in and said it would have to be a agreed upon sharing of that, and you would have to discuss it with the State Troopers Association as well.
Right.
I'd like to invite
them. Yes. I think we should hear from both of them and see how they could work together.
So invite both to the next meeting?
Yes, and I would also let them know that we're inviting both of them, and we would like to look at a shared plan, and if they could put their heads together on, looking at how that could happen.
And what, so we would need a trooper contract, and we would need what the Sheriff's Department would want to discuss for a contract too, because we'd have to put it together to equal each other.
Yes. But I would give them heads up that we're looking at doing that, because sharing, using both of their services
So I'm assuming that we would have to send them an invite via Zoom unless you're going to meet in person at the town office.
Appointing for a lot of people when they cannot get any, they can't speak to a problem with the Wyndham Sheriff. Wyndham Sheriff is right here in our backyard, right in our front yard, basically. And I think we should take advantage of them and, look at their services. They're a contract service for people that don't know.
But I believe they mainly do speed traffic control.
Yeah, see, the thing, Shelley, is in the past, the sheriffs didn't do things like patrol the roads outside the village.
That's what
No,
I'm
they
asking is-
do, but they don't do the major investigations.
Right.
Right. So
There
if there's
were limited things that they did.
Marion, if there's any real concern, the troopers are called. So I'm saying, and I think a lot of people would be interested in having the Wyndham Sheriff's Department handle the concerns for the town. And then if there's a need for the troopers to be called in, we just contract them for speed control. So they're also there just by the state mandate that if there is something larger than a speed control issue, they're called. Any family disputes or anything large, anything, they're there. So we don't necessarily have to contract with them for traffic control. I'd like to see the Wyndham Sheriff, and I believe there's other people on the board that would like, who are not here, that would like to be able to contract with the Sheriff's Department.
So I think we should table this for our next meeting with an invite to both agencies to have a discussion with them about what they do and don't do and what their contracts would be for.
Right, and we would have, we're inviting them to the meeting. We have to ask them in advance to please write a letter saying exactly what Angela just said. We need to know what they are able and willing to do, and there are things that they're not willing to do, each party.
Right.
So we need to have that.
So that's what we talked, that's how we started this conversation, and for the next meeting on June 1st, correct?
Yes. Yes.
Okay. So, well, Nana will do that for us.
Yep.
Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you. Okay, under new business, there's also town office building permit process. And the committee consists of Winetta, Mike, and Melissa. And the first thing that they did, I think, was to meet with David Cotton to discuss hiring David to do plans, and he also would be the one to get all the permits. And I think, Winetta, would you like to talk about that for a minute, please?
I had an email from David. In order for us to obtain his services for not only the building permit and the processing of getting all of the permits, we do need to have a $15,000 retainer.
We have a purchasing process, and I think we need to follow that. It has to go out to bid. So I make a motion that we put it out to bid.
I second that because that's correct according to the purchasing policy.
Exactly. Anything I think over $3,000, it goes out to bid.
I would like to make sure, though, that when we follow the purchasing policy, that it's not just for the lowest bid. It also has to be the ability of the person's record, And
That's all stated, that's all stated in the purchasing policy, but
yes, I know, but sometimes with the bids, people are just concerned with, well, that person has made the lowest bid and they should get that, and it's forgotten, or
well,
that
when,
there are other qualifications that we need to look at.
we'll,
I'm just reminding everybody.
yeah, we'll have our purchasing policy procedures out.
Yeah, good. Okay. So you made a
So-
motion and you second, so is there any further discussion?
Yes.
Yes, what?
Who is going to put the bid together to, for this building project?
The building committee, I would assume. Is that correct? Yes.
Okay,
So Vanetta, Mike, and Melissa,
okay.
okay? All those in favor, say aye.
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 Aye. Okay. So the ayes have it, and Vanetta and Melissa and Mike, if you could please make a scheduled meeting for the three of you to discuss this, that would be great, and let the board know that when you're going to do that, please.
Okay.
Thank you. Okay, now we are up to correspondence, and there, if you have your packet with the different correspondence letters, I will read them. This one,
I just have the rare plant and Christopher May maybe,
right,
and Newfane Garden Club. Okay.
and then there's one that just came in, and that is from Nancy Rees. Do you have that one?
No, I don't.
I didn't make copies of that one other than the one that I gave you, Marion.
Oh, okay.
So that should be copied for all of us
Yeah, she'll give you copies.
and for the record.
Yeah, it's going to be in the record. Okay, Winetta, this one about seeking permission for rare plant survey.
Yes.
I personally find it difficult to read it. It's very light and small print. Is there anybody who's willing to read this letter?
I take my glasses off, I can read it.
Okay, good, thank you.
Okay, so seeking permission for rare plant survey from Hannah Hartman to Town Clerk of Newfane. Hello, Miss Hasselbach. On behalf of the Native Plant Trust, formerly New England Wildflower Society, we'd like to request permission to conduct a brief survey for a rare plant called Northern Tuberculode Bog Orchid, plant Atheria favia, on property owned by the town of Newfane near River Road on the banks of West River. Our field methods, including counting plants, measuring population area, and taking notes on ecological habitat characteristics. Surveyors may also take photographs of plants and habitat. The information from the visit will be shared with the Natural Heritage Database to update their records of plant populations. We hope the information gathered will help us better understand the biology of the species and ultimately develop better conservation strategies. We can contact you on the dates we plan to be out on the property, and a report of our findings will be sent to you at the end of the year. The Natural Heritage Program in your state maintains detailed information regarding population location, species biology, conservation status, and beneficial management practices for species listed as threatened, endangered, or of special concern. If you'd like more specific information about the populations located on your property, please contact your state Natural Heritage Program. If you could respond with one, your permission for us to send volunteers, 2, your preference for being contacted before the survey, and 3, if and how you would like a report sent at the end of the season, that would be great. Please let me know if you have any questions. I'd be happy to answer them. We look forward to your response and thank you. Hannah Hartman Everett, Conservation Intern from the Native Plant Trust in Framingham, Massachusetts. And what they do is conserving and promoting New England's native plants to ensure healthy, biologically diverse landscapes.
Thanks for reading that, Shelley.
I think that's great. I think the only question I would have is if they have insurance to be on the property. So if something were to happen, they had their own insurance.
And also, where are they going on the property? It's by the town, owned by the town of Newfane near River Road. So where is that?
If you look to the next pages,
Oh,
I've attached a screenshot of the parcel that we're looking to talk about. I spoke with Doris, the lister, and she claims it's a no man's land. It should have been added to some of the other properties adjoining Sawmill Road, but when they did a subdivision, it was not included.
So it's the northern part of River Road?
Yes.
Okay.
It's above Cannoli, but at the beginning of Sawmill, out to the end of where the Green Iron Bridge is.
Oh, okay.
So it's right along the river,
Yes.
and that's town of Newfane property, I guess?
According to the listers, it was not added to the subdivisions of the parcels.
So we might need to let the property owners, there's 3 houses out there, let them know that there might be people on the banks of the river.
I think water banks of the river are public domain as long as they're in the water or on the bank.
I think the water is, but not the bank. Water is public.
Some people think that that's their property.
Yeah.
Whether it is or it isn't, some people think that it's their property. So it's nice to let people know if something's going to be happening but I think it's a great idea.
Yeah.
Your turn.
Just need to figure out whose land it is and notify them. So I make a motion that we follow up with this letter. Have Juanetta follow up with a letter and see if we can identify the properties and have them be able to do their research.
And also ask if they have their own insurance policy.
Yes.
Definitely.
Okay.
And then find out a date when they're going to want to do this.
Yeah.
What were those 3 questions? It was 1, your permission for us to send volunteers. 2, your preference for being contacted before the survey. And if and how you would like a report sent at the end of the season. So I think our permission is to figure out, we would allow the permission if the property is identified as public property. Otherwise, I don't know, do we go ahead and contact the owners of that property?
Like the abutting landowners?
Or would they have to do that?
I would think they would have to contact the landowners if it's private property. If it's our property and we give them permission, that's fine. But if it becomes private property, they need to contact the landowners.
Right. And then preference for being contacted before the survey. That's, I guess, we definitely want that. And if you would like a report sent, definitely send a report if it happens.
Yep. Okay, any further discussion about that? So the next letter we have is a letter to the select board from Chris May, Mays. And he wrote to Winetta that he has attached a letter to the select board after getting guidance from the zoning administrator. And that letter says, does everybody have a copy of that letter?
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay. It says, to the select board, the natural slope of a few parcels of land in our neighborhood on Dover Road is slanted and goes past our neighbor's house at 273 Dover Road. Since our neighbor has owned the property, he has built a barn on one part of his land and is planning to build banks, which would impede water flow and cause water buildups on our land. I believe our riparian rights are being violated because our neighbor is impeding the natural water flow. We invite you to visit our land whenever it is convenient. Thank you, Erin Robinson and Chris Mays from 275 Dover Road, Williamsville. And Winetta, did we just talk about the fact that maybe Jay would be involved with this?
Yes, it was recommended that we should have the road foreman take a look at the property to see if there was any damage or potential damage for our right of way or our road access.
Well, wouldn't this normally be handled by lawyers if they're having an issue? Wouldn't they have to
If
hire a lawyer? Yes.
Hey, Jay.
Yeah, I did go over and look at it. It doesn't affect the road drainage in any way. The drainage has run behind those properties for years. And I assume that's a thing between the landowners. I don't know. I know it's against the law to impede the water to adversely affect your neighbor's property. But I think, I'm not sure that the town has to be in the middle of it. I think it's probably up to them to work it out between themselves.
Mm-hmm.
So it's going to be a civil matter?
Yeah.
Yeah. It sounds like you're right, Jay, with that.
Thank you for going out there and looking at it.
Yeah, really. So Winetta, maybe you can write a letter back to Chris Hayes saying that it was discussed, his issue was discussed at select board, and it is recommended that because it's between he and his neighbor, that they really should be working it out on their own. Okay?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you. Next letter. This letter is written by Alice Friedman, corresponding secretary for the Newfane Garden Club, and it's dated May 8th, 2020. To the Newfane Select Board, it is with great reluctance and regret that I write to let you know that the members of the Newfane Garden Club are no longer able to keep the upkeep on the flower gardens in front yard of the town office building. Our membership grows older and sparser with increasingly limitations on our physical abilities. We hope that you are able to find younger persons who would like to continue the garden's care, or perhaps hire a professional gardener or landscape care firm. If you have any questions, please don't hesitate to contact me. Sincerely, Alice Freeman, corresponding secretary of the Garden Club. And personally, I want to say thank you very much to all the members of the Garden Club. They have been working diligently for many years to make the town hall look very attractive on the front, at the front of the building. And yes, unfortunately, just some of us are getting older and can't do that kind of work anymore. So perhaps we know of people who are interested. If not, and if we have the funds, we might choose to hire somebody. Shelley, are you raising a hand or just?
No, I'm not raising my hand. I'm just listening.
Oh, okay. So does anybody have any idea of somebody? Angela?
I think now that it's been publicly known and everybody who watches and sees, if there's somebody that would be willing to donate a portion of their time to the town and want to plant some flowers or take care of it, or anybody who works at the town hall or any one of us that wanted to put in a few minutes. I mean, it's great to beautify the front of the building.
Yeah,
And they have done an amazing job for so many years.
they have, absolutely. And we thank them very much.
Yes,
And,
it's a great group.
yeah.
Yes.
So I would suggest that if anybody who's interested, you can come to town hall. Excuse me.
Call Juanetta.
Or call Winetta or call Carol, the town clerk. And we all would welcome you to come into the building and offer your services if you so choose to. And in the meantime, thank you again to Alice Freeman and all the members of the current Garden Club.
Because they just donated all of their time to do it, right?
Oh, I know.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
So wonderful.
Okay. The next letter is from Nancy Ann Rees. Is that how you pronounce it? Rees?
Yes. Mm-hmm.
Rees. Okay. This is to the written on May 12th, and you didn't receive this until today. Is that correct, Juanetta?
Yes. Mm-hmm.
Okay.
So we should get copies of it, please.
Yes, we said. You asked that, and I said she'll get copies for you. To the Newfane Select Board from the Peter W. Rees family, Nancy Ann Rees, to Christopher Williams. I mean, not to, I'm sorry. It says Christopher Williams, excuse me. Okay, my description of this person would be divisive, manipulative, petty, jealous, harmful, control monger. The negativity and harm he has caused on our family goes back 30 years when we were remodeling our home at 65 Baker Brook Road. We were using his brother-in-law to help us and had to let him go because he was being dishonest. After this, we started getting stop work orders generated by overdue complaints.
Yeah.
By Christopher Williams. I had all the paperwork from the lawyers and meetings. We were vindicated as there was never any reason for this to happen. And it was so very unjust. However, he has continued through the years to cause us much harm as possible. One more recent, very harmful example was the intimidation of people working on our riverbanks. After Hurricane Irene, our home was on the endangered list, and due to the devastation, chaos, and mistakes made afterwards concerning the management of the assistance given by the towns and agencies involved, we still have problems. We worked on permits for 4 years. The permits were posted, and his uncalled for interference caused confusion, upset, poor work, and loss of money. Again, so unjust. I would be of our opinion that Chris Williams should not be involved in any aspect of town business, as he is a liability and harmful to its residents. A second homeowner who had hired him to do work for them has expressed to me that he was expensive, didn't do an adequate job and they would like to let him go, but they were afraid of retaliation through the town or otherwise. As someone who has experienced upset, negativity, tragedy, and monetary loss over the 30-year period of time, unfortunately, I have to admit to them that their concerns could indeed be valid. That's the end of the letter. Okay, so we have read all the correspondence, and
So no discussion about the letter?
do you have something you'd like to say?
It's a pretty heartfelt letter, I'd say. And I think it's just disconcerting about Christopher Williams.
Okay, any other comments? Okay. So we read all the correspondence and we are up to pay orders, which means that we're going to have a few of us gather at town hall now. So it would be Angela and myself doing the pay orders, and Angela and myself and Shelley coming together to sign the two pieces of paper, one for Todd to continue being fire warden, and the second one was what? I already forgot.
The COVID-19 safety and
Thank
health
you.
work plan.
Thank you so much. Okay, is there a motion to adjourn?
I make a motion to adjourn.
Okay, thank you. Have a good evening, everybody.
I guess I'll second it.
We don't need a second for adjournment. Okay. Thanks a
Thank
lot,
you.
Melissa, Winetta, Angela, Jay, Shelley. Have a good evening. We'll see some of you in a few minutes, and the others have a peaceful night at home.
Bye.
Good
Thank
night.
you, Marion. You too.
Thank you.
It's 7 o'clock, so let's go ahead and call this meeting to order. My name is Church Hines. I'm the chair of the board for the Vermont State Colleges System. This is a special meeting of the board, duly warned for 7 in the evening on May 6, 2020. We do anticipate that this evening will be significantly shorter than some of our other evening meetings have been recently. So people don't have to anticipate a late night. We have a fairly abbreviated agenda. I don't know how long it will take to go through each of the items, but we are scheduling another full meeting at 1 in the afternoon on Monday. So there will be a significant amount of work to be done at that meeting, and we'll foreshadow that a little bit this evening as well. I would ask Yasmin, do you have anything to make us aware of in terms of our technology this evening?
Just that we will be doing the same procedures as in the past for people who, during the public comment period at the end. And otherwise, I think just general good practices for people to mute themselves while they, if you're not speaking, it just helps with the audio a little bit.
Okay. Jen Poirier, are you available for a roll call, please?
Yes, I am, Mr. Chair. I do believe, just for your information, we do not have Lynn Dickinson on the call yet, just to let you know. But I will start a roll
Okay.
call right now.
Okay, let's do
Janet
that for the
Bombardier.
record.
Okay, Janet Bombardier.
Here.
Thank you. Megan Kluver.
Here.
I still hear you. Lynn, are you on yet? I don't see you. Peg Flory.
Here.
Thank you. Dylan Giambattista.
Here.
Thank you. Izzy Gogarty.
Here.
Thank you. Adam Grinold.
Adam's here.
Thank you. Bill Lippert.
I'm here.
Thank you. Karen Luno.
Here.
Thank you. Jim Masland.
Here.
Thank you. Linda Milne.
I'm here, Jen.
I
Thank
saw
you.
Linda, yeah.
Mike Pichak.
Hi, Jen. I'm here.
Thank you. David Silverman.
Here.
Thank you. And Lynn, did I just see you come on? Are you here? Yep. Lynn, you're here, right? Yes, Lynn is here.
Here.
Okay. The family is gathered and
Here.
I'm sure that everyone would reflect that sentiment, Karen, knowing that you have lost your mom, and we're all right there beside you in Zoom land, but you know, most of us only get one mom, and it's an unavoidable loss, and our hearts are with you.
Thank you.
Okay. Chancellor Zadotny, this is your inaugural meeting as our interim chancellor. Welcome, and you have the floor.
Thank you very much. So it's been a very busy 7 days. It's only been 7 days. It feels a bit longer than that, given all the things that have been happening. So primarily, the legislature has really been the main focus, and we've been having some success there. We had a wonderful statement from Mitzi Johnson and from Tim Ash that came out over the weekend, advising that we would be up and running in the fall at all the campuses, including Johnson, Linden, and Randolph. We sent out a press release on Monday to everyone regarding that. I have meetings scheduled tomorrow with a number of legislators, and things seem to be moving well in the State House, and I'm sure our legislative trustees could probably fill us in more if they wanted to do on that. But basically, we're working with the legislature right now. We're responding to information that they're seeking. One of the things they want to have is to have an outside person come in and do a financial assessment. And my understanding is an announcement about that will be made shortly. They're also looking for information from the colleges, and the colleges themselves are working we need a bit more clarity, but they're working to find out what it is that the legislature wants from them. So the signs seem to be encouraging from the State House. We're cautiously optimistic. We'll do what we can to work with the State House and make sure we can persuade them that we're worth investing in. And that we can have a bridge year to really sort out things and make sure that we're in good shape for the future. So that's working well. We've been busy. I mean, I guess being chancellor means you're in meetings and on the phone all the time, or maybe it's just at this particular time. But I've been in close contact with the president and with our team here. The finance folk have been working with the state treasurer's office. They've also put together information to submit to the joint fiscal office and the appropriations chairs regarding a request for reimbursement for funding from COVID-19 expenses, primarily room and board. So we're hopeful that that will be approved, and that would certainly give us a welcome dollop of money right away, so that we have the money to cover the payments that we'll be making in June on that. So that would certainly be helpful for us to receive. The colleges are working hard. I know they're going to be talking, the presidents will be talking to you more on Monday about the different things that have been happening there. But just as a preview, I know both NVU and VTC are creating task forces to work on what the future will look like. VTC's group is already up and running. They're called the TAT, the transition. I have it written down here somewhere. No, I don't. Anyway, it's called the TAT, and they're meeting on Friday for their first meeting, and they have a cross-section of students and faculty. Thank you, Pat. TAT. That they're going to be getting together, so they've got a cross-selection of folks participating in that, and then NVU is moving forward with their advisory team, and they're accepting nominations through tomorrow at 5 p.m. So if anyone is watching and is interested in participating in that, they still have time to put in a nomination for themselves for their advisory group. So there's a lot of stuff happening on the campuses. There's a lot of energy that was obviously generated over the past few weeks, and I think the campuses are working hard to harness that energy in a productive way, moving forward. So I'm encouraged by that. We had our meeting with the students. So Izzy, Dylan, and I just met this afternoon with a group of students. It was great. It was very positive and energizing. They had some great ideas and thoughts. And, if they're interested in doing it, we'd be happy to do that again in a couple of weeks with them, and encourage them to, if there were other trustees or people they wanted to have invited to that forum, to let us know, and we would try and work something out to do that. But they had some excellent points. The one in particular was really about we need to be doing a much better job on social media, that we really need to be reaching out to students in the way that they expect to be contacted, and we need to up our game on the social media front, which I have no expertise on other than when my kids tell me about it. So that's something that I think was important and valuable, and they were very passionate about it. I think that we've got a lot of people that would be more than happy to pitch in and help with that. So that was great. So it was, I don't know about Dylan and Izzy, but I really appreciate them joining me. But I thought it was a wonderful chance, and the students were super engaged, asked great questions, and we need to do a better job in making sure that the student newspapers know what's going on. They get copies of press releases and things like that. So we need to make sure we're doing a better job on communicating out with the students. They certainly had interest in how they could communicate more with the board. We encouraged them to come to board meetings and things, but also reminded them about the student trustee position, which applications are due until, I think it's May 15th. So encouraging students to think about running for that as well. The other things just to put, and we'll get more into this, I think, probably on the board meeting next week, but there are some big things happening at the national level. The main one is the Title IX regulations that we've been expecting for months and months and months were released this morning. 2,000 pages of preamble with 33 pages of regulations, and the expectation is we will redesign all our procedures and policies and have those in place by August 14th. Which is a tremendous lift and is going to be extremely challenging, and will require board approval, obviously, of any policies that come out of that. So I just put that out there as that's a big project that we're going to have to undertake in a very short time period. Normally we have 8-9 months to do it in. That was true under the Obama administration. This is a very tight timeline, and my understanding is that's driven by interest in getting them up and running before the presidential election in the fall. So I don't think the administration is going to change its mind at the federal level in terms of delaying that. So we have to be prepared to do it. The other piece I wanted to let you know about was there's been an uptick in planning around COVID-19 and returning to campuses in the fall. I think there's a recognition that we're getting ready to import tens of thousands of students in September, and maybe we need to have some plans around that. Our deans of students have really stepped up and are participating in weekly calls with the Department of Health, and they will be working with Rich Snyder, who's the former president of Norwich, who's putting together, he has a task force he's putting together to try to come up with planning for the education sector. They're trying to come up with a plan for all colleges and universities in the state. But our representatives are part of that and will be involved in that. And that's obviously going to be important work that needs to get done. And there's a lot of complexity to that. And just even listening to some of the calls I've been sitting in on and realizing just how challenging that is. But that's another big project that we have coming up. So I think that's it. I'm welcome. If people have any questions or anything else, I'm happy to answer them. But that's in terms of a status report or whatever, that's what I have for week 1.
Thank you, Sophie. Thoughts and questions from the board?
Hey, Church.
Yes, Michael.
Sophie, I don't have a question, but just a comment. I just appreciate the update and appreciate you keeping the board up to date as well. I think you hit on today a lot of important things that we've been wanting to move our focus on and looking forward to. How do we secure the financing we need for a bridge loan? How do we start preparing to reopen our campuses in the fall? All really critical things that need a lot of time and attention. I'm just glad that we're able to start focusing on those and that you're really making those a priority and doing a great job in the process. So thank you.
Thank you, Mike.
Welcome. Thanks.
As Sophie indicated, it's been a busy time with the General Assembly, and I wonder whether Bill, Dylan, Lynn, or Jim have anything that you might want to share. It's an unusual time to have the Vermont State Colleges front and center in the limelight, or however you want to describe it. What's the tone over there?
Well, I'll speak up for a moment. And Dylan and Jim and Lynn chime in. You should know that there are initiatives being taken in the legislature and in different parts of the state, initiated by legislators around the state college system. It was announced today that there's going to be a meeting with the Windsor County delegation. I believe President Moulton is going to be part of that. There's also been, and I'm not sure what the official name is, but there's basically been a process by which legislators, many of whom are reaching out to their constituents with a form that was a Google form saying, if you have ideas how to help the Vermont State College system move forward, please have people fill out this form or fill out the form based on a conversation. And those ideas are being gathered and collated. I am interested, and I don't know what connection has been made directly to this chancellor's office or to the board at this point, but I know that there are a number of ideas that are being put forward through that format. And I think it's important to connect those folks who have expressed interest via that with our own official process. But there's a great deal of interest.
Thank you, Bill. Jim?
Yeah, Bill's correct. There are a number of ongoing efforts. I wouldn't be the slightest bit surprised if some of the suggestions are similar to the ones that came up during when we were working on the white paper. And I'm sure there'll be some very good ideas. My concern at the moment that these different efforts don't get tangled up around each other. But we'll just have to see how this works out. As for what's going on in the legislature, most of us have been unemployment all day, all the time. And so people are very concerned about the VSC and everybody wants to help. But as to how we're occupying our time, hour by hour, it's helping with people with unemployment claims.
Thousands of which are not being fully responded to yet, which is very frustrating for everyone involved.
10,000.
10,000.
I would just add that I just posted a link in the chat. The Speaker of the House, in collecting the ideas that Bill referred to, has begun posting them publicly with the disclaimer, just to clarify, these aren't ideas that have been endorsed. They've just come to legislators through the forum. So there is a venue convened by, in this case, the Leader of the House for those ideas. And I would just say that, you know, I think it's been helpful here over the last week to get feedback from legislative colleagues. I'm still hearing it, and people still have a lot of ideas, a lot of enthusiasm. I was invited last week by some members of the delegation in the surrounding communities of NBU Johnson to a meeting about brainstorming ideas with their constituents, and I attended because they invited me, and I listened in to that. So there are a lot of individual efforts. So I assume those will go forward. But I also just want to take a moment here to just say I really appreciate the information we've been provided by Sophie, because it really helps me understand where things stand on this side as well. So I'm appreciative. It appears we have a good two-way line of communication going, and I assume legislative leaders will be appreciative of that going forward.
Thank you, Dylan.
Yeah, I agree with Dylan, and I agree with the others who have spoken. I read the suggestions, and it's an idea. It's an idea. I don't know what you call it, but it's an idea.
Idea Bank, I think they're referring to it as.
Idea Bank, that's what it's called. They had a name for it. Anyway, Lucy Rogers, I think, was very crucial in getting this started, but she's worked, there's a lot of people who've put things into it. It takes a while to read through all of them. And Jim is right. Some of them are things that we would be we're familiar with. And some of them are all new. And, but there's a lot of interest and there's a lot of feedback. I do hear from people. It's you know, from lots of people who are probably talking to other people as well, but suggestions as to what we can do and why don't we do this and why don't we do that. And you know, I would say that there's a real interest. I'm really glad to see that Sophie and the leadership have put together some kind of an agreement or have had that communication. And, you know, that's a really good first step.
I've been encouraging Sophie to come up with a clever name for her newsletter. Maybe she'll take suggestions as to what might be catchy.
If anyone has any, they're welcome to send them to me.
Any other thoughts or comments or conversation with our new chancellor?
Kurt?
Yes.
This is Linda. I just want to say the communications and the efforts that Sophie has communicated with us over the past week strike me as sort of proving out that enthusiasm that she said for the job. So I really appreciated seeing that. Thanks for your efforts, Sophie.
And we also note what hour they tend to be coming across.
Yes.
Okay. Izzy.
I just wanted to thank Sophie and Dylan for joining the students, the student leaders and their students at large. Just to hear their voices. We had, like Sophie said, a really great Q&A today. And for all the students watching, I encourage everyone who has a question for Sophie to reach out to me to be a part of the next Q&A. And they're very beneficial, and I loved having all the students there today.
That's great.
Thank you, Izzy, and appreciate all the work that you did to make that possible. Okay, this is something of a transitional meeting from the flurry of meetings we've had over the last couple of weeks, getting kind of transitioning back to the usual rhythm for this board, where a lot of the work and discussion occurs at the committee level, and then are brought to the board for further discussion and action. We have major issues to deal with, and we're anticipating that Monday we're going to spend the entire time focusing on the issues at hand, getting updates about where we are from a number of different perspectives. We'll talk a little more about that before we close this evening. And we are also anticipating looking ahead to all 4 committees, including audit, which is currently not scheduled for June 1st, but recommending that audit as well as finance, EPSL, and long-range planning all anticipate meeting on the 1st of June. And we'll have to schedule that day in such a way that we're not rushing through committees, being sure that committees have sufficient time, because it's been a little while since some of the committees have met. But for this evening, other than having an initial chat with Sophie, we did have one carryover action item from last week that is agendaed as the discussion and appointment of an interim president for Castleton University. I'd like to get some sense of the board as to whether they are prepared to discuss and take action on that this evening in public session, or would anyone feel that we need to take advantage of the rules that allow some personnel related discussions to take place in executive session. If I could just get some sense as to whether anyone feels that that is something that you would be interested in having us do, and we certainly would. Otherwise, we'll continue in public session. Jim?
Yeah, thank you, Church. As I believe you know, the legislative trustees were contacted by Bob Helm, longtime representative from over in the Castleton area, that wanted us to discuss with Karen the possibility of her continuing. I know there's strong sentiment in that community over there about that, and this might be something that we ought to talk about in executive session. It's a personnel issue. The issue's been brought to the legislative trustees' attention, and I think at least we should bring it up at the board. Today's a good day to do it, I suppose. And so if someone is prepared to read the appropriate words about going into an executive session either soon or in a few minutes, I think that would be something we ought to do.
Okay.
Although it doesn't have to be right now.
No. I'm just trying to recall the parliamentary procedure. Do we go into executive session through? Yes, we have to take a motion and then vote on it. Any other thoughts before? Correct. I think Lynn is the keeper of those motions.
I see Representative Laurie has a hand.
Yeah.
Yes, thank you.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, I share Jim's thoughts, and I guess I have one question, and because I was not here at the last part of the last meeting, I didn't know what the result was, but I went through reading our bylaws and the trustees' guides, etc. And a couple of interesting things came up. And my question is, has the board formally accepted any resignation? Did they do that at last week's meeting? And I mean, I have a couple of questions on this, and some of them may be more appropriate to address Monday, but in trying to look at the minutes of the past meetings, we haven't got any minutes of our meetings for the last 5 meetings. Executive committee, it's been the last 8 meetings. So it's a little difficult to know what is of record. But I've also, as a Rutland resident, received a number of questions as to Karen's position right now. And I guess part of my issue as a trustee, and again, because there's no copy of minutes, I don't know what's recorded. But in reading our bylaws, the Board of Trustees is the one that approves presidency. My understanding is Karen withdrew because she was told someone else was going to be president. Unless she was told that by the Board of Trustees after action by the Board of Trustees, I don't know that it's valid. So I guess my question is, should she be approached again? Does she know that the Board of Trustees never voted to remove her as president? I don't know that. And it's not public record. It's not in any minutes. It's just what most of us have read or seen on the news.
Mr. Chair, if I may for a moment.
I hear the voice. Yes, Todd.
Yeah, sorry, this is Todd. I believe all the minutes actually have been posted on the VSC website. I was just confirming that with Jen Poirier, that the last several sets of minutes, including last week's minutes, are all available on our public website. So I'm happy to help Trustee Flory find those. I might also just suggest to the chair that a conversation of this nature would be appropriate for executive session, recognizing that it is ultimately up to the board whether to take that step.
I'm seeing nodding heads, and I think that we should go into executive session. But Peg, you have a point.
And Church, I have no problem going into executive session, but as of 35 minutes ago, on the various websites I looked, it all said unapproved minutes since 3/12 for our board, 11/2 for the executive board.
Right,
that's absolutely correct.
Right, and part of getting back.
So I'm not nuts. Thank you.
Okay.
On that point, anyway.
No, and as I mentioned earlier,
you're not
getting
nuts.
back.
I was going to say that's one of the pieces of business that needs to get addressed on Mondays. At Monday's meeting is the approval of all the minutes. So you're correct. They're posted, but they're unapproved. Right. That's part of the plan for Monday.
Thank you.
Thank you, Sophie. Thank you, Peg. Thank you, Todd. Lynn, I think it's appropriate that we put a motion on the table for executive session, please.
Okay. I move the VSC Board of Trustees enter executive session pursuant to 1 VSA Section 313, subsection A1F, for the purpose of receiving confidential attorney-client communications made for the purpose of providing professional legal services. Because premature general public knowledge of these discussions would place VSC at a substantial disadvantage, it is appropriate for the committee to enter executive session. I further move the board enter executive session pursuant to 1 VSA Section 313, subsection A3, to discuss the employment of a public officer. The board shall make a final decision. I'm not sure if this is the right one, but whether we'll be making a final decision or not. It does not anticipate making a final decision regarding any such public officer in an open meeting. I'm using old ones, so I'm not sure if I got the right thing here. But we may or may not do a decision on an open meeting and shall explain the reasons during the open meeting when we do. The board does not anticipate taking any action during executive session, along with members of the board present at this meeting and its discretion. The board invites the chancellor, the VSC general counsel, and the VSC associate general counsel to attend portions of this meeting. So moved.
I just need to talk to Todd. I think Lynn was looking at an older version
I'm
of
looking at an old one.
the resolution. And I think the intent was to also ask the president of Castleton University to attend with us. I'm looking at you, Todd.
I believe the intent was to invite the interim chancellor, the president of Castleton University, the interim provost of Castleton University, and the interim general counsel.
Okay.
Yes, all of those people.
Okay.
I'll
I
amend the
think
motion.
I think we understand the motion. Do we have a second?
Second.
Yes. Yeah, all those in favor of going into executive session, please say aye.
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 Any opposed? Okay, thank you. We are going to go into executive session. And again, we will not be making any decisions in executive session. Anything that we decide, we will decide when we come back into public session. The trustees are now going to disconnect from this particular Zoom address and go to another, but we will be returning to this same place. Okay, good evening, everyone. We have returned from executive session, and I appreciate everyone's patience in terms of waiting for us. I'd like to share that the long time spent was to assure that the board had a thorough and complete discussion of the matters related to the transition in leadership at Castleton University. We owed that to everyone. And so we have been deeply engaged, and I regret that it's taken so long into the evening. And I want to say that although the board had not previously dealt with the question of Dr. Scolfaro's position as Castleton's president, we do understand the position recent events have put her in, and we therefore accept with regret her decision to resign. We truly appreciate all she has done during her tenure at Castleton, and I know that we are not alone in wishing her nothing but the very best going forward. Thank you, Karen. We now return to our published agenda, and including a board action regarding Castleton interim president, and I believe we have a resolution to present for consideration. Trustee Dickinson.
Yes, there is a resolution, appointment of, no. I have a motion. I have a motion, I have two motions and a resolution.
Okay. And we'll take these up separately?
Do you want the first motion?
Yes, please.
Okay. I move that the Vermont State College System Board of Trustees accept the resignation of Castleton University President Karen Scolfaro effective May 31st, 2020.
Is that the, I just want to be sure we heard every word, Lynn.
I move that the Vermont State College System Board of Trustees accepts the resignation of Castleton University President Karen Scolfaro effective May 31, 2020.
Okay, is there a second?
Sure, Jim.
Second with Jim Maislin. Discussion on the resolution, on the motion, please.
Church.
Trustee Michael, go ahead.
Just to reiterate your point that you made when you opened the session to thank Karen for her service at Castleton University. We'll certainly miss her on the board, and certainly I know Castleton will miss her as a community. So thank you, Karen, for your leadership and your service to Vermont and your service to Castleton. And with regret, I know the board makes this decision. Thank you.
And Karen, when we were together as a board last time, I told the world how I felt about you, and I just want you to know I meant every word.
Thank you, Church.
Is there further discussion? Izzy?
I just want to say, and I think I stand with a lot of the Castleton community, we will miss you, and we really do support everything that you have done.
Thank you.
Thank you, Izzy.
Seeing no hands, all those in favor of the motion as read, please say aye.
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 Any opposed? Any not voting? Oh hum, we have accepted the resolution is passed and it's now official. Trustee Dickinson, I believe you have a second motion.
I have a resolution and a motion.
Please proceed.
And which one do you want? Well, I'll do the resolution first.
Yes, I believe that's correct.
Okay. This is for the resolution from the Board of Trustees, the appointment of Jonathan Spiro as interim president of Castleton University, whereas the Vermont State College System Board of Trustees is responsible under 16 VSA Section 2174 and under Article 5, Section 1 of the Vermont State College System bylaws for the appointment of the Vermont State College System presidents. And whereas President of Castleton University, Karen Scalfaro, has announced her intention to step down effective May 31, 2020. And whereas the board intends to search for a successor president over the coming months. And whereas President Scalfaro, the interim chancellor, and the chair of the board recommended the vacancy created by President Scalfaro's departure be filled by Castleton interim provost and dean of the College of Arts, Humanities, and Social Sciences, Jonathan Spiro. Therefore, be it resolved that Jonathan Spiro be appointed as interim president of Castleton University with all the associated authority and responsibility of the office of president, effective June 1, 2020, and will serve with the board until the board appoints a successor. We also have a motion. The appointment of the interim president of Castleton University, I move that the board adopt the resolution as read, appointing Castleton interim provost and dean of the College of Arts, Humanities, and Social Sciences, Jonathan Spiro, to serve as interim president of the university effective June 1, 2020, until a successor president can be selected. The board believes Dean Spiro is the best person to lead the university when President Scalfaro steps down.
That's a motion and a resolution. Is there a second?
Second.
Discussion, please.
Thank you, Jonathan, for stepping up.
A lot of nodding heads, Jonathan.
Thank you, David.
Hearing no further discussion, all those in favor of the resolution and motion as presented, please say aye.
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 Any opposed? The motion passes. Congratulations, Jonathan, and we look forward to working with you. And again, as many know, Jonathan is a very familiar face with this board, a very trusted individual. And I think that if he gets nicked, he bleeds Castleton green, and all of those qualifications.
43 Pantone, right?
I think that's his blood type. And no, we look forward to working with you and seeing where this all brings us. Congratulations.
Thank you.
I just want to add, Jonathan, I'm looking forward to working with you too. And I did share with the Board of Trustees, we did receive an email from Andre Flash who's president of the Faculty Assembly, and when he listed out the things that the Faculty Assembly were looking for in terms of an interim president, they didn't use your name, but it seemed like they were describing you in detail, and I believe that you will fulfill all the things that they were looking for in an interim president. So I'm welcome aboard, and I'm really glad that you're willing to take on the job. So thank you.
Thank you, Chancellor Zadatny. I appreciate that.
In light of the hour and the fact that we are meeting again on Monday, we're going to defer the remaining items on our agenda until Monday. We will engage in public comment for a brief period of time. I think Yasmin are you going to put up the information, Yasmin, or has it already been done?
No, so I'm just putting it
Okay.
now. Oops, I apologize. I have the wrong thing.
And again, the hour is late, so I'm going to ask members of the press to defer using this method for speaking with us and to follow your usual channels, and that we hear from the public. It's 9:10 now. Let's see if for about 10 minutes. Yasmin, you can structure this any way you would like. And again, encourage people who wish to speak, especially provide us with any feedback relevant to this evening's work. I'd appreciate that very much. And Yasmin, I'm going to turn things over to you as you do so well to coordinate this.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chair. At this time, we don't have anyone who has signed up on the link. We're asking people to please go to the website listed on your screen. However, I do see one person, Janet Curry, has raised her hand. So Janet, if you did indeed wish to make a public comment, we will hear from you now.
Welcome, Janet.
Hi, thank you for, I know it's very late, and I'm just going to make this very quick. I'm chair of the Planning Commission for the town of Castleton, and I'm going to probably be attending these meetings from this point forward. I think it's important that the town has some say in what's going on, and I wish I had attended in past meetings. It's extremely important that the Castleton University and the town of Castleton work together. It was something that was not happening prior to President Scalfaro's hiring. So I hope to see all of you next Monday, and I want to be included in everything. And I hope you understand why I am making these comments.
Thank you, Janet. Our host communities who put up with everything that we seem to do as colleges and universities are among our most important constituencies, and we would certainly welcome you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We do now have two additional people who wish to speak. Next up is Daniel Acorn, followed by Keith Whitcomb.
Thank you. Good evening.
Daniel Acorn. So he does not appear to be here. Keith Whitcomb is next. Keith. Keith, you are unmuted if you would like to make a comment. Keith, so Keith is here in the Zoom session. He is unmuted, but if you're not able to We can't hear you at the moment. We do have a place on our website for people to submit written comments. And that is it for people who have requested to speak.
Thank you, Yasmin. Then we would go to our final item on the agenda today would be other business. Is there other business to come before the board? Seeing none, we would entertain a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
Any discussion?
Hope not.
Hearing none, all those in favor of adjournment, please say aye.
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 Any opposed? Again, to everyone, I apologize for the length of time that we were not with you in public session, but I hope you all appreciate that we owe every party involved time and attention. And we were happy to do that this evening. And you've seen the way our conclusions have been made. So thank you one and all, and welcome everyone back on Monday at 1 o'clock.
Thank you, Church.
You bet. Good night, all.
Thanks, everyone.
Good night.
Sweet dreams.
So present at this meeting currently are Rob Wright, Rich Melanson, Will Bissonette, Stephen Frisk, Bob Tybalt, Crystal Mansfield, Carla Lumbra, and Glenn Beatty. So we'll call the meeting to order at 6:35. I'll entertain a motion to approve the minutes from the regular board meeting of May 12th.
So moved.
So moved. Second.
Any discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor of approving the minutes from the regular board meeting of May 12th, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
Aye.
Abstentions? Motion passes. Okay, I'll entertain a motion to take the agenda out of order and start with members of the public.
So moved.
Second.
1 second. Any discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor of taking the agenda out of order and moving to members of the public, signify by saying aye.
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 Opposed? Abstentions? Motion passes. So I think, Mr. Tybalt, we can start with you because you will probably be the quickest. And then we can let you get back to your life.
Absolutely, thank you. So my name is Bob Tebow. I am the principal at Leland and Gray. And I had asked to be put on the agenda just to connect with you guys. Obviously, this year has been bizarre for us. One of the things that we're trying to do down the stretch is figure out how to honor our seniors as they graduate. And obviously, if you've heard, the guidance from the state agency of ed is to not do live graduations. So we are looking at alternative things to do. One of the things that the kids had talked about doing was a parade, a car parade, of course, where people would stay socially distant in their vehicles. We would line up and we would perform some kind of route in and around the center of town, possibly, well, starting at the high school, possibly heading up 35 to Valley Cares, do a loop, come back around the common, and end back at school. I have a call into Lieutenant Anthony French, the state police, who would help me with coordination around road closures and that sort of thing. But I was advised, and I think a good way to connect with you guys is to let you know that was a possibility.
I'm on a meeting.
I'll have more definitive information hopefully by the end of this week with our plans. We have a couple of things we're working on that could take away from the possibility of doing that. If we did that, it would be on the Saturday morning that graduation was intended to be on, which is June 13th. And probably we would do it at 10 in the morning, just like we would do graduation. So same time, similar place, much different looking environment. So I just wanted to run that by you guys, make sure you guys are good with that. And if there's any concerns or questions when I meet with Lieutenant, and actually, sure, we could include you in that conversation as well. Probably wouldn't be a bad idea to just see if there's any concerns from the townsfolk that you guys might have about doing something like that.
Okay, does anybody have questions, comments? Okay.
We get free car decorations if we want to join the parade.
So one of the things that we have to do is really limit who's in the parade, and the Alumni Association asked to join. And based on the number of people we would attract, I'm guessing, just based on how many people were outside for the jet flyover, not a lot of social distancing going on out there, I can tell you that. I was out there on the front lawn of the school. I'm guessing that we would have as small a population as possible. I know families would probably come out and park on the road and watch. But you know, I talked to Glenn about possibly getting some fire trucks from the towns that the kids are from, and whether the VSP would provide an escort or not, I don't know. But I think the smaller the better. We have 32 graduates, and the fewer kids, the fewer people involved in the parade, probably the less risk there is of massive crowds, which is what we obviously want to try to avoid. So regrettably, no.
Darn it. But if you need someone to help decorate cars, I'm on it.
Thank you very much.
All right. Thanks, Todd. Anybody else have any other questions? I don't believe that we have any need to approve or disapprove. There's no permitting involved. So I asked Bob to come and just kind of let us all know. And then for people watching at home, they'll know that it's going on and can contact him for details.
Any closing of roads that would happen even for short term, the VSP would all just handle that, and that would be outside of your guys' jurisdiction?
Yep.
Okay.
Yep,
all right.
correct.
Awesome.
Okay.
All right, feel free to send me any questions. My email is on the school website. Happy to take any questions you guys have along the way, but I appreciate it. And again, it may not happen depending on what else we do. It's just sort of one of our plans. We wanted to run it by you while we had the chance.
Okay. Thanks very much, Bob.
All right. Thank you guys. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Good night, Bob.
Have a good night.
You too, guys.
Okay. Let's see. We want to do Glenn. Do you want to go next? You're probably fairly. Oh, did Glenn leave? Nope, there he is. Glenn, you'll probably be fairly quick, right?
I think so.
Okay.
So, all right, if you're ready.
Sure.
All right. So basically, I wanted to reach out to you guys for kind of an update for the end of the fiscal year that's rapidly approaching. First would be on regarding the building committee. Imagine that basically that was stalemated due to the COVID-19, like everything else in the world. We did just receive a little bit of correspondence back from the architect or engineering firm, so hoping that we can start meeting again. It was a small group under 10 anyway, so we should be able to do that between in-person and virtual, and be able to hopefully finalize or get to the final end of the feasibility study. Obviously, coming up in our meetings will be at least how the committee feels as far as moving forward right now with everything, the economy being in the situation that it's in. Obviously, we may have to put this whole thing on hold. I have no idea. We will be, I'm hoping that we can get to you guys in a couple of months with closure to that portion of it anyway. The other is our budget and surplus that we have left over. As a rule, we try not to spend anything we don't have to during the year in anticipation of any unforeseen things, big items that might go wrong that we would need to pay for to keep up protection for the town. Well, as a rule, we generally, start spending about this time of year, and wanted to make sure that you guys are aware of that. So all of a sudden you'll start seeing a whole bunch of slips and invoices and all that coming through as we get close to the end of the fiscal year. And I believe, wanted to double check June 15th is the last that you really want to, that has, you guys have to have it to get it warned and.
Yeah, so we can get it warned and approved and paid on the current fiscal year.
Correct. Okay. We did have one item that would be going outside of one of the lines. We would either grossly overspend in one line and it would come out of another. I don't know how you guys feel about that.
I don't have
What's that
a problem
item
with,
for?
yeah, what is it?
That's for a positive pressure fan. And it's, we have some that are in the trucks that are extremely old, and some of the guys have voiced concerns over the safety of them. So that's where that came.
Okay.
Yeah, if you're going to be net overall in your budget, I don't see why that would be an issue.
Okay.
I
Well,
don't
normally,
either.
normally it's
That's a
not.
problem.
It hasn't been. It's just been, I guess, a formality to check with you guys and make sure everybody's fine with that. I'm guessing that I think there still will be a surplus for sure. We won't be over at the end by any means. So that's all I had, unless you guys have any questions of me.
Anyone have any questions for Glenn?
I do not.
Okay.
I do not.
Thanks, Glenn. Appreciate it.
All righty. You guys have a sweltering evening.
You too.
See ya.
Bye.
Have a good
Okay.
night.
And for members of the public, last but not least, Mr. Lake, how are you tonight?
Not too bad. And you?
Doing all right. So, what do you got for us?
Well, a couple of things ahead of the main topic that I had for you. Tomorrow in Brattleboro, there's going to be a food distribution from the National Guard. AHS is going to be, the Agency of Human Services is going to be there for people who need sheltering issues, counseling issues, things like that. Based on the outpouring from other events, it's liable to be very lengthy lines. So if you're in Brattleboro and can avoid South Main Street and Canal Street, I would. If there are people out there that need food, that distribution is going to take place, I believe, from 10 until 2.
They recommended that everybody goes up the South Main backside and around, I think, Atwood. So Canal Street should be relatively okay, but they also said that you might want to start lining up around 7 a.m.
Well, the distribution from Burlington today was 3.5 miles long, 2 lanes down
cow.
127. Berlin, Vermont, they were backed up off the interstate. So this stuff has been published widely in press and has been published widely on their different web portals. So it could work perfectly fine. They could be out of everything by 11 o'clock in the morning. It's just hard to say what their outtake is. There is also tomorrow.
What's the time for that?
10 to 2.
What's the time for that? 10 to 2. Thank you.
Yeah. There's also a pop-up clinic tomorrow for COVID-19 tests down in Brattleboro at the VFW. Quite a bit of their spaces have been taken up, but in conversation today with hospital staff, there are plenty of spaces to get it done at the hospital, and they'll take you in here at Grace Cottage whenever if anybody wants to get tested. So the pop-up tests are great if you're driving through and won't be in town, but you can get it done at Grace Cottage as well.
Crystal, does the hospital still require a primary care referral?
No, you just have to call and make an appointment now. So primary care is still referring for the COVID testing, but the pop-up sites, we're still allowing people to come in if they're concerned and want to have a test. You just have to call us and we'll give you a time slot. We're running it. We're trying, well, it changes frequently, but we're trying to schedule the times so that the providers can be in clinic seeing other patients when they're not in the respiratory clinic. So, but there's no charge for the patient, right? So the test is free, and we are there and staffed and ready, willing, and able, I guess, as the saying goes.
Is this just testing for the active virus, or do you do antibody testing too?
Oh, there's no antibody testing. No. This is just to see if you've tested, if you have positive, if you've tested positive for the virus or not. It's a nasal swab.
It's the same thing in Brattleboro. Brattleboro is the exact same thing. It's just to see if you have active virus, which can spring you out of quarantine if you've been in quarantine for 7 days and you need to do 14. If you come up with a positive or a negative test after 7 days, that allows you to get out. So there are some issues, or there are some benefits along with it. And the last thing I had has to do with the memo I sent you all for the first of the week. It's about door locks and securing buildings in town. Not everything is COVID-19, but this lock issue there is an element of COVID-19 in it, and not to beat it around too much, it basically boils down to, if we're making requirements that town staff and employees do certain things, having the building, even though the doors are locked, anybody that was former staff, former elected official, any of the innumerable amount of keys that seem to be out and about, somebody walking in the door that we're trying to keep secure isn't a good thing. The other thing is, in that memo, I've asked or suggested that the highway department, the fire department, and the library, although the library, I'm not sure if the issue is as big with them. I haven't had a chance to talk to the librarian. But all of those entities, all of those town entities, be part of this changing of locks or changing of codes where codes are appropriate. One of the recommendations that I also made within that memo is that we go to a keyless coded door lock, so that basically you don't have to spend hundreds of dollars again replacing keys and door locks. And if we have a situation where somebody is either terminated under some serious threat type of issue, or they could be under protective order that they're the victim of something from a former staff member or whatever. And like I said, the obvious, there are a lot of floating keys around. All you need to do is change the codes. And if we get light locks that are put on the buildings, day after election, you can go in there and change the codes and give out the new electees the code keys, and you're all set. A couple of issues that I thought about in the interim, about renting the hall out. Most of these the locks in particular that I've looked at that seem to be the most useful also have a key with them. So we can place a key in the Knox box that's on the town hall, but you could also use that key, physical key, for somebody who rents the hall or is allowed in there to do different functions that it is not necessary for them to have full-time access to the building.
Right. So we don't have to give them the code, let them use it, and then change it for everybody. Just
right.
Have the one key they can use.
Yep. Then they can sign it out. They can, after they signed it out, if they don't return it, we can make we put a statement on their original sign out that says, you don't bring the key back or you lose it, the cost of changing the locks is yours. So town does it once.
So I think going forward, I would imagine we'll need to gather information on costs and lock types. Sherwood, how do you feel about handling that?
Not a problem. I've got a preliminary on the lock that's at the town yard. The only difference between the one I'm looking at and the one that's on the town highway garage is that that one up there doesn't have a key. But it's the same style. I think it's even the same company that's up there. And the ones that I saw have a key, and they run anywhere from $300 to $500 a piece.
Yeah. And then
Per door.
installation.
Yeah,
Yeah.
per door.
Yes.
So I guess would entertain a motion to have Sherwood pursue putting a proposal together for the changing and installation of keyless entry locks on the library, the garage, the fire department, and the town hall.
So moved.
So moved. Second.
Any further discussion? Hearing none. All those in favor of asking Sherwood to put together a proposal to change the locks on the library, the town hall, the fire department, and the town garage, signify by saying aye.
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 Opposed? Abstentions? Motion passes. Okay, Sherwood, so I guess whenever you can put something together, I'm sure we look at installation costs as well.
Okay.
All right.
How many, would you like kind of pricing from a couple of different entities or?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
So not necessarily a formal bid, but just prices from a couple of different.
Yeah, I think for right now, if we get a few prices, we can then put it out to bid.
Okay. Sounds
Once
like
we
a
have,
plan.
once we have an idea of what we're looking at, we can establish a not to exceed.
But it'll also give me a chance to look into the library a little bit further. I'm not sure what their control issues might have been. And Stephen and I need to have a conversation about what to do up there, up at the town highway garage, what makes the most sense. So yeah, we'll take care of that.
Okay.
Thank
Anything
you.
else? Anything else you have for us?
No, I don't think so today.
Okay. Thanks a lot, Sherwood.
Great, thanks, Sherwood.
Take care.
Okay. Going back to pick up the agenda. I did forget to mention that I had one addition, and that was Glenn with the fire department, but we did that already. We can move on to the warrants.
I don't have a copy of them, so somebody else will have to.
Did you get the email packet?
I don't think so.
I can read them.
Okay.
Good to go?
Go ahead.
I make a motion to pay payroll warrant number one, or warrant number one out of the payroll, the amount of $9,600.58.
Second.
Any discussion? Hearing none. All those in favor of paying check warrant number one out of the payroll, the amount of $9,600.58, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
Aye.
Abstentions? Motion passes.
Make a motion to pay check warrant number two out of the payroll taxes in the amount of $4,111.29.
Second.
Any discussion? Hearing none. All those in favor of paying check warrant number two, payroll taxes in the amount of $4,111.29, signify by saying aye.
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 Opposed? Abstentions? Motion passes.
Motion to pay check warrant number three out of the general fund in the amount of $4,016.16.
Second.
Any discussion? Hearing none. All those in favor of paying check warrant number three out of the general fund in the amount of $4,016.16, signify by saying aye.
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 Opposed? Abstentions? Motion passes.
Make a motion to pay check warrant number 4 out of the general fund in the amount of $187.10.
Second.
Any discussion? Hearing none. All those in favor of paying check warrant number 4 out of the general fund for in the amount of $187.10 signify by saying aye.
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 Opposed? Abstentions? Motion passes.
Make a motion to pay check warrant number 5 out of the general fund in the amount of $1,750.
Second.
Any discussion? Hearing none. All those in favor of paying check warrant number 5 out of the general fund in the amount of $1,750 signify by saying aye.
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 Opposed? Abstentions? Motion passes.
Make a motion to pay check warrant number 6 out of the highway fund in the amount of $5,611.32.
Second.
Any discussion?
This is the insurance one.
Hearing none. All those in favor of paying check warrant number 6 out of highway fund in the amount of $5,611.32 signify by saying aye.
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 Opposed? Abstentions? Motion passes.
Make a motion to pay check warrant number 7 out of the equipment fund in the amount of $3,395.84.
Second.
Any discussion? Hearing none. All those in favor of paying check warrant number 7 out of the equipment fund in the amount of $3,395.84 signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
Aye.
Abstentions? Motion passes. Okay.
That's it for warrants.
Yeah. Warrants are done. Reports. Steve, you want to start with the highway?
Sure. Let's start with Green Up Day this Saturday. We need to decide whether there's going to be the small truck on the common, or are we just going to have them leave them on roadside or drop them off at the town garage? Has anybody given that any thought?
I have thought about it a little bit. I think it might make the most sense to do it at the town garage because there's less kind of their temptation to congregate. It also, I think, limits our cost for having you and the guys go out and pick them up off the side of the road. What does everybody else think?
How did it work when the small truck was down
So
on the?
Community Hope and Action Group is, So the Community Hope and Action Group is doing a pickup. We typically do like a barbecue on the common for Green Up Day. Last year we did it in conjunction with the Lions Club in Newfane, I believe. This year, Bob Tebow, who was on earlier, gave us permission to set up sort of in the high school parking lot. People will just drive in, pick up their Green Up bag, go out and green up. And the question was, where should those folks bring it back to? Do we want to park a truck at the edge of the high school parking lot or on the common? Or so I know that that's happening in town on Saturday. If that helps or confuses things, Steve, I'm sorry.
Rob, you were going to say something?
I said, Steve, how did it work last time that you had the small truck on the town common?
We had the truck on the town common. It did not fill, but we also had bags laying at intersections in town that we did have to go and pick up.
What would be your...
the other problem I have with at the town garage, people drop off things that tires, vacuum cleaners, microwave ovens, and TVs we had to deal with last year. that we have to pay to get rid of, on top of the green bags that we now have to pay to get rid of. And
Were any of those good?
I did not bother plugging them in.
Oh, okay.
But my point is, if I call Wyndham Solid Waste and they tell me that it's going to cost us $140 a ton to get rid of the green bags, when I'm paying $140 a ton at Triple T, they're all just going to go in the back of the compactor, so I don't have to send 2 trucks and 2 guys.
Good idea.
That makes perfect sense to me. Is there,
So
The
are
amnesty
you,
on trash
what's
day?
your suggestion then, Steve?
When we talked about this last meeting, we talked about what's the least amount of social distancing problems are we going to have. And I think we said that we would have everything go to the garage and not on the common. So I'm fine with having a truck outside on the common, and we'll just throw it all in the back of the compactor on Monday morning.
okay, so
I'll go down. I think Heidi told me last year by 3 o'clock it was pretty much done. That's what time I went down to pick up the truck. And this Saturday at 3 o'clock, I'll go down. I'll just drive the truck inside the garage, and then Monday we'll throw everything in the back of the compactor.
So if we can throw the TV in the back of the truck, we're good to go?
We're not supposed to. Of course, accidents happen. That's why they put erasers on pencils, but we're not supposed to.
Okay.
Electronics is a whole different
So
recycling.
for the community, for promoting this in town this week for Saturday, I can bring to that meeting tomorrow that we're going to put a little truck on the common, and people can do as they've always done, which is come collect, grab their bags, go out, collect trash, bring it back and put it in the truck on the common.
no, the truck will be
Yeah.
at the town garage, not on the common.
Okay, that's not what I just heard from Steve. So can you just clarify that, Steve? What are you doing with the town truck, the little truck for Green Up Day?
No, I was suggesting that we leave the little truck at the town garage and not on the common where people would be more prone to congregate in groups.
Okay. So bring your Green Up Day bags to the little truck, which will be at the town garage.
Yes.
But pick up your bags at the high school. Got it.
Okay. I guess I would entertain a motion to that effect.
So moved.
So moved.
All those in favor of
Second.
putting the little truck at the town garage for Green Up Day on Saturday, with people instructed when they pick up their bags at the high school to bring the bags back to the town garage and throw them in the truck, signify by saying aye.
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 Opposed? Abstentions? Motion passes.
Okay, so Carla, with that being said, is it possible for you to make a couple of laminated signs that I could put on the back of the truck that specifically say, no tires, no electronics?
Yep.
Thank you.
You also want to say no furniture?
Well, I mean,
I have a
we
question.
could just say nothing other than green bags.
So what happens if you,
Go ahead, Crystal.
I think there are some areas of town where there actually are, I mean, a couple of years ago, there was a sofa on whatever that Evans Road or whatever that road was. I mean, I think people occasionally green up things that don't fit in the bags. What are we supposed to do? What do you want folks to do with that stuff?
See, that has to be separate. Several meetings ago, we approved to dispose of 3 couches for $60. Those are tires, furniture, electronics are free if they go to the correct place, but tires and furniture are an additional cost to the town for disposal.
Yes, I understand that, but you're asking Vermonters to volunteer their time to pick up roadside trash, and then now you're saying you can only pick up this trash. Don't pick up this trash, just pick up this trash. You can't pick up a tire that somebody chucked over the bank. There's a tire right here on Crane in the brook. So I intend to get that on Saturday, and I intend to bring that to the town dump. And I am not going to pay to dispose of that because it's sitting in the stream and it's Green Up Day. And it's the 50th anniversary of Green Up Day, for crying out loud. Like, you can't pick and choose what you're going to allow people to recycle on a free day of greening up the state. That doesn't make any sense to me.
Crystal.
Well, what happened last year?
So we're going to have to eat some of it. We're going to have to eat some of it.
Yeah, all right,
Crystal,
good.
do you remember when we met with Bob Spencer?
Yes.
Well, Crystal, do you remember when we met with Bob Spencer?
Is he the guy with the
From
composting
Wyndham
bags?
Solid Waste.
I don't know
And
who
he
Bob
basically
Spencer
told us everything that Steve just told us, that it's going to cost us more money. And you didn't have really anything to say to him that much right then. But now we're going to jump on Steve about it. It's like, it's going to cost all of us money no
I'm
matter
not
what.
jumping on anybody. I'm making my point is, yeah, this is a statewide initiative that every town participates in, and you can't say you can green up, but if you find a roadside tire, you can't bring it to Green Up Day.
My point being is that you should have been on Bob's.
They're just going to pick up beer cans and hypodermic needles and leave the rest of it on the side of the road? Well, sorry, Rob. Sometimes it takes me a little while to think things through.
Well, I understand that, but we should have been on Bob then and made him be more acceptable to accepting all of the stuff, not making us pay for it. Because remember, he said that how people were collecting all of their tires and all their stuff for this day and then spreading it out there. Am I correct or incorrect?
Yeah, no, I remember that.
No,
yeah, and
correct.
like, if somebody finds a couch on the side of the road, fine, bring it. But I think a lot of times they're not finding a couch on the side of the road. They're finding their old couch that they just replaced that's been in the backyard. And they're using Green Up Day to take advantage of being able to
It
get
might
rid
not
of it.
even be their couch. It could be whatever, a rototiller. It could be tires. There's a multitude of things behind people's garages that can be kicked out on the curb at Green Up Day.
So I think
in other towns in
the
state of Vermont, what you typically do is someone sort of coordinates the effort, and then that effort is when you pick up your bags, you let the person that you're picking up the bags from, who sometimes is the town clerk, sometimes is just a group of people that are concerned about the environment. You let them know loosely where you're going to be greening up, right? So you tell them like what road you're going to be working on or whatever. We don't do that here. It's very loose in Townsend, but I think to ask people to pick and choose what they're going to pick up off the side of the road on a day that supports the environment is ridiculous and pretty small for a select board.
I'm gonna, Heidi Russ.
And if it costs us some money, then I would actually stand up at town meeting and say, you know, okay, yes, I voted for people to be able to pick up tires on the side of the road and bring them to the truck. But that's the whole point. If people want to abuse it and they, you know, we all still have to look ourselves in the mirror in the morning. If you're going to steal from the town and put your own personal shit in the Green Up Day bags, you're going to have to live with that. And I don't know. Clearly I have strong feelings about this.
Well, I would like to not throw my money in front of my morals if I can.
What if we did this? What if people find tires, electronics, whatever, can we have them stack them somewhere, Steve? And then we'll just deal with them after the fact? Well, so what I would say is we want to discourage people from bringing stuff out of their garage. But if they truly find it on the side of the road, we want to encourage them to pick that up.
Okay.
So should we make signs that say in the truck, no tires, please put them here?
We can have a specific location for things other than green bags, yes.
Okay. I think we should do that because I fully understand your point, Crystal. And to give people an opportunity to put it somewhere, that way we get an idea of how much is this stuff that's found on the road. I think we can get a better sense for going forward. And then maybe, in next year's budget, we set aside a little more money for Green Up Day and we agree to take whatever.
We
Okay.
also need, it should also be reported to Heidi Russ because she is the town's green up coordinator and has been for years. I know that she does organize it all through the school too, and she does keep track of which roads are being done.
Oh, okay.
So there is a second person, there is another organization, like she kind of works with Community Hope and Action, but she's kind of on her own doing it.
Mhm.
So.
Okay. Carla, can you contact Heidi and just let her know that that is going to be the plan, that there will be a separate area for non-green bag refuse?
Okay, and when I make the sign, am I just making the signs that say no tires, no electronics in truck? And then maybe make a couple of other signs to say tires here, electronics here?
I mean, listen, we have to do this carefully because someone's going to drop off some green bags and say, oh, they're going to let us put tires here and electronics here. I'll go home and get my computer. I don't want to encourage that. Just rubbish not in green bags can be put here. Something like that. No specific.
Yeah, I agree with Steve that we don't want to, like I said, we don't want to encourage it, but we also don't want to dissuade people from recycling stuff that can be recycled.
I mean, we still do have a hazardous waste day collection, which happens in, it used to be, I think, the end of June, 1st of July. I'm sure that's still going to happen. Like Will, like you said, we'll just have to put a new line item in the budget next year for Green Up Day expense. 2 years ago, it was free to the town. The couches were free. Everything was free. Everything changed last year. And when we asked Bob at the meeting if it was going to be free this year or not, he couldn't give us an answer and said he would get back to us, which on the last call, Irv coughed up that it's not going to be free this year.
Right. Yeah, I mean, we're running up against an unfunded mandate is basically what we have going on.
Exactly.
So, and we can also, talk with VLCT and get them to lobby a little harder for having the state kick something in for that. Okay, Steve, what else you got?
Okay, the composting bags were delivered over the weekend. I have them at the garage. Wyndham Regional Grants in Aid program has been turned back on effective mid last week. That affects the Plum Road project. I contacted the contractor. He's going to put this program back in his schedule, and the deadline for completion of this program has been pushed out to October 15th.
Oh, that's good.
Currently, we're doing our ditching project on Simpson Brook. Also, the grader's been out every day. And Anita gave me a gift today from Green Up Vermont, gave her a maple sapling to be planted in town somewhere. It's about 2 foot tall. So if anybody has any suggestions on where you would like me to plant the tree, I'd be more than happy to do that.
Huh. That's nice. Okay. Is that it for highway, Steve?
It is.
Okay. There's no counter money sheet this week, or this meeting rather. I also did not get a treasurer's report. I think Anita or Elaine forgot to put it in, and I forgot to ask her for it. Let's see, we did members of the public, old business, COVID-19 updates. I think Sherwood took care of. All right, next up is town composting. So we got the bags in. Steve, we're going to use that gray can that already exists there for holding for the time
Well, I
being.
have a
Is that
can inside the garage that Triple T gave me.
Oh, okay.
It's a can on wheels, so it's easily moved around. The plan is really to build this whole project around the compliance rate. How many people are going to be doing this? What's the generation factor going to be?
Right.
What I didn't know at the time was I thought it was like what we tried a year ago with food scraps. But now they're adding cardboard and paper to it. That's going to take up a little bit more room.
Yeah.
So once we get a feel for the compliance rate, we can make an adjustment to the size of the container, but we are starting out on the small side because Pete from Triple T really feels compliance rate is going to be very low. And, you know, if we started on a Tuesday and we're overwhelmed, we can certainly have an adjustment made by Thursday. So it's not like I'm going to have these bags of food scraps all over the place and no place to put them. We can react very quickly, but we need a little bit of experience to see how much we're going to be generating. And, you know, we'll do something, like I said, that fits on the back of the truck when it goes to Triple T, so we're not paying for hauling expenses. We're not making 2 trips a week. We'll make it work. We just need some experience as to how much we're going to be generating.
Right. Okay, good. Carla, I just want to remind everyone that we're looking at starting this end of June, 1st of July. So Carla, can you get in touch with Wyndham Solid Waste Management and ask them for, they had, Bob had offered up some printed materials that we could pass out on as far as what's compostable, what's not, and composting versus recycling. So if you could get whatever materials they have, and I think they also, last time they sent someone to the compactor to do a little training, and it was I think me and Craig and Arnold and Michelle. So they might want to do that again. So if you could put that in the works, so that we can have materials for people to pick up at town hall and at the compactor before it gets started, so they can get a sense of what's going to be expected and what is and is not composted.
And Rick said he'd do a mass email too when we got the material, the print material.
Great. Okay. Next up is Cintas. So Carla, you finally heard from them.
Yes.
Amazing. So
yeah.
So I'm looking at So
I sent over the latest, I guess you can say, itemized list dated 5/26, and then I sent over the original quote that was done in September along with the contract that we had signed. So they obviously did have some price discrepancy when they started billing us, and after much ado with relaying all the information about what we actually ordered, there is a little bit about, on our original quote, we didn't have a weekly service charge noted, but on the actual contract where it doesn't, give you a total of the breakdown of prices, there is a weekly service charge on there that states $9.95 per delivery. Yep. Apparently that's wrong, and it's only supposed to be $4.95. So the weekly price was able to be lowered down to $92.31 rather than the $103 that they've been that they've been charging us.
Okay, so we can go back and pay them whatever it is, the $92.31 for all the back invoices, and then we can be done.
Yep.
Correct. Okay.
That's the new number, $92.31.
Yep.
Yep.
So basically, it's just the $4.95 weekly service charge.
That was in the contract, but not on their quote.
Yeah, yeah, in the
Okay.
contract, but not on the original quote.
Okay. So I guess I would entertain a motion to have Elaine go back through and pay us to current on Cintas invoices in the amount of $92.31 apiece.
So move.
Second.
Second.
Any further discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor of asking Elaine to go back and pay Cintas Corporation for their back invoices in the amount of $92.31 each, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
Aye.
Abstentions? Motion passes. Elaine will be very happy to hear that.
Yes, yes, she will.
So probably it'll end up being on the next round of warrants for the next meeting. Okay, where are we here? Cintas. Okay, next up is Bartlett Tree Service. So we were going to deal with this the meeting after town meeting, and then everything exploded, and we kind of put it on the back burner. But excuse me. The gist of it is, Bartlett sent us a quote for a contract which would remove 2 trees, the planted red maple by the school, and then the maple that's closest to 30, or closest to Grafton Road. And then also do the soil treatment, which is pretty standard for what they've done in the past. And the other thing is pruning. They want to do the Norway maple, which is the tree, where is it? So the Norway maple is on the corner by the gazebo, and they want to prune that to give it better clearance over the gazebo, improve appearance, and reduce the risk of branch, stem, and or root failure. The other one would be to prune the elm tree near the gazebo to reduce lateral branch weight around the entire canopy, reduce stress on branching unions, and improve structure. And then, like I said, the 2 trees they would remove would be taken down to a short stump. Grinding the stumps down of the ones that had already been taken out. So in total, the contract quotes $610 for soil treatment and fertilization, $1,890 for pruning, and then $450 for the removal of the 2 trees that they want to take out, which totals $2,950. In the current year, we had budgeted $3,000. We also have $3,000 budgeted in the next fiscal year, which this would probably be on, because I don't imagine they're going to be out before July. So we have $3,000 to spend on the maintenance of the trees specifically in the budget, and they're quoting us at $2,950.
Couldn't we cut the trees down ourselves? I mean, you could put those trees in your Volkswagen, couldn't you?
I guess. I mean, it's part of their ongoing agreement with us. Like last year, they donated a replacement tree. I think I think they've tried to take care of the town and also take care of the trees.
I don't disagree with that. I'm just saying that two trees, 450, we could cut that off the top and have them do the rest.
I think they also will grind the stumps down and do it in conjunction with the other maintenance that they're doing.
Go ahead.
So I would entertain a motion to have me sign the Bartlett tree contract and engage them for tree maintenance for this summer.
So moved.
Second.
Any further discussion? Hearing
I
none.
would ask that once the contract is signed, if it is signed, and Carla communicates with Bartlett, that the highway department be made aware of when they're going to be on the common, because I would like to be there when some of this work is being done.
Yeah, absolutely. Carla, can you make a note of that?
Yep.
And then Steve will just give them contact information for you so they can give you a call when they're a couple days before they're going to come out. Does that work for you? Okay.
Yes.
Okay. Any further discussion? Hearing none. All those in favor of engaging Bartlett trees experts for the maintenance of the trees on the common for this coming year signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
Aye.
Abstentions? Motion. Rob, did you vote? Sorry.
Yeah. Fire away.
Okay. Motion passes. So Carla, I will try to swing in the next couple days, and I will swing in the next day or two, get that signed so we can get that off to them.
Okay.
All right.
Or if you want to sign it and you can scan it and or fax it.
Well, the original's still at the office, so you might as well do that. Okay. Bob Tebow's done. Is that really everything? Okay. I would entertain a motion to enter executive session under where is it? 1 VSA 313 AF for correspondence from the attorneys. Is there a second?
Second.
All those in favor of moving into executive session under 1 VSA 313 AF signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
Aye.
Abstentions? Motion passes. All right, so we will enter executive session. Rich, I will pause my recording and put you in the waiting room.
Okay.
Resume recording. Rich is back. So we are back in a regular meeting. There was no resolution from the executive session. Does anyone have anything else they need to bring up? Hearing none. The next scheduled meeting is June 9th at 6:30 p.m. For the time being, we will continue to do Zoom until we get some guidance from VLCT or the state about loosening restrictions on gatherings and meetings in the building. So with that said, I'll entertain a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
I got really scared there for a second.
Who wants the credit for that one?
Yeah, what happens if nobody moves to adjourn? Do I have to just sit here?
Then we're stuck here. We're stuck here.
Oh dear. All right. Thank you, everybody.
Thank you. Good night, everyone.
Great night.
Good night.
Good night, everybody.
Good night, Rich.
Good morning, everyone. As I mentioned last week, it's been now 5 weeks since we saw our first step towards normal. It's been a little over 2 weeks since we opened up took our first biggest step as we fully opened up manufacturing and construction. That makes this week an important time to look closely at the data, so we're doing just that, and we'll share the latest with you on Friday. But based on what we've been seeing to date, it appears we continue to move in the right direction, which is good news. And as a result, we'll be able to put more Vermonters back to work, open up social activities, and restart most parts of our economy in some capacity. And all of this is thanks to the commitment and sacrifice of Vermonters. You put your family and neighbors' health first. And if we continue to do that, we'll be able to keep moving forward. But while it's tempting to declare victory based on the numbers here in Vermont, as I've said many times, we're not an island. So we also have to keep an eye on what's going on around us. We know that many of the states in our region still have a significant number of new and active COVID-19 cases. For instance, since Sunday, New Hampshire has experienced 240 new cases and 43 deaths, while Massachusetts has had 2,000 positives and 675 deaths. In the same time, Vermont has seen 13 cases and 0 deaths. So as you can see, our careful, cautious approach must continue. To help us better measure the risk of COVID-19 spreading here from other states, I've asked my team to identify regional benchmarks to use in our restart strategy. As Commissioner Pichek showed on Friday, new cases in Maine, New Hampshire, Massachusetts, New York, and Quebec can have an effect on us here in Vermont. So with that in mind, I've asked my team to think about what we need to see in these other states to tell us when it would be smart and safe to open Vermont, to welcome back our out-of-state travelers. They're working on that because I know how incredibly important it is to our tourism and hospitality sectors and to protect the jobs they provide. Because if we do this right and view this as a marathon, not a sprint, we'll win this race in the end. As we watch the data, we've also planned our next steps forward. Last week, I mentioned we're hoping to give a time frame for our next phase of close contact activities, like cleaning services and indoor fitness on Friday. As well, watching the data in recent weeks and looking closely at CDC guidelines, it still appears we'll be able to announce increased gatherings from 10 to 25 by the end of the week. And while child care centers and day camps have the option to open on June 1st with health and safety measures in place, we're also finalizing guidance for overnight camps and hope to talk to you about that in the coming days as well. Looking ahead a little further, if we continue to see good results, I expect we could be able to resume indoor dining in the not too distant future. None of this has been easy, and I know it's especially difficult and stressful for business owners and workers alike who are trying to comply with new rules or waiting for their businesses to restart or their jobs to return. As I've said before, this is a moment of service for all of us, and I appreciate everyone's patience, kindness, creativity, and commitment to public health as we fight back against this pandemic and work towards returning to normal in a way that keeps Vermonters healthy and safe. We'll have more details on all that on Friday, so I'll now turn it over to Dr. Levine for a health update. Dr. Levine.
Thank you, Governor. I know this is a COVID update, but I would be remiss to ignore the temperatures. On the drive over from Burlington, it was between 85 and 87 on my car's thermometer. So it is hot out there, and that was only at 10 in the morning. We Vermonters know how to handle cold weather pretty well. In the last number of years, we've had to increasingly learn how to deal with hot temperatures as well. So anybody who's outside, and especially if you're working or exerting outside, definitely start slowly, drink more fluids than usual, drink before you're thirsty, take extra breaks in the shade, find a cool place indoors. And as so often is the theme at these conferences, worry about the most vulnerable. If there are older ones or ill people indoors, or they live alone virtually or by the phone, check in on them. If you need to stop by their home, remember to keep your distance and wear a facial covering. Next, I wanted to address our data, but in the context of a recent news report on one of the more popular news stations that actually regards Vermont as a state in trouble as it's reopening, with an increase in new cases over 50%. One of 18 states that they viewed in trouble, one of 5 that they viewed as in the highest degree of trouble, though they never commented on Vermont itself. Let me lead you through our data slides and dispel any notions that the reopening process has been problematic in Vermont. But it's easy to show how one can draw misleading conclusions from case data, whether you want to show positive or negative data. So obviously here's where we are now, 971 cases. We have almost been at 2 weeks of only 54 deaths without any increase, which is remarkable in itself and very noteworthy for the low number of deaths in our state compared to anywhere else in the region. In the next slide, obviously we're flattening the curve. That goes without saying. It hasn't changed dramatically, as one can see. Here's the number of new cases that are reported. One could technically say there was a 50% increase on this day when there were 2 cases and on the following day when there were 3. Or even a greater than 50% increase when there were 3 cases and then 7 cases. But I think you can all see that there's very few cases on a daily basis, and there's minor gyrations in those numbers in a setting where we're actually testing more than we've ever tested before, hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of tests, approaching 1,000, and only a few positive tests per day. So our incidence rate, the rate of new cases developing in Vermont, is very, very, very small. If we go to the next slide, this is our test positivity rate. So it's coming down, 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 but for quite some time now, it's been hovering actually below 1%. So in the setting of testing many hundreds of more cases on a daily basis, the percentage of them that are positive is very, very low. And then finally, the last slide just shows our syndromic surveillance data, again showing that the number of people complaining of COVID symptoms, and certainly the number complaining of influenza-like symptoms, is pretty much bottoming out. Very low % of people coming to urgent care centers or emergency rooms with those complaints. This is why we do this kind of in-depth analysis, to inform all of our clinical and our policy decisions. And we need to continue to watch the data very closely as we see the impact of the reopening process, no denying that. And we have to wonder if our population is changing behaviors. We've all been watching television, and over the Memorial Day weekend, not in Vermont, but in other parts of the country, there were very compelling and dramatic pictures shown of really total abandonment of social distancing, total abandonment of facial covering, total abandonment of not congregating in large group settings, at least in these photos. I don't want to accuse these states of having, across the board, not kept with what they should be doing to adhere to good policy with regard to COVID. But clearly the report saying that things are not going well in the reopening in Vermont, I hope I've convinced you that it's anything but the case, and that we clearly have not seen an uptick in any of that data that would get us concerned. And that's in concert with the kind of data we showed you last Friday that we'll show you again in a couple days. So we would hope that even if there were a small outbreak or a small uptick in the number of cases in Vermont. The impact of good hygiene practices, adhering to facial coverings and physical distancing guidelines, along with our robust testing and contact tracing capacity, would work in favor of controlling the spread of the virus rather quickly. And finally, there are now many more opportunities for Vermonters who have no symptoms to get tested at pop-up testing sites around the state this week and next. I want to remind you that if you have symptoms and are concerned you may have COVID, you should interact with your healthcare system and get tested through that route, not through the pop-up route. And if you go to our website, www.humanresources.vermont.gov, there's a section on pop-ups. But I'll just inform everybody here while I have your attention. Today, pop-ups are in Brattleboro, Morrisville, and Rutland. Tomorrow, Barre, St. Albans, and Hartford, White River Junction. Friday, Middlebury and St. Johnsbury. Monday, Orleans. Tuesday, Essex and Springfield. Wednesday, Brattleboro, Morrisville, and Rutland. Thursday, Barre, St. Albans, and Hartford, White River Junction. Friday, Middlebury and St. Johnsbury. So abundant opportunities. If you got put on a waiting list at one of the previous pop-ups, inevitably there will be room if you call in to set up an appointment at one of these. Thank you.
With that, we'll open up to questions.
Start with Calvin.
Thank you. So, as you're probably well aware, the 2-week quarantine rule for out-of-state visitors is taking a big toll on the travel, tourism, restaurants. I guess, when will we know when we can lift the 2-week quarantine rule? And I guess, is there any semblance of hope that, we can have a tourist?
Well, there's always hope, and we will have a tourism season, so to speak, in the not too distant future. I firmly believe that, based on what I'm seeing in other states as well. And as I said in my remarks, we're trying to develop some metrics, benchmarks, in order to determine when we can open up our borders and relax some of those quarantine issues, because I think it's important to our state and our economy to do so, but not until it's safe. Take, for instance, New York. When I look back 2 weeks and look at the number of positive cases they had 2 to 3 weeks ago, it was 15,000. Now, last week, they had 10,000. This week, it looks like they'll be down to maybe 6,000 or 7,000. So you can see a dramatic decrease over just 2 weeks in New York. So we're going to see the same. They were just a little bit ahead of Massachusetts. As you might remember, we saw the first cases in New York, and it escalated quickly from there. It wasn't soon after that we had Boston experiencing the same thing. So they are probably a couple weeks behind New York. So this is all good news as we see this drop. But that's why I've asked the team to develop some of these benchmarks so that we can determine when it's safe, and because we want to be able to articulate that to Vermonters.
And I guess just a quick follow-up. So today, of course, it's sweltering out. This summer, how do we prevent a sense of complacency among people in wearing masks? On a 90-degree day, people might not want to.
Well, it's difficult to be perfectly honest. What we have to do is continue to educate, to make sure that during press conferences like this, that we talk about the dangers of this virus, and to make sure that we're all doing what we can to prevent the spread and prevent it from affecting our family members and those who are most vulnerable. So if we continue to do the right thing, we'll get through this a lot stronger. And I know on these days when it's very hot, we have to keep in mind that if you can physically distance yourself from others, you don't have to wear a mask if you're outside, if you can physically separate yourself. So it's not as though you always have to wear the mask. You just have to make sure you're not in the vicinity of someone else. Dr. Levine, anything else you want to add to that? Any of that?
That's perfect.
Thank you. On the reopening you mentioned daycare is June 1. For 3 weeks now, there have been people outside your office here who say that the $6 million in grants that you've offered will allow them to open, but then they'll close again. They run out of money. They don't have the equipment or the sufficient staff to meet all of the requirements. So I guess my question is, what would closure of the daycares soon after they reopen, if these folks are right, what would that do for your plan to restart the economy?
Obviously, we need the child care centers to be open in order to open up the economy, to put more people back to work. And that's why we tried to preserve them through this crisis and had grants in order to keep them alive and so that and to survive, so that when we got to this point, we'd have something intact so that we could open that back up. I might ask Secretary Smith to comment further on this.
Stuart, great question. I just want to take us back a little bit because it's important to put this in context. Let me take you back to the week of March 21st when we didn't know what the trend was with the virus, and during that week the stay home, stay safe order was initiated, and as you know, we closed all those programs, including child care programs, except those programs that could offer slots for essential workers. And here's what Vermont did that's different than many other states. Vermont took the highly unusual step of instituting a program that utilizes both state and federal funding to replace the revenue that child care providers normally receive from families and publicly funded child care subsidies. That meant that you didn't have to have a child there. We funded it, and as the governor said, we did that primarily to make sure that the infrastructure was there. This was $12 million that we dedicated to child care stabilization and was established to make sure that the economy, when we start to reopen the economy, that it was something that the child care providers would have to have stabilization during that time when they didn't have kids. Unheard of as we move forward. I think I saw a national publication where we were one of 5 states that took any sort of initiative in terms of making sure that we stabilized this. $12 million over a 2-month period. That's got to be put in context here in terms of what we did during that time. A component of that was making sure we had slots available for pre-K and actually up to 8th grade during that time. And as I said, this program was lauded nationally. Not only did we put the $12 million in, we added another $6 million to help the daycare open back up. Child care centers open back up by helping them fund different things for supplies, the health requirements that we're saying. So we're talking about $18 million over a 3-month period for child care centers. Vermont has been very, very generous in this area. And we continue to work with child care centers to make sure there's flexibility in the funding mechanisms that we have in order to meet their needs. We continue to work with child care centers to make sure that they have the supplies that they may need, whether it's sort of the minimum PPE that we talk about in terms of face masks or rubber gloves, the cleaning supplies in terms of wipes, those sort of things. Vermont has nothing to shy away from in terms of what we've done for child care centers. I know there are some that want us to continue this program, but in terms of stabilization grants and keep child care centers closed. But we have consulted with the health department through Brina Holmes, a well-known pediatrician. The health department assures us that we can open up in a safe manner, in the manner that we have outlined, in the manner that will be economically viable for these organizations. And I think we've done this in a responsible way, a very responsible way, if you think about it, in terms of how we invested. At some point, we need to get back to some semblance of normal, and that's what we're doing now with child care centers.
If I could just follow up, Governor, on Friday, you alluded to a decision that you were going to think about over the weekend. Will you seek re-election this fall?
That'll be more vivid on tomorrow. I'll come out with a statement then. I have until 5 o'clock tomorrow, but I have arrived at a decision, but I'll make that known tomorrow.
So no hands. I just.
Steve?
Yes, I do actually. Governor, during the after the 9/11 crisis, you'll remember back then that especially New Yorkers were starting to look at Vermont for investing in real estate, and several folks found moving up here and telecommuting was the way to go. The realtors came out yesterday and said that they're seeing a big increase in online sales of Vermont property to out-of-state buyers. Does that concern you, or?
No, I've been advocating for more people to move to Vermont for quite some time. You remember the remote worker program that we worked on with the legislature that was successful. I believe that we are a safe state in many ways and a healthy state. So the numbers here have shown that even during this crisis, we're still healthy. So if we can get more people to move to Vermont, I think that's good news. I think it's good for the realtors as well. They were very concerned in the beginning about what this would do to their industry, and it has proven that it's been actually thus far beneficial for them.
To follow up, affordability though for people who are living here and affordable housing.
Yeah. We still have an affordability issue here in the state on many different levels, but certainly housing is one that we're still trying to address. We had a major package that we came out with 2 or 3 years ago. We're going to have to continue to make sure that we have affordable housing for Vermonters.
All right, moving to the phones, we'll start with Peter from VPR.
Governor, people are starting to get out and about again with the beautiful weather upon us, and we've been hearing stories of widely varying rates of compliance with social distancing, with face mask usage in places where it's advised. Are you using any state apparatus to monitor or surveil compliance with those public health orders?
Well, some of the public health orders are being monitored. I mean, there's a complaint tab, I believe, with public safety and with ACCD. But anecdotally, we're watching as well for compliance. So we have throughout this process. So we're doing what we can. We want to make sure that we educate as well as we provide the guidance. We hope people will do the right thing, but it's difficult to enforce, admittedly.
Right, but are you sending teams out with the express purpose of observing and monitoring to see what the situation on the ground is?
I don't think there's specific teams that we've been sending out. Obviously, when we open up parks and so forth, we'll be asking them to monitor the situation, provide that guidance. We've asked law enforcement to do the same, but not any specific teams that are going out to enforce.
Thank you.
Joe, Barton Chronicle.
Hello, Governor. Moving along in the same line, clearly at some point we want visitors from out of state, but part of the reason we've been so successful here in flattening the curve is that there's been a lot of compliance with regulations about social distancing and mask wearing. Bringing in people from places with higher rates, even if they're lower than they have been, are you considering making things like facial coverings mandatory, at least for a period, so that folks from out of state will have more incentive to comply with what has worked for us, and also merchants will have a little more leverage in insisting that their customers are masked.
Yeah, Joe, as I've said before, we're trying to monitor the data to make sure that we open the spigot a little bit at a time in terms of our lodging and restaurants and so forth. So there's not an attraction at this point for people to come to the state, and we watch their numbers decrease. That's all good news, and I see that we will be having more out-of-state visitors and be welcoming those visitors here in the state. In terms of mandatory mask or facial coverings, I've said that I didn't believe that that was the right approach at this point in time. Did give some flexibility to those communities, those municipalities who wanted to take further action to make it more mandate facial coverings in their own communities, knowing their communities better than I would. So some have taken advantage of that, some have not, but I put it back in under local control.
Okay, thank you.
James Donahue, the operator.
Good morning, Governor. The wedding business is apparently taking a bath in Vermont. The Islander has a front page story today about the historic Grand Isle Lake House closing suddenly, leaving 22 couples out in the cold or heat, I guess, this summer. We've been told other wedding professionals are struggling. Couples are not getting their deposits back for various vendors, including musicians. Lake House apparently sent about half the money back, but they had to pay their property taxes and other business expenses. What can the state do to save these businesses, but more importantly, maybe save these marriages, couples that may want to stay in Vermont, like you were just mentioning?
Yeah, I hadn't heard of the closure of that facility in Grand Isle. That's really unfortunate, but it is difficult. It's difficult for us to determine when we'll be able to open up to out-of-state visitors. We are anticipating we'll be going from gatherings from 10 to 25. Hopefully we'll make that announcement on Friday. But I would also remind everyone that we put forward a $400 million economic package for recovery, both to survive and thrive. So in that initiative, there is some help for those who are struggling and not sure whether they're going to be able to continue. I might ask Secretary Curley if she could provide any further information on what a business like that could do in terms of the package that we put forward that might be helpful for them if the legislature passes the initiative.
Yeah, Governor, I think you nailed it. I mean, we have proposed some grants and low interest loans with very long amortization periods that folks in the hospitality industry, including the wedding industry, would be eligible for. So again, I know that it's critical that people get relief soon, and we're working on that. But that would be one way. Certainly, there are still some federal loan options, but those are hard because I think in this particular industry, because there is so much unknown, it's harder to apply for some of those federal loans, not knowing what the timeline is for them being back up to at least a partial scale.
Yeah, I think they've applied and they had no luck. One follow-up question.
Just again, Mike, that might have been the SBA loans, some of the federal loans, but this is a different package, and we're hopeful that the legislature will follow suit and pass the initiative so that we can offer this as soon as possible to these struggling businesses.
Okay. And just as a follow-up to Joe's question, with all the out-of-staters flooding in here, when can Vermonters expect the daily health department reports to resume showing the number of out-of-staters in their respective states that have positive tests, especially with all the tourists now flooding in, and also for the daily reports, any progress on providing the town-by-town report on a daily basis instead of a weekly report?
Yeah,
Doesn't seem to be very hard to add that to the report.
a couple of things. First, I want to just quantify the flooding of out-of-state visitors into the state. We have been keeping track of some of the data, and when I checked this morning to see what transpired over last weekend, because it appeared to me that there were more people coming into the state than in previous weeks, and we did have our largest volume traffic day on Friday, which was about, I'm going to guess, about 60,000 coming into the state on Friday versus the week before, which was about 50-something. So it wasn't dramatic, but there is an increased number of people coming into the state. They were from the 4 states that we probably figure 5 states, New York, Massachusetts, New Hampshire, Connecticut, and they seem like there might have been another, but those are the 4 major ones anyhow. In terms of when, we'll put the out-of-state folks back in, right now we're just not seeing a lot of increase, as you've seen from our modeling. I don't want to turn it into an us versus them situation. We've seen that in other states. We're better than that. We'll take care of this. We'll open the spigot a little bit at a time to make sure that we don't have that flood of people into the state. But we need them at some point. So just as quick as we can, we want to welcome them in with open arms. So we don't want to cause any problems beforehand to make them think otherwise about the state we love.
I don't think it's an us versus them. It's a reality. I mean, these people are being assigned counties that they don't live in. They just happen to maybe be there, or maybe that's where the test is. I'm still not sure where the last number I saw, 49, I think, New Yorkers were tested positive in Vermont. Why not list the New Yorkers?
I think
we're tracking the number coming into Vermont, it seems like.
I didn't get that last part, Mike. I'm sorry.
It seems like you're tracking the number of cars coming in from out of state, from New York and everything. Why not track the actual people positive tests from New York, Massachusetts, and release those numbers?
Well, again, some of those people that you're assuming are out of state or happen to be out of staters in terms of residence, but most of them have lived here most of their lives. So again, I'm not sure that determines a whole lot when we see the small numbers that we were showing today. But if we see a dramatic increase, obviously we want to be transparent, but we saw the situation down in Hartford where someone saw a New York plate and just assumed the worst, when actually that family were Vermonters. They become new Vermonters about 3 months ago. So people just assume the worst, and we want to prevent that from happening.
All right, we've got to move to our next questioner.
Go ahead, Mike.
Well, I'm just wondering, can we get those numbers for Friday? That's not telling people where they're living or anything like that. That's not license plates. That's the number of New Yorkers or number of out-of-staters by state that have tested positive while here in Vermont.
And we're going to play tag. We're going to play tag team here. I'm going to let Mike Smith take over.
I was afraid of that.
You should be. I just want to reiterate a couple of things. One, the daily numbers that you see have the total number of people that tested positive in this state. So if you're from, I've said this before, if you're from New York or New Hampshire and you tested positive in this state, that number is included into the daily numbers. You can be from Antarctica and that number is included if you tested positive in this state. Mike, let's try to get what you need, because I think it's readily available. Let's try to get what you need offline, and we'll work on that for you.
Great. Thank you very much.
Wilson, the AP.
Hey, good morning, everybody. I have 3 questions. Hopefully they're pretty straightforward. One, just before we get on this call, I clicked on the health department's COVID dashboard, and I see that today there are currently 0 patients hospitalized with COVID. That I assume that's more symbolic than having a real on-the-ground scientific importance, but I'm curious if any one of you would like to think about that one publicly. And then secondly, Governor, just what is your up-to-the-moment thoughts on the legislature's vote by mail proposal? I've seen a lot going back and forth, and I'd just like to get your most up-to-the-moment thoughts. And finally, I'm told that yesterday, Vice President Pence had a meeting with governors. I don't know if you were on that one or not. And he urged governors to start sending CARES Act money to local governments. And I was wondering if you could give us an update on how that process is working, of getting federal CARES Act money to local governments. And
Well,
those are my questions.
Yeah, I'll take the third one first because it's the one I remember. I would say in terms of the call with Vice President Pence, I was not on that call yesterday, so I don't know what his message was. In terms of the municipalities, we're working to make sure that we're covering their expenses for COVID, and we'll determine that in the next package as well, because we haven't released all the money from the CARES Act. So that's a concern of ours, and we'll see what they do in the future as well. There was I know there's an initiative in Congress. We've spoken to our congressional delegation, Senator Leahy, Senator Sanders, Congressman Welch, about helping to fill some of the voids in both our state budget and municipal budgets. And in fact, the Congress, the House has passed something. It doesn't appear that the Senate's going to take it up. So, but we're hopeful that in the future there'll be more funding available that we could put to use. But at this point in time, the CARES Act money is just for COVID relief. So if there was COVID expenses from municipalities, we are gathering that information so that we can make sure that we can provide assistance for them. But it won't help in terms of their budget gaps or our budget gaps either in the state. In terms of the voting procedure, let's just walk back a little bit. If we go back 4 weeks, when the Secretary of State had said that we had this emergency, we needed to act now, and we need to plan ahead, I said, sure, let's go ahead, let's move ahead. I believe in planning. I believe we should put something into place and hope for the best. Expect the worst and make sure that we have a plan in place. So I said, move forward. Well, he wanted to do it in one step and just go right from last month to November. I suggested that we reflect on it after the primary, knowing that we wouldn't be able to do the ballots and prepare those until after the primary anyhow. So I wanted a two-step process. He came back. He wasn't, I wouldn't say he would rather have made the decision then, but the legislature gave me the authority to work with the Secretary of State on this issue. So he came back and said instead of opting in at that point, that we would have an off-ramp, make the determination after the primary. And I'd said, sure, let's move ahead, let's move forward, let's put the plan in place, order all the materials, do everything you have to do. Congress has given you money, it's $3 million, the feds have given you money. Let's go ahead with this plan. But I'd like to see a different body determine whether we should have this off-ramp. And I said we should have a designee from the Secretary of State, a designee from the Governor's Office, the Commissioner of Health, a designee from the town clerks, as well as a designee from the Mayor's Coalition. These 5 people would determine whether we opt out, but we're planning ahead, we're surging forward, we're saying yes, let's go ahead and plan, let's put it into place. And hopefully, at that point, maybe there's a vaccine, maybe there's something that would tell us we don't need this. Having said that, the legislature now, it's appearing to me that it's becoming more partisan than anything else, because I've been saying, let's move forward, let's spend the money, let's go ahead. And then I'm hearing back that I'm standing in the way and I'm a roadblock. I am nothing. I'm not a roadblock. I'm saying, let's do it. The only caveat I said was, let's have an off-ramp at this point in time. I thought there was agreement to that. And having a body, a neutral body, objective body to determine that. And by the way, one of the provisions I'd like to see is no one running for election in November should be part of that committee. I think that Vermonters would appreciate that it's an objective panel that takes a look just based on facts, whether we should move or take the off-ramp. But otherwise, if they didn't think so, we'd be moving forward with a mandatory ballot for every Vermonter. So again, this isn't philosophical for me. It's more about practicality. And I'm not standing in the way. I'm saying, let's do it.
Okay, thank you.
There was one other question you had. I think
0 hospitalized COVID patients today.
it's good news. We'll let Mike Smith deliver that first.
Wilson, the website will be updated. It's really good news, but the website will be updated. It's going to be one COVID inpatient today when the website is updated. We have no COVID in ICU, no COVID in ICU plus vented, just one COVID inpatient.
Okay. Okay, thank you.
I'll give the reflection you asked for.
That is what I was looking for, yeah.
There's always a small number of under investigation in the hospital, so keep that in mind. Some of those in subsequent days may actually test positive or be presumptive positive for COVID. But this is why we could announce last week about the reopening of the healthcare sector. More and more of the healthcare sector, including inpatient procedures, because clearly the hospitals are not being overwhelmed with COVID positive patients in need of intensive care. So from that standpoint, it's a consonant with all the other data that we've been presenting all along. It's another great metric to show that Vermont's in a good place and that the reopening activities, both in the healthcare sector and in all the other sectors, are being appropriately launched and timed. We're not in any danger at this present time of endangering the capacity of the healthcare system.
Okay, thank you all.
All right, Sean, the Chester Telegraph.
Thank you. This is for Secretary French. 3 months from today, schools here are scheduled to open, and we're wondering what, in concrete terms, is the agency doing to help those school systems plan for the host of different contingencies and scenarios, both health-related and financial, that they'll be facing?
Good morning. This is Secretary French. Thank you for the question. Yeah, we're involved in a fairly significant planning process with districts and various stakeholder groups, such as the superintendents and principals and the Teachers Association, to begin that planning process. It's fairly complex. I will say the Department of Health has a major role in that. We are meeting this Friday again to begin structuring that planning process. But, you know, it's going to be a major undertaking for everyone, but our goal is to have in-person instruction in the fall, but there's a lot of things that have to be addressed in order for us to do that safely. So we're working on that. The districts will be actively engaged in that planning process over the summer.
When would you expect the process to begin? It sounds as though it's not begun yet. And who will be heading that up?
I'm leading it up. The process for the local level should begin after the 4th of July, but we have to frame it out. I would say my impression is other states are in a very similar position. There's a lot of information to digest, and certainly, as I mentioned, the Department of Health, we defer a lot to their expertise on this. But it's a very complicated issue, and that's for good reason. I think schools are often the last aspect of our society to reopen.
Do you see having something concrete early enough for the school districts to be able to implement it?
Yeah, that's a great question. I mean, that's sort of the challenge we've had with a lot of our guidance. You know, there's never quite enough time for folks to work on things, but it's the nature of the emergency. And if we do things too too early, then we're not taking advantage of the latest health information. So it's sort of navigating that sweet spot, if you will. I think we're going to time to put out some preliminary information the next week so folks can take advantage of in-service days at the end of the year with teachers and staff to begin that sort of initial framing of their plans. Then after the 4th of July, asking them to finalize their approach. And then we'll work with them closely over the rest of the summer to implement those plans.
Would that include perhaps lowering the number of days for this year so that there would be more time for planning?
Well, that remains to be seen. I think we will, the issue of time, I think, is a theme that emerges through a lot of the plans of the state, how we schedule instruction, school calendar, and so forth. But that's exactly the kind of issue I want this larger stakeholder group to help inform the decision on.
Thank you.
Kat, WCAX.
Good morning. Could you reiterate for us how, as we open businesses, but in some case limit the services that they can offer, how people who work in those are supposed to make up the wage difference? Are they able to collect some unemployment still? I mean, the example that's kind of popping into my head right now is like a salon where they offer haircuts, but they also offer other personal care services like waxing or something like that. And where stylists can go back to work, if their specialty isn't hair care, they might not make their full income. So can you just tell us how they're supposed to navigate that situation?
Yeah, I believe unemployment would still be available, or the PUA. I might refer to Commissioner Harrington on that.
Thank you, Governor. That is correct. If they were previously working full-time and saw a reduction in the number of hours they were working per week, then they are available for partial unemployment. And again, that just means if they were working more than 35 hours prior to the shutdown and now are coming back working less than 35 hours per week, they would be available to partial unemployment.
And got it. So the fact that they might be considered self-employed is not a factor in that.
So it would only in terms of what they're earning per week. But again, if they were self-employed, working full-time, and now we're only working part-time, that would play a factor. And
okay,
again,
thank you.
It would depend too if they were providing, independent contractor services. One issue that we have run into multiple times and are looking to the federal government for additional guidance is individuals who own their own business who are working to keep the business open, let's say a restaurateur, but isn't taking a wage from the restaurant while they're trying to pay the bills for the restaurant. That becomes there's a conflict in current state and federal law where that person essentially is working, but again, they're not earning a wage. And so that creates a duality there that we're working to process through.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Avery, WCAX.
My question is about senior care facilities. So we've been getting some viewer questions and comments just about whether there might eventually be some sort of workaround to allow families to visit their family members who may not be at end of life but are getting up there in age and they want to spend as much time as possible with them.
Yeah, we certainly can understand that, and we are working towards something where we can see some hope in the near future, where we can allow them to visit their family members. Commissioner Levine.
Yeah, thanks for that question, Avery. I understand how heartbreaking it can be to see families and their loved ones unable to visit for so many months. We're actually very grateful to so many of these families for adhering to these restrictive limitations and recognizing that all of us, caregivers, community leaders, family members, are doing all we can to help them live in a safe and thoughtful way. There has been recent guidance released by CMS, Centers for Medicaid and Medicare, and a lot of this involves conditions for what they term reopening, just like we use that term for so much of what's going on now, from our economy to all the other sectors. And how to integrate testing into those decision points, what phase the state is in its handling of the pandemic versus what state an individual facility is in. And so it's really our work to analyze and assess and develop a Vermont-specific plan using this guidance and using our own stage of development in Vermont with regard to the pandemic. And basically, it will involve a renewed and more invigorating testing program that's being recommended really for the first time at the federal level in as expansive a way as possible. And I don't want people to get the idea that facilities have been a roadblock. Facilities are always engaged in discussions with us, both at the Department of Health and the Department of Disabilities, Aging, and Independent Living, to try to be less restrictive, especially as the weather has warmed and the opportunity perhaps for outside visitation, well-spaced, becomes more of a potential reality. But even to just get to that step, based on the new regulatory guidelines, would take a number of interventions along the way, including testing protocols amongst them. So basically, we are very proud of our track record in Vermont. As we know, over 50% of the 54 deaths were in 2 of the nursing homes early on in our experience with COVID-19. And knock on wood, we have done extremely well without disease at any great extent in the majority of the other facilities. So we want to preserve that wonderful track record, but be compassionate and understand that visitation is really core and critical and important for all concerned, both the patients and their loved ones. So we will, in the coming weeks, I think, be able to provide a more in-depth plan of how we'll approach this and how individual facilities can use the strategies we develop to satisfy the reopening criteria that they've been presented with. Is that good enough, Avery?
It is. Thank you very much.
All right, Lisa, the Valley Reporter.
Hello, this question is probably from Michael Harrington. In addition to self-employed people who are going to continue their eligibility for the unemployment insurance, what about food service people throughout the state? When in-restaurant dining resumes a reduced occupancy, will servers still be eligible to file partial unemployment claims, and will they also still be eligible for the CARE supplement through the end of July?
Thank you for the question. It really depends less on the business and more on the individual, in that if they have seen a reduction in hours from full-time to part-time or a complete elimination of hours, then they would be eligible to continue to receive benefits. Again, I'll remind those out there that are claiming unemployment insurance benefits that if you are offered full-time work at the same rate and doing the same type of work, then there's an obligation for that individual to accept the work unless they have a COVID circumstance that prevents them from going back to work. So in those cases, if a restaurant opened but only rehired half of its staff, the other half that were not offered jobs would still be eligible to collect unemployment.
And if they are returned, but they are returned at 25% capacity, in theory, servers and bartenders are making 25% of their wages. Are they still eligible?
So it's a little more nuanced than that. It's not a straightforward question. So it depends on how much they're earning and what the difference in their hours was from prior to current. So again, if they were working full-time and came back part-time, yes, But again, there are some caveats there in terms of whether they're earning a certain number of times the benefit amount, and so that creates another scenario there. But again, if they were working full time, came back at a drastically reduced schedule, they would likely be eligible to continue to receive benefits.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Greg, the County Courier.
Hi, Governor. I wanted to start with a follow-up on Mike Donohue's question earlier. We're also hearing from customers who've booked wedding venues and other events, and they are unable to get their deposits back. I know you mentioned your $400 million business recovery package that you've proposed to the legislature. Would you like to see a requirement in there that businesses return that money in order to qualify for a package, a recovery package?
I'm not sure what their contractual relationship was with those who were seeking their services. I would think there was some mechanism to get their money returned, but obviously this is going through the legislature. It'd be a great issue for the legislature to address while they're going through it. If they deem that necessary, we'd move forward. But obviously we'd like to see people get their money back.
All right, and another follow-up question that I had, if you remember, I asked probably 4 or 5 weeks ago about the DMV being closed and young Vermonters not being able to get permitted or licensed. As you know, in rural Vermont, like Franklin County, access to driving is really a huge factor, especially for young people. What's the DMV doing in order to make sure that people are able to get behind the wheel legally?
Yeah, well, it's a great question. I know it's on the minds of many. I remember back when I was anticipating getting my permit or my driver's license, it couldn't come quick enough. So I understand their anticipation. But the DMV is working on a plan right now. We hope to announce that in the very near future as to when we'll be able to open up to some of those services so that we can get these new drivers on the road.
Are you looking at waiving any of the testing requirements? Say if a student has gone through a state licensed driver's ed course in a school satisfactorily, or any other testing requirements that may be waived?
Again, I'll wait until the DMV comes out with what they're planning. But I know this has been a bit controversial amongst those who oversee the programs. So not everyone is on the same page. So I know they've been trying to consider, make some of those considerations, but at this point in time, when we open back up, we just want to get them through the process as quick as possible.
Thank you, Governor.
Andrew, Caledonia Record.
Yes, good afternoon. This is, I guess, for Secretary French, as a follow-up question along the lines of preparing for the next school year. I'm curious about jurisdictional authority. You mentioned that the plans for next school year would maybe be in place by around July, the beginning of July. School districts would be able to start implementing them. Do those plans pertain to independent and private schools, especially as it pertains to dorm programs? We've got several schools over here in the Kingdom with sizable dorm programs, and I'm just curious how they can go about beginning their recruiting and planning for next year.
Yeah, it's a great question. I think, we'll probably follow the same trajectory for our planning as we did with the continuity of learning, where we required school districts to submit a plan as well as approved independent schools. And then we were able to work sort of on the smaller independents that don't necessarily fall into the same planning requirements. But I think the planning requirements will be essentially a planning requirement, not necessarily a compliance requirement. So we're we're trying to navigate that ability to provide direction, but also allowing flexibility for folks to create solutions that we haven't anticipated yet. But I think my guess would be it would be the same process that we had previously with the continuity of learning, that there'll probably be some smaller independent schools that will have to deal with on a one-off basis to help them come up with a plan.
So, but you would, the AOE would be requiring of the independent schools to submit plans for approval in order to be able to run a dorm program and other functions along those lines?
Not necessarily for approval. We are requiring, I would expect, approved independent schools, and those include the larger institutions that don't necessarily have dormitory programs per se. But we will be requiring them to have a plan of operation to address the public health issues that are largely the significant part of the planning process, in addition to including provisions for the continuity of learning, because we expect, as much as we hope to go back to in-person instruction, that we're going to have to still continue to plan to have some version of remote learning in the future.
So I guess then, if it's not necessarily an AOE requirement and necessary approval, who would be overseeing and authorizing the functioning of dorms? I mean, in a way, they're kind of like hospitality arrangements. So is there another state government entity that would be responsible for allowing those functions and setting the guidance they need to abide by?
Yeah, they're currently
not for Secretary French, but
yeah, no, I can follow up. I apologize for the confusion. If the schools are regulated by the agency currently, meaning if they're approved independent schools, then we will provide guidance to them on this planning process. What I was suggesting was that the planning construct itself will be more of an assurance construct as opposed to a compliance construct. It's not so much that we will be evaluating each institution's ability to meet that plan, but we are asking them and requiring them to make plans, and we want to help them, particularly to address the public health issues that will emerge through their educational environments, comply with those plans.
Okay. And hopefully not to take up too much more time, but for the governor, a slightly off-topic follow-up. We over here at the Caledonian get a lot of emails, calls, and just to get cornered on the street from people who want us to ask, when will it be our turn to open up the local museum, the community swimming pool, the bowling alley? Do you feel like there's adequate information getting out there, or where would you point folks like this? Because it's not a single sector; it's a cross section. Where can people turn to get these questions answered, and is there better outreach that might be needed for them?
Yeah, some of that is on the ACCD website. That would be the best point of information, and also I believe maybe Secretary Curley can answer part of that. Then I'll come back to it.
Sure.
Yeah. I think if you're okay with it, would you just ask the question again?
Yeah, so it doesn't seem like a day goes by where one of our staffers isn't asked by either a business owner or someone running the local museum or the community swimming pool, the Kiwanis Club. Everyone sort of seems to be scratching their heads about when it'll be their turn to open up and what they can tell their customers or their patrons. And so they always say, when you're on the next press conference, please ask for us. And so my question is more, where should these folks and these organizations turn to make sure they're getting the latest information, and is there better outreach that needs to be done to help them plan and prepare for their eventual reopening?
Sure. Okay. So I think the first thing that would be helpful is if people went onto the ACCD website, accd.vermont.gov, and sign up for our newsletter. We send that out every other day, and that's where we point to any recent reopenings or recent announcement about something that is going to be permitted to restart. So there are certainly going to be areas where we don't have the information yet about openings, but like you heard the governor talk today about making an announcement Friday about additional businesses that will open up. So as soon as, we're ready to make those announcements, we put that in the newsletter. The guidance for things that have been open, so the pools, for example, those are permitted, again, at a lower occupancy, but the information is on that website as well. If folks are having trouble finding that information, they can always email us. That's an option as well, and we try to help people navigate that the best we can. We'll give them any information that we have and try and communicate. We also do a fair amount of communication on our social media, but we're trying to get the word out the best we can. But if there's a signal that we're not doing well enough, then I take that feedback and we will work to try to broaden that. But it would be helpful if people were on our newsletter, because that's a great place to be updated by the minute.
There has been situations where some have not known that they've been able to open. So we've had some confusion amongst a few people, and so we want to make sure there's a lot to keep up with. And that's why we want to communicate as best we can. The museums in particular are going to be coming up fairly soon as well, and it'll probably be some sort of like a 25% reopening.
Okay. All right, very good. We'll let everyone know.
Thank you.
All right, Colin, VT Digger.
Yeah, hi, Governor Scott and everyone else. I was going to just quickly follow up on that DMV comment you made. You mentioned that those who oversee the program are having a tough time getting on the same page about how to move forward. And I was wondering if you could just talk about the differences in opinion there.
Yeah, I haven't been involved in the discussions. I just know that there's various opinions on the issue. So I would probably refer you to Commissioner Manoli, who is not on the call today, but would certainly be able to answer some of those questions.
Great, thanks. And then I was wondering, have you heard from retailers? I know that the Grocers Association, I think, was going to survey its members on how they felt about a mask order for customers and businesses. I'm wondering if you've received the results of that survey or other demands from chambers or retailers.
Have not, at least not to my knowledge. What I've asked them is to collect the data and the information, the polling and so forth, before we take another turn of the spigot and open from 25 to 50%, and then we'll make a determination at that point whether we seek more rigid compliance or not. But at this point in time, I have not heard back from them.
And have others in your administration heard back from them?
That's what I'm just not aware of, because nobody's told me. So I haven't, I just don't know.
Okay, thanks.
Eric, Times Argus.
Yes, Governor, you've been turning the spigot for a little over a month now. Compliance, depending on where you go with masks and social distancing, is variable. We've rapidly increased testing, nearly 31,000 people tested. As you've noted, surrounding states are not doing as well as Vermont is. And yet we're still really seeing good numbers in terms of positive tests. Like a spike these days is like 8 cases. So how is the state doing so well, given all the circumstances it's facing?
I think we laid the foundation to begin with. We took compliance seriously. People did the right thing. They socially distanced themselves, then physically separated themselves, and they did all the right things. We closed a lot of entities down, which was unfortunate but necessary in the beginning, and we took quick action to do so. So having that good, solid foundation to begin with has led us to the point where we're seeing good numbers now. But it was all because of what we did in the beginning, I believe. So at this point in time, unfortunately, we're still, watching the numbers in the surrounding states, because it will affect us in some way, because once we can't secure our borders. So once we open up a little bit further, we know that there'll be more activity and more visitation from those other states that are still having problems. But again, there is some light at the end of the tunnel. It appears that their numbers are starting to reduce, And once they do, we'll be able to open up and get back to somewhat normal.
Thank you.
Ann Wallace-Allen, VT Digger. Ann, VT Digger.
Hi, can you hear me now?
We can.
Sorry about that. Hi, my question is about restaurants and indoor dining and about, you sort of dropped indoor dining might be in the offing at some point, and I wanted to, because I know restaurant managers and owners will be wondering if the infection rate continues to remain about what it is now, which is very low, what is your best guess for when indoor dining would be allowed and what would it look like? And I also have a question, a follow-up about sleepover camps.
Yeah, difficult to determine the exact date. Obviously, I wish we could tell everyone when that was going to be, but I see it in the very near future, and hopefully we'll be able to make some further announcement in the next week or so on in-person dining, interior dining. So we'll see, but at this point, I can't say specifically, but I would say that it's one we'll be doing in the near future.
That's kind of a turnaround. This is the first time you've mentioned anything like that. I mean, you just opened it up to.
Well, I've been trying to foreshadow what's going to happen in the future as we see have more optimism, and we see our numbers continuing to stay level. I think it gives us again some hope, and so I want to make sure that we are able to communicate that with people. So I want to make sure that we knew, a couple weeks ahead of time that this is a consideration.
What about them? And that those are places where infection is likely to happen.
Part of that you dropped out there, Ann. Can you repeat the question?
Oh, I was asked. Yeah, it was the same question, sort of about gyms, which is our fitness facilities that you have mentioned will be likely to open in the near future, or at least we'll have an announcement coming. A lot of people have mentioned that those are places where they're concerned that infection is likely.
Well, again, they'll be under strict guidelines and strict procedures as well, and reduced capacity. So we feel at this point in time we're going to open them up at some point, but it will be under a different situation, and they'll have, again, increased guidance, increased oversight in terms of making sure that everything is sanitary and that we're not exceeding the capacity at this point in time. It'll be a reduced capacity.
Okay, thank you. And the last one is about overnight sleepover camps, because they tend to attract people from out of state. So how would that work? Not just the kids who come up for the sleepover camps, but often their parents come up to drop them off and stay in area, lodging if they can. How could you put all that together?
Yeah, that's difficult, and we're working through that as we speak, so trying to determine whether there's going to be some quarantining before they get here, and certainly they have to go through the rigors of their physicals and so forth, and whether there's any testing then. So we're trying to consider all of that. We'll have some more information on that, I believe, on Friday, but I'm not sure, maybe next week.
Thank you so much.
Aaron, VT Digger.
I think this is a question for Levine and maybe Smith. What is the state doing to prepare for the event of a second wave? Are there any provisions made for potential surge capacity, or are there any plans made for the surge capacity that's already available?
Yeah, well, we've already gone through a practice run, so we have everything in place and we can set it up very quickly. But I'll let Secretary Smith answer that.
I think the governor answered that very well. We went through a hell of a practice run here in terms of what was going on and what our response was. Our surge capacity, we haven't eliminated the surge capacity. We've dismantled it in some regards, but it is still in various storage phases as we move forward. We've also learned a lot in this and our response. So I think, you know, as we plan, and obviously you talk about testing, we always talk about making sure we have enough tests as we move forward. We talk about planning in terms of the number of tests that we have available, not only to do the tests that we have, but test in reserves that we may need in case of surge. So that planning continues on a daily basis as we move forward. It will probably get more intense. We're still in this crisis right now, and as we sort of plan in this crisis right now in terms of what we're doing in the future, that Dr. Levine talked about long-term care testing. That's going to be integral as we go into a surge and how we do the testing in terms of long-term care facilities. So there are many elements that we learn through this surge that will just transform into if there is a next surge, and we hope there isn't, but if there is, that will transform into the next surge. Plus, our medical surge units we have not thrown away. They are in the ready in case we need it, as well as other things that we're doing.
Thank you.
And Secretary Sherling?
Oh, I'm sorry. Did I step on?
No, I think he just might have something more to add to that on the surge front specifically. Commissioner Sherling?
Yeah, good afternoon. Thanks, Rebecca. And between the governor and Secretary Smith, I think they covered most of it. But just to sort of walk you through the key things that we're preparing for, as the Secretary said, the field hospitals remain at the ready. We're also doing some additional planning around what those hospitals could look like because we have time to plan for a more robust version of them. The testing and tracing work that the Department of Health has going on. We're working on our PPE stockpiles, assessing what number of days of equipment we believe we'll need if there is a surge, and making sure that we have that in stockpile. Ventilator orders are still inbound with a number of different strategies there to ensure that we've got those on hand. The Agency of Human Services is also working on contingency isolation strategies that could be used if we had another surge. And there are a number of different potential fallback positions on all of those and different levels that could be deployed for each one of those strategies.
Okay, thank you.
Brittany, Local 22.
Hi, yes, so I just have a clarification question. On the guidance in regards to child care under cloth facial coverings, it says it's required that all staff wear cloth facial coverings, but then below it says it's recommended. I was just wondering, is it required that all staff wear facial covering, or is it just a recommendation? I had some people tell me they were a little confused about this guideline.
Commissioner Levine.
For the staff, it's the requirement. I think the wiggle room comes in young children, making it's very hard to enforce that for a very young child, but the staff for sure.
Okay, so staff 100% required wear facial covering. Okay. Thank you so much.
Ed, the Newport Daily Express.
I have no questions, thank you.
Thanks, Ed. Taylor, Channel 7.
Can you hear me?
We can.
All right, so my question will probably just go to who can best answer it for me. As you anticipate reopening the state, could you maybe elaborate on how you see things like campgrounds reopening and maybe what that'll look like as we go further into summer?
Well, certainly we've already opened up campgrounds to 25%. At this point in time, our state parks will be open sometime mid to late June and probably at a decreased capacity. And then we'll start, once we get everything around 25%, then you'll see us moving 25 to 50% across the board. So That's the vision, but hopefully throughout the summer we'll be able to increase the capacity.
All right, thank you.
Steve, NEKTV?
Hello, can you hear me?
We can.
But Governor, have you or will you use cell phone data to monitor location of Vermonters and their traveling? Number two, with
Maybe
the license plate.
why don't we just take those one at a time, because I'll forget what the first question was. In terms of the data, we are contemplating the SARA alerts, but that's not something that we're tracking anyone. At this point in time, we're not using anything to track people.
Okay, and regarding the license plate data from people coming from out of state, seeing how we've lost twice as many people, young people, in the prime of their lives to opiates, is law enforcement using license plate data to monitor drug dealing?
Again, what we're doing with that data is just to determine what state they're coming from, just the color of the plate. There are no registrations being utilized. License plate numbers aren't being kept track of. It's just the color of the plate at this point to see, the volume of traffic and so forth as we open up Vermont a little bit more, what we should expect. So that's all we're doing with the data.
Okay, and regarding the word spigot, how did we arrive at the word spigot? Was like hand pump and faucet already taken?
I hadn't thought about hand pump. Faucet could have been used. I could have used a rheostat as well. It's just a variable trying to measure the amount of flow and current and so forth coming through. So it was just something that I think was, from my standpoint, was familiar to many, and so I decided to use that terminology.
Great. Thank you, Governor.
All right, Guy Page. Guy, are you there?
One more time, Guy.
Okay, we're going to move to one more questioner. Our final questioner will be Tim from the Vermont Business Magazine.
Hi, Governor. I have a question for you and then one for Dr. Levine. You had mentioned a week ago that you wanted the legislature to turn around your $400 million plan in a week, and now it's been a week. I'm wondering where that stands and what you hope the timeline will be.
Yeah, I don't think I said a week. I said as soon as possible. A week would have been great, but I know that they have to, it has to go through the committee process and go through some of the testimony that they're hoping to take from us and from others. So my hope is just as quick as they possibly can. We know people are in need, and we think it's a good package, and so I'm sure that they will do it as quick as they can. But I don't know. Probably a better question for them, actually.
Okay. And Dr. Levine, there's been several questions about compliance during, especially this past weekend. And like you, I've been doing an observation over the last few weeks of people wearing masks and those who are not. And there's a couple of demographic groups that seem to be really standing out. One is lesser compliance with middle-aged men and young adults, especially young women. And one of the comments from one of the men was, I'm not sick, I don't have to wear a mask. Could you address and in some way encourage people on they don't feel sick, they don't feel like they're going to die from COVID-19, but why they should wear a mask still?
Yeah, thank you for that question. That gives us a nice way to wrap up the press conference with an important public health note. We are increasingly getting educated about this virus, the coronavirus, and how it spreads. You may recall there was a very severe coronavirus called SARS well over a decade ago. We learned a lot from that virus, but almost everyone who caught that virus from someone else got it from someone who was very ill and very symptomatic. What we've learned early on in the game with this new coronavirus, the novel coronavirus as it was called, is that there's at least, and I'm saying at least, a 48-hour period of time before a person even feels the slightest bit ill where they can actively transmit the virus to someone else with simple acts like breathing and talking. Doesn't require a huge sneeze or cough at all. So because of that, we kind of talk about altruism, trying to be kind and trying to be respectful and thoughtful about our fellow citizens, and really make sure that we understand ourselves that by wearing a mask at a time when we feel well, we may be actually preserving somebody else's life. It could come down to it, somebody who might come down with the virus in a more vulnerable state and be severely afflicted by it. So the wearing of the mask is really to prevent transmission of virus through droplets that can occur in simple acts like breathing and talking, and that the person would not even suspect they were ill at the time. So hope that no one ever gets ill, but at the same time, I think you can understand that you can't predict that 48 plus hours ahead of time so that you're helping a fellow Vermonter.
All right, great. Thank you very much.
Thanks very much for tuning in. We'll see you all on Friday.
Welcome to the Guilford Select Board meeting of May 27th, 2020. As chair of the Guilford Select Board, I find that due to the state of emergency declared by Governor Scott as a result of COVID-19 pandemic, and pursuant to Addendum 6 to Executive Order 01-20 and Act 92, this public body is authorized to meet electronically. In accordance with Act 92, there is no physical location to observe and listen contemporaneously to this meeting. However, in accordance with the temporary amendments to the open meeting law, I confirm that we are A, providing public access to the meeting by telephone and video, with additional access offered through telephone and video. We are using, and this platform is called meet.google for this remote meeting. All members of the Select Board have the ability to communicate contemporaneously during this meeting through this platform, and the public has access to contemporaneously listen and, if desired, participate in this meeting by going to the URL meet.google.com/MJE-CDSU.VWJ, or by telephoning 617-675-4444 and using the PIN number 157087779417 hashtag. B, providing public notice of instructions for accessing the meeting. Can someone put on mute because we're getting a lot of feedback? That's great. Providing public notice of instructions for accessing the meeting. We previously gave notice to the public of the necessary information for accessing this meeting, including how to access the meeting using meet.google.com/MJE-CDSU-VWJ or telephoning 617-675-4444 using the PIN number 157087779417 #. C, providing a mechanism for the public to alert the public body during the meeting if there are problems with access. If anybody has a problem, please telephone 802-254-4117. And D, continuing the meeting if necessary. In the event the public is unable to access this meeting, it will be continued to a time and place certain. Please note that all votes taken during this meeting that are not unanimous will be done by roll call vote in accordance with the law. So let's get our meeting started. Nice to see you all, Select Board, and I'd like to recognize the public, of course, and the rules of procedure are available if you wish, and those rules govern how the public and the Select Board interact with each other in regard to asking questions and answering questions. I would ask, are there any additions to our agenda this evening? Okay. Are there changes to the agenda order?
Not for me.
Okay. I do understand, though, that we wanted to remove an item from the agenda. Is that possible, Peter?
Yes, it is. If you do it during the changes to the agenda order section, you are more than welcome to remove them.
Well, I understand that Veranda did not meet, and so we want to strike that mutual aid report meeting from the agenda.
Okay.
Very good. I would ask for I'm sure that you've all read the minutes of the previous meeting, and I would ask, is there a motion to accept those minutes?
I so move.
Do I have a second?
I'll second.
Thank you, Rusty. Is there any discussion of those minutes? Then I shall take the roll call in regard to approving them. Veranda?
Aye.
Zahn?
Aye.
Rusty?
Aye.
Michael?
Aye.
Thank you very much. The minutes are approved. And now we're going on to new business. Joining Deerfield Valley CUD, the CUD. I put this in your hands, Zahn, and as I hope you've all read the proposal that Zahn is going to speak to.
Yes, thank you, Richard. So Michael and I have been talking, and there is a proposal in your packet. I don't know, did everybody see it?
Yes, I did.
Okay. So I can talk it through, but I don't know that it's necessary. The real point is that I think when we agreed as a select board a while back before the town meeting that we would kind of move along at the behest or in accordance with Wyndham Regional Commission. I see I wrote Wyndham Regional Council. That's wrong, but Wyndham Regional Commission. That made sense at the time, but a lot has changed since then. And it seems like now we would be able to get the kind of leadership and the kind of active engagement that I think we really want by joining the CUD now and being able to be part of the process as this thing is being investigated and built, rather than being a later player when it's handed to us to look at. So I think that if everyone agrees, the motion's there on the piece of paper. I don't know, Richard, if we can just move to get a second and then start if there are questions or anything.
I think that you should read the motion out loud.
Oh, okay. Let me, where did it go? Oh, here it is. The motion is, on behalf of the town of Guilford, the Guilford Select Board approves joining the Deerfield Valley Communications Union District.
Okay, do I have a second?
I'll second.
Oh, Michael seconds. Is there any discussion? I would just say that I think this is great. I'm so glad that you and Michael are on the ball here and have shown great initiative. And and also there's the an additional factor of Zahn knowing personally some of the folks involved in this, and I think that could be very helpful to us. So I'm very glad that we're getting in on this in a very early stage. So I'm very.
Richard, may I just say one more thing?
Yes, please.
For us to be sure that we all understand, we want to make sure that in case there are questions of us individually, we want to be certain that everyone understands that this is not making a commitment on the behalf of the town for any kind of taxes or any kind of revenues. It can't do that. So we're not, this whole project has to move forward apart from tax revenues. So we're not binding the town in any way, especially at this very particular moment.
Right. And we know that the select board has the authority to make a motion and accept like this, because we've checked on that.
And I know that probably for each of us, a number of people have spoken to us about how overtaxed their internet capacity is and what kind of deficits there are. And I know that people who were watching this meeting have experienced that.
Is there any further discussion? Then I shall take the roll. Veranda, Porch.
Aye.
Zahn Eastis.
Aye.
Rusty Marine. Michael Becker. Michael?
Aye.
Richard Wazansky, aye. The motion carries unanimously. Yippee! That's what I say. I think that that this could be very promising. And if you've read the feasibility study, Southwest Open here. Thank you very much. The next item on the agenda is to select a representative to the CUD and an alternative. Does someone want to make a motion to select a representative?
I'd like to nominate. Can we do? Sorry about the echo. I don't understand about that. Can we nominate a representative and an alternative at the same time, or
yes? No, let's do it in one motion.
Okay, I'd like to nominate Zahn and Michael as the rep and the alternative, and either one of them as rep and alternative, they could choose as far as I'm concerned.
Well,
I
it should
think that we need
be
to-
clear in your motion, please.
Yeah, I think so.
Okay, I nominate Zahn to be the representative and Michael to be the.
Do I have a second for that motion?
I will second.
Thank you, Michael. Is there any further discussion? Okay, are you saying something, Zahn? You're muted.
Yes, I'd like to try. Thank you. Sorry. There is an actual form that I sent, I think, to Richard. I don't know if you have I don't know if I sent it to Peter or not. We have to actually complete this form once we get this done. That just can be forwarded then to the CUD. I'll let them know that we have to have evidence from our minutes, and then this other document that will place our representative and alternative so they have information. And then we're essentially in, as far as I understand.
If you send that to me, I'll take care of that, Zahn.
Okay.
So, the document?
I'm sorry, what?
You don't have the document?
I'm sorry, I did not receive it.
Okay, I'm not even sure if I sent it to you. Okay.
Okay.
I'll send it along.
Okay, so the paperwork will be completed, and we voted, and that motion has carried unanimously. Oh, we didn't vote yet?
You did not vote yet.
Oh, sorry, thank you. Veranda Porch, on the motion for the representative and alternative, what say you? You're muted. You're muted, Veranda.
Okay, am I not now?
Yes, you are. What say you? That's all you need to say. Aye. Thank you. Zahn.
Aye.
Rusty.
Aye.
Michael.
Aye.
Richard. Aye. So the motion is carried unanimous. Congratulations to our select board. I think that we've really done something super here. Thank you very much. Okay, on to the next item on our agenda is the grand list extension. Peter, do you want to speak to that, please?
Yes, I would be happy to. So I shared a document with all the select board members prior to the meeting. Lisa received a letter from the director of the Property Valuation and Review Division within the Department of Taxes, informing us that the state has offered an extension on the submission of the grand list to all towns across the state. There is really nothing for us to do. We already have this extension. It's just that the select board needs to have a motion acknowledging that we have received this extension, and then have the select board chair sign this document that I shared with you.
And what's the date? What's the date?
We need to return this to them on or before the 24th of June.
And when is the extension till then?
The extension, good question, Richard. So the extension is until the 15th of September. There's two different deadlines. One is the 15th of August, and the second is the 15th of September. Lisa did inform me that it is her goal and intention to have the grand list submitted to the state by the original deadline, which is the end of June. But she basically wants the select board to approve this just in case there are any unique circumstances that arise due to COVID-19.
Okay, so do we put in the motion August 15th or September 15th?
You don't even need to put in a date. You just, in the motion, someone can move to accept the deadline extension by the Department of Property Valuation and Review.
Okay, do I have a motion to do that? I'll do that. I motion that we do that.
Okay.
Do I have a second?
I'll second it.
Thank you, Veranda. Is there any discussion? Okay, I shall take the roll. Zahn?
Aye.
Rusty?
Aye.
Michael?
Aye.
Veranda?
Aye.
Richard? Aye. The motion carries unanimously. Thank you very much. On old business, oh yes, this is old business, the dog issues. Not the ordinance, but the dog issues. Peter and I had a conversation earlier this afternoon or later this afternoon, and I asked Peter just to see if he could clarify for me and us where we are with the various complaints that we've had about dogs. I know that one of them is the letter that Miranda and Michael and Peter worked on, and we want to get that out to our correspondent, to that complainer, right?
Yep. So I did look through the previous information, and more in the short version is more or less everything has been followed up. The one outstanding thing was to send this letter to the dog owner from Lee Road from the incident involving the dog bite several weeks back. And then, as Richard and I discussed this afternoon, we were going to follow up with the one of the complainants from that situation with whom we've had previous conversation, just to let that individual know that a letter has been sent to the dog owner, and that the select board has followed up with the limited action that can be taken at this time.
Mm-hmm. But we do express a warning in that letter.
That is correct. So this is a letter that Miranda and I drafted, and then several of you gave additional input on. And it was my understanding, since various people had given input, just that we wanted general approval from the select board to send this to the dog owner.
And does anybody disapprove of that letter?
No.
No. Okay.
I'm really glad that you restored the paragraph about settling it amicably, because I think it's really important for everybody, the complainers and the dog owner, to try to be neighborly if they can.
Yep. So I think that's a palliative in that letter.
I guess it sounds like this conversation that been on the Lee Road incident, which I realize is the oldest and most serious one, but we've had other complaints. And is there any action needed on those other complaints?
The other complaints were situation, as I shared at the last select board meeting. The other complaints were not actually events that occurred. Certain people had been warned by specific dog owners that their dog was aggressive towards other animals, and were warned to avoid the dog, which is somewhat out of in violation of this, in a roundabout way of the current ordinance. So I did respond to them, both people. One situation, the neighbors worked it out, and the owner of the dog did install a dog fence, and it has been working. And the complainant did respond to me that she felt that the situation was resolved amicably, so that's positive. And then the other people that I did hear from made it clear that they have not had an incident, but they are concerned as they see the dog roaming about quite regularly.
Can I suggest that, Peter, that you establish a dog complaint file?
I already have one, Richard.
Okay, good. And is that accessible by the select board, or is that in your files?
That is accessible only on the server here in the town office, which if select board wishes to see it, you could come in and do so. The other option would be, I suppose I could create a folder on the Google Drive and put that information in there and share that with all of the select board members if you wish me to do that.
I don't need that, but I'm glad to hear that there's a file being kept.
Yep, there was a procedure in place prior to my employment with the town, and I have been following along with that previous.
Okay, and so does that file have, so if you have a letter, let's say from one of our citizens about a dog, does the file have where the status is in regard to that communication?
Not specifically, no. It has communications either from complainants or to people who are the dog owners of those situations.
So you might, I would suggest that you have an open and closed case file.
Okay.
So that we know what's open and we know what's closed. I'm just concerned that we are, as a select board, when we get a complaint, that we are very communicative and responsive to the citizens of our town, because obviously the dog issues are very important to some people.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Thank you for the suggestion. Good idea.
Yeah. Okay, now the dog ordinance, which is the next item, you all had the revised dog ordinance, which you should have seen was filled in. Michael and I spent quite a bit of time, and Peter too, in creating a revised dog ordinance. The main feature of the revision, I would say, was the penalties, which we wanted, Michael and I both agreed should be stricter. So we tried to do that, and there were no penalties for the so-called vicious dog. There were penalties for the potentially vicious dog, but there were no penalties for the vicious dog, and we added those. And I think that in your copy of the revision, you should see that. And that, to me, that's what the major change was in the document. Michael, do you want to add to that? Michael?
Yeah, I'm thinking. That was a pretty good summary, I thought.
You're muted, Veranda. Can you unmute?
Okay. Yes. It's a little, and yes,
But you look marvelous.
Why? Thank you. I dressed up. I'm looking at the penalties and the waiver of penalties, and I don't really understand the waiver of penalties part.
Do you want to speak to that, Peter?
I was just going to do so. So the way that VLCT put their draft document together, they gave Vermont towns the ability to implement a waiver fee. And the waiver fee is such that if a dog owner openly admits that there was an incident, that instead of pursuing legal action, which is what would have to happen in order for the fines to be implemented, that we could implement a waiver fee, which would be a reduction in the original fine by the owner admitting to the incident, and then it would not go through the Vermont judicial system.
So there's no contest, basically.
Correct.
Yeah. Does that explain it to you, Veranda? We took the waiver fee out. We took the waiver fee out of the vicious dog. However, there's no waivers for a vicious dog. Isn't that right, Peter? As I recall.
That is correct, Richard. Because we felt in the discussion that Richard shared with me from him and Michael, is the feeling was that if there is a vicious dog incident, that the town wants to make it clear that that is unacceptable, and so that those fines would be pursued in a legal manner.
And a vicious dog incident means that the dog has bit somebody, and there's medical involvement.
Yeah, medical care is needed.
Yeah, Rusty, did you want to add something?
Yeah, you sort of answered it. I just wanted to know what the definition of vicious was.
Yeah.
You answered it for me.
So that's the difference.
So, do we now have the ability to have a hearing after the first vicious incident if somebody is, requires medical attention? Is that one of
I thought that's the way that it reads. Yes.
That's kind of one of the fundamental changes that we didn't really have the ability to do that.
Yes, that's
before,
under Michael.
right?
That is under Section 9.
Yeah. Section 9.
Which I feel better about. I mean, that serious incident on Lee Road.
Section 9 outlines the sequence of the investigation.
And so now it is at the discretion of the select board to hold that hearing at any point. It is no longer after a third incident. It can now happen. So if the select board deems a vicious dog incident one time is sufficient to hold a hearing, then we have a hearing. And I think that's a good change.
Yes, it is.
I agree.
I think so.
I feel better about that.
Further discussion?
I just would like to add, just so the select board is aware, that per state statute, that should you adopt this new ordinance this evening, that it will not become effective for 60 days to enable residents opportunity to petition against it if they so wish. I don't suspect that will happen, but it is a legal requirement by the state.
So then is there a legal requirement that we have to put this out in a public way, let people know that this action was taken tonight, and sort of give a 60-day, grace period for people to respond?
Excellent questions on it. And the answer to that is yes. I have to make a posting on the town website with a full draft, or not a draft, but a full copy of the new ordinance. And I also have to post it in our newspaper of record. Thankfully, the state several years ago changed the statute. The reason being is previously we had to publish the entirety of the new ordinance in the newspaper, and they now allow us to reference the new ordinance and tell people where they can find it so they can review it. Otherwise, we would have had to publish 8 pages in the newspaper, which would have been quite costly.
Do you think it would be useful to put a summary of the changes in the new ordinance on Front Porch Forum so that it would be widely disseminated? Because I'm sure that more people read Front Porch Forum than go to the town website.
I would make an alternate suggestion that you could put on Front Porch Forum that there has been a revision of the dog ordinance. I think if you how to summarize it and what to summarize is a little bit. I wouldn't be in favor of that myself.
I would say that's at the discretion of the select board to directly answer your question. So the rest, all of you would need to decide if that was something you wanted me to do. What I previously stated are the legal requirements of what I need to do.
It would be good to put a simple statement on a Front Porch Forum with a link or something, or some way in which people can go and see it, but we wouldn't spend time on Front Porch Forum trying to explain to people what was going on.
That's what I was getting at.
And also importantly, wherever it is on the, it appears on our website, it needs to have contact information for select board members or you, Peter, so that people with questions can have ready access to.
Yep. That's part of the legal requirement. Is there has to be contact information, minimum of telephone number or mailing address or email for a select board representative. We don't need to put all of your information up there, but I will certainly have my name and contact information on there.
Yeah, I would like you to be the contact, Peter.
I'm going to just ask if there's any support for the idea of posting all highway signs, new dog ordinance. These venues that we're talking about are going to reach.
I can't understand what you're saying.
I'm sorry. Is my connection bad?
Ours just gone haywire.
No, you sound very clear.
So, can you hear me?
Yes.
Keep it short, but I just think we should post it on the programmable highway sign just to reach as many people as possible that don't use Front Porch Forum or the newspaper or the town website. And, people drive their cars by these signs. That's universal.
I'm not sure I like that idea. What's the rest of the select board feel?
I don't think the newspaper is really a medium that, I subscribe to the Reformer, but, I think it's a bit of a dinosaur at this point.
I'm just concerned about the use of that sign, and are we going to use that sign for everything that the select board, every action the select board takes? I don't think that's the purpose of the sign. But I'm happy to defer to.
Yeah, I hear what you're saying, Richard. I'm concerned about like the safety of kids, and I really want to get the message out. And I don't want to abuse those signs either, and put out every little message that isn't necessary. But I don't know. I feel pretty strongly about trying to really put the word out that if you have a dog that's out of control, want to do whatever we can.
Well, let me take a consensus. I say no to that. And what do others say?
I don't care for the idea of putting a notice on that sign. And further, I think people are an issue of dogs is very emotionally volatile.
Yes,
both
that's part of
the
it.
dog owners who think Fido is misunderstood, and people who don't want anybody in their family to get bitten. And so being fair and clear and low key, I think, is important.
I agree with that. Zahn, do you have an opinion?
I agree. I agree with what you both said. Sorry, Michael. I think that it's just important that we. It's also important to me that we not sort of give the community the sense that we're trying every possible way we can to connect to you, and we're probably missing somehow. So please tell us how we can try harder. I think that we need to help the community understand that there are 2 or 3 ways that we speak to the community, and it's up to the community to sort of figure that part out as best they can.
Yeah, thank you. Rusty, do you have an opinion?
I agree. You can't put every revision or everything we do for the select board on that sign, so I agree with you.
Sorry, Michael.
That's okay. Fair enough.
Good try.
Very nicely put. Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah.
I would add that
I need a motion to accept the revised dog ordinance.
I just briefly want to just add one thing is that all legal notices and other forms of notices similar to that are also all published on the Brattleboro Reformer website, which anyone can access those notices without having to pay for a subscription.
Oh, I see.
So thank you, Peter. I'm looking for a motion to.
So moved.
Okay. Do I have a second?
I'll second.
Thank you, Michael. Is there any further discussion? Veranda?
Aye.
Zahn?
Aye.
Rusty?
Aye.
Michael?
Aye.
Richard? Aye. The motion carries. Thank you very much. I think we've made a great deal of progress in that revision, and that's a good thing.
Thank you. I want to just say thank you for all that good work. It was very much easier to read this and kind of think about it in the fashion that it came this time. So I appreciate that very much.
You're very good. Okay, now Constable and Dog Officer Peter, would you like to speak to that issue?
Yes. So at the first meeting after town meeting, you folks did appoint a young man who's recently moved to Guilford as the constable. There was some discussion with him about him taking the role of dog officer at that same time. He was rather reluctant to do so. One of the things with that is he had family experience related to that, as well as it would be best if that individual took some training about being a dog officer. And with the surge of COVID-19, obviously all those types of trainings went out the window, at least temporarily. The additional thing, as I had shared previously with Richard, one of the things that the select board at that time felt was important was doing a background check on that individual, which we need to follow up with our insurance company about additional information related to that, or I need to follow up on that. So really we don't have a dog officer at the moment because that individual really was uncertain about taking on that role. So that's kind of where the situation is.
So we need a dog officer.
We do need a dog officer. And just to also, sorry to interrupt, Richard, just to briefly add, this is a problem throughout the entire state of Vermont. This is not unique to Guilford. Many towns across the state have this issue where they struggle to fill this role. In other states, this is commonly filled at the county level, but because we don't have county government, we don't have that as an option.
Is there any select board member who would also like to be the dog officer?
No.
Just thought I'd ask.
Why don't we form a communications dog district? And a bunch of towns together to get one dog officer.
Well, you joke about that, but that's actually been a discussion amongst, at least about a year and a half ago. That was actually a discussion amongst several of the town administrators and town managers within the Windham County region to look at the potential of doing that. And if each town contributed a small amount of money, say several $1,000s, and that individual, had 10 different towns that they worked for, that person could potentially have part-time to a full-time job depending on the needs of each community.
Sure.
But
can I suggest that we have that advertised again on the Front Porch Forum and on our website, that we're looking for a dog officer?
Sure. Would you like me to put an advertisement in the newspaper?
Sure.
Okay, I will do so.
Okay, on to the next.
I would just say if we get no response, well, no, let's wait and see if we get responses, because I'm in favor of the idea of towns, and this alternative sounds good.
So, okay, maybe
see how it goes.
Before we move on, does it make sense to reach out to the select boards of adjacent towns and ask them if they want to pursue this actively?
I think that's good. Yeah, that's kind of
Yeah. Peter, can you do that? I mean,
of course, that's what my job is.
I would say towns in our vicinity,
Yes, well, the adjacent towns.
Yeah, good idea. Okay, on to the next item on the agenda, which is potential budget shortfall scenarios. This is where we were asking you to look at the fiscal budget that will go in effect on July 1st, and if you could identify hypothetically where you thought cuts could be made. Does anybody have any suggestions in that regard besides me?
Richard, we had the finance committee meeting today.
Yeah.
They came up with some ideas, some recommendations. They wanted to know if the select board would report out measures that have been enacted or have been contemplated to reduce the budget for this year. They recommended that we look over the overtime policy and how we do overtime. And they wanted to know what we're doing about, are you and going to be doing about the highway staffing levels and like part-time versus full-time work. Analysis of aberrations, if any, between terms of personnel policy and employee practices that have financial applications.
Mm-hmm. Interesting. I don't know if we can solve any of that ourselves tonight, but the Finance Advisory Committee is going to look into those items.
They would like to know what we're doing about that. They want us to tell them so they can work on it themselves.
Uh-huh.
Rusty, could you please say what the second thing on your list was?
There's overtime and the overtime policy. Is that the one you were talking about?
No, the next one.
Okay, the highway staffing.
Thank you.
They were wondering, I guess we have, 5 people working now?
Yes. So I just want to point out that this, while in some ways it does relate to the budget shortfall scenarios, it is somewhat of a distinctly separate topic that was not previously warned on this, as well as Sheila and I are working, or will be working on drafting a memo to the select board touching on the topics a little bit more clearly and what questions the Finance Advisory Committee has on the topics that Rusty elucidated moments ago.
Great.
So I would say, Dazan, were you wanting to say something?
No, except that I noticed that these issues are strike me as personnel issues, and none of the other topics on the sheet that we were given. And we talked about the idea of separating personnel from everything else. So it sounds like we're walking into it now here, potentially.
Yeah. Well, that's where the money is, really. You think about it.
Yeah. Right.
Absolutely.
So I mean, and there are when I was looking at the budget, I one would hope that personnel cuts would be the last kinds of cuts that an organization has to make, because we're talking about human capital and human resources. But I mean, I looked at the overtime, staff travel, for instance, and other aspects. The potential raises that we were giving for the next fiscal year are also something that we need to look at. So I don't know how does the select board want to handle it. I don't think that we are going to sit down and study these things tonight and make decisions about them. But shall we organize ourselves in a way? Shall we wait for Peter and Sheila to give us those questions in an articulated form, and then form a study committee that will be looking thoroughly into the budget and answers to those questions?
I think personally, I think that's a wise decision, Richard. And I also think, as Zahn wisely noted, that this is kind of a middle area that partially falls into a personnel situation, and we have to be cautious how we discuss that publicly, as well as it's also a financial situation. But because those topics that Rusty spoke on relate to personnel, we have to be careful how that's discussed.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Has anybody talked to Danny about possible cuts on the highway crew?
I haven't.
No, I have not.
And the fifth person is not a permanent, right? That's just a supplemental addition.
A grant.
That's Alan that we're talking about, right?
Yes. So you folks previously informally agreed that it was okay for him to work on the grant project that needed to be finished on Carpenter Hill Road, because his wages for that work will be reimbursed as part of the grant. But you did not really authorize any additional work by him at this time due to COVID-19. And then I believe that Danny and Richard were meant to have a follow-up conversation about that, and I don't know if that occurred.
No, it did not occur. So one thought I have is that I think that this should be, as we do with the budget, we have special meetings of the select board. And it seems to me that that this requires a special meeting. I wish we could sit down together in person and go over these things, but at the present time we can't. But I think my thinking just spontaneously is that we wait for Sheila and Peter, and if Rusty is adding to that the articulation of what the Finance Advisory Committee is suggesting that we look at, and we have that document, and we call us a one or two, or if it's more, special meetings to just talk about where we might make cuts in the budget, hypothetically, because we're not, this is all hypothetical because it all depends on what the tax revenue is going to produce. And we don't know for sure that we're going to have diminished tax revenues this year. It's a possibility, but we want to be ready for the possibility. So that's my suggestion, and I'm wondering what the select board thinks about that. One, to have this note from Peter and Sheila, and then to use that as a kind of study guide to call several, one or more special meetings to go over the budget. Just as we created the budget, now we have to review the budget.
I thank you, Richard. I think I love the idea. It's more meetings, but I love the idea of being able to talk this through in a careful way and consider things. The other piece that will help me make decisions is guidance from, I don't know whom, BLCT perhaps, about what level of cuts. I know that's been put out there. Peter did this worksheet about various levels of cuts, but are we honing into any reality here? Are other communities beginning to understand it's going to be 10%, a 40%, cut that's going to be required.
Zon, that's really the big unknown that no one has an answer to. And yes, VLCT is working hard, but they have unfortunately no concrete advice at the moment. And they are working very heavily with our state legislature and with the governor to try and figure out some form of financial assistance for communities, since we really don't know what's going to happen. And some towns are making immediate cuts effective now. Some towns are making cuts effective July 1st with the new fiscal year, even though they don't really know what's going to happen because taxes aren't collected till October.
Well, and so are there examples of, or any talk anywhere about the notions of any softness around the dates for taxes being paid or fines? Or is everyone going to get, who can't pay because of COVID, are they going to get slapped with an interest payment that's binding? Isn't there? I hope there's some talk at the state level about that.
So the interest level for local, the interest payment for local taxes is up to, if I remember correctly from what Penny told me, that the interest payment only is up to the select board as to whether or not the select board wishes to waive the interest payment on delinquent taxes. As our delinquent tax collector, I would personally prefer to defer to her and have, whether she writes a memo to the select board or how she communicates or joins a select board meeting. She's the expert in this topic, and I think she would be able to better speak to it.
There is some state guidance. I sent it to Penny as the treasurer, and I'll send it to all of us. It came up from VLCT about where the state at the present time is thinking about interest rates and so forth on delinquent taxes. So I will, I'll send that out tomorrow morning. I found it very informative, and so much so that I thought that Penny should be looking at it. One thing that we could do is, I think maybe that could guide us, is that Peter did do that what was it, 4 percentages?
Yep.
Was 4 percentages, and maybe we could use that as a guide and look at the budget and see and hypothetically come up with whether we're at 15%. Okay, then we're going to go here and there to make that 15%, and then to the next one was 25%. And so for each of those percentages, we could identify in the budget where the cuts would come from and add them up. I think that might be a very practicable way of moving.
Yeah, like if we had to cut 10%, these are the places we would go for that. If we need to go 20, these are the places so we could prioritize our cuts.
Right.
Is that what you're saying? Something like that?
Well, we won't know the cuts until October, correct?
Right, but we would be doing this.
We've lost.
Yeah, that's correct. But we could could start making decisions about where we're going to turn first when we have to make those cuts.
Yeah.
And something that's very interesting is the unknown of how people are going to be moving to work. I'm thinking about the highway budget and wear and tear on our roads and the need to get out to a job, school, or other forms of work first thing in the morning. And I wonder whether there's going to be a difference in the way that our constituents, our people, are going to be living, which might affect highway use, road.
Yeah. So if I could summarize where I think we've got to here is that Peter and Sheila are meeting to come up with a series of questions, framing questions from the Finance Advisory Committee to the Select Board. The Select Board will take those questions and study them, and then we will have at least one special meeting, probably it's going to be two, to come up with a hypothetical scenario where we would make those cuts using the 4 percentages that Peter established that might possibly happen in with the impact of COVID to our budget because of lost revenues. Does that sound like where we've been?
Yes.
Okay, very good. Thank you. So, Peter, we'll look forward to getting that kind of guiding document from you and Sheila.
Yes, indeed.
And perhaps
I would also, if you haven't already done so, what I did was I went to the budget and looked at each line item and said, oh, if it's necessary, we could cut there. And so I have a list in my notebook of where I think possible cuts could be made. And I urge you all to do that too, which will keep you informed. The budget is on our Google Docs, is in the Google Docs.
Okay.
Okay, did anybody want to further say something? Okay, then on to Peter's update.
Richard, I was just going to offer that perhaps a couple of us could safely meet at social distance and have individual, twosome study groups to just go through, let's say, your list and my list, and try to come to our group meeting with fewer variables.
Yes, I would be happy to do that. I have a big lawn, so if people would like to do that, we can meet on my lawn and compare lists.
Remember,
I'll put out an invitation.
Just remember, if more than two of you,
Oh, wait a minute, though. But we have to be careful of the meeting laws.
Open meeting law, yes. So if more than two of you meet at Richard's house, it has to be a meeting that is open to the public.
Oh, well, maybe just two of us. I'll meet with you at my house veranda.
Okay. And to make
and I'm happy to go to anybody's house who invites me.
Likewise.
But you're muted, Zon. Zon, you're muted.
Maybe Richard, Veranda should meet with Richard, then somebody should meet with Veranda, then somebody should meet with that person. Just chainmail it and then reduce the list that way.
Yeah, right.
Be careful because that has been viewed as a violation of open meeting law previously in other towns.
Oh, you mean the chain?
Yes, that is correct.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay, on to Peter, your update on COVID-19.
Yep, I'll try and make this brief as I have been doing. So, sounds like we're getting feedback from somebody, possibly Michael. Thank you. So as everyone now knows, just over a week ago, the governor extended his stay home, stay safe order until the 15th of June. On a positive note, Vermont currently no longer has anyone in the ICU with a case of COVID-19. And at the moment, Vermont has the lowest total case numbers in the country. So it's very positive for us, particularly in light of the fact that several of our neighboring states are seeing increases in their caseloads. Governor Scott has also been pushing for a minimum of 1,000 new tests per day. And for the past several days, the state has been exceeding 1,000 tests per day. And with this increased level of testing, residents of Vermont that are symptom-free can go and get tested. Obviously, you have to go through your primary care provider, but you can get tested. Last week, Governor Scott also allowed the opening of parks, beaches, and other similar outdoor type recreation areas as long as people follow social distancing guidelines. There was also some very limited reopening of municipal buildings with quite a number of caveats, which I shared with the select board and town staff. Towns are also permitted to pass emergency measures which require the use of face masks in all buildings and businesses in town. Burlington and Brattleboro have already passed such emergency measures. And many other towns are in the process of passing similar regulations. And last but not least, on one of my EMD calls conference calls last week. Senator Leahy joined us, and he spoke briefly about work that he has been doing in the Senate to craft a financial care package, as he worded it, to assist municipalities and counties across the United States. And so it has passed one of the houses in the legislature and is currently before the Senate, in which there are some heated discussions happening. But he's very proud of the work that's been done on that, and it's, as he noted, it's been across the aisle, and he's hoping that there are enough people that can support it to help municipalities across the country work through this pandemic at a financial level.
Thank you, Peter. Are there any comments or questions for Peter? It was a good summary. Okay, on to the warrants.
Okay, so I move that we pay the following warrants. Payroll week 5/17/20 for $6,647.63. Payroll week 5/24/20 for $6,131.42. Expense warrant 2022 for the sum of $19,790.77, and expense warrant FW22 for the sum of $131.50, for a total of $32,701.32. The greatest expenses being once again gravel and insurance.
Do I have a second? Zahn seconds that. Is there any discussion? I'll take the roll then. Veranda?
Aye.
Aye.
Zahn? Rusty?
Aye.
Aye.
Michael? Richard? Aye. So the warrants will be paid. Thank you very much. Any communications this week, Peter?
None. Oh, sorry, none.
Okay. Actions taken.
Actions.
Do you want to handle that?
Yep, actions taken during this meeting was the Select Board approved joining the Deerfield Valley Communications Union District. The Select Board appointed Zahn as the CUD representative and Michael as the alternative. The Select Board approved the deadline extension on the grand list. The Select Board adopted the amended dog ordinance, and actions to be taken is Peter to advertise the role of dog officer on various sources, the website, etc., and Peter to contact adjacent communities about the possibility of a joint dog officer role across communities.
Good. I'd like to insert different actions taken for every one of our meetings, which is to look at the minutes of the previous meeting and what those actions were that we had said should be taken, to see whether those actions have been taken.
And Richard, that's already on this list, and I have them in front of me.
Okay, so I have Peter to speak with Dan about Alan's extra hours.
Which I did, and that's why Dan was going to speak with Richard about that topic, as you are his direct supervisor.
Right. And then the second one is Peter to draft a letter of support for BTCC and share it with Richard prior to sending it.
And that was also done.
Okay, Michael, Richard, and Peter to review final details of amended dog ordinance.
Also done.
Yep. Peter to share a draft letter to dog owner with Select Board.
Also done.
RFP for Tater Lane Culvert Project.
Also done.
And Richard to discuss potential budget cuts with Penny, which I did do.
And all those items
one question. Sorry, go ahead.
So I just wanted you to clarify what I was doing there, because I was.
My question? Sorry. The joining the CUD form for that, Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Form we need to process through, like, I think, and submit.
Yeah.
Oh, sure. Thank you, Michael.
Can we add that as an action item?
Yes, I'm doing so.
Yes. So, Peter, we need to forward a copy of our minutes.
Yes.
To the CUD and fill out this other form.
Yep.
Those two things.
Okay, I just wanted to go back where I was at when I was giving that list. Those were the actions that we wanted to be taken in our previous meeting, and I'm just wanting to go over those at every meeting so that we know that, so we can check them off.
Which we have been doing, Richard. I've been reading those out at the end of each meeting.
Okay, good, excellent. So now I think our next is, if I'm not mistaken, is there a motion to adjourn? Rusty, thank you. Do I have a second?
Sure. I have Michael as a second.
Okay. Is there any discussion? The meeting is adjourned. Thank you.
You might want to take a vote, Richard.
Oh, that's good. Thank you. All those in favor, Veranda?
Aye.
Zahn?
Aye.
Rusty? And Michael?
Aye.
And Richard? Aye. So that we move that unanimously. Thank you very much. We're so adjourned.
Have a good evening.
Thank you.
Morning, everyone. This is Representative Carolyn Partridge, and this is a meeting of the House Agriculture and Forestry Committee. We have a number of witnesses today, and we have been dealing, as you know, primarily with COVID-19 related agricultural issues. And we've heard in recent weeks from a number of folks regarding farmers markets and food supply chain and what have you, and dairy farming, which is so important. We know our farmers are really suffering from low milk prices and or projected low milk prices. And we've found sort of creative ways to avoid the dumping of milk. But we have another group of dairy farmers today. Last week we heard from Jane Clifford. We have some folks here and we're going to be asking them to talk about their experience. I'm going to ask people to please mute themselves unless they're actually speaking, and just to cut down on the background noise. And our first witness is Amanda St. Pierre. Amanda, I see you here, but here's a black box. So I don't know if you want to go live on video or if you just want to speak. However you want to do it's fine. There you are. Welcome, Amanda.
Thank you. Thank you, everyone. Yes, I want to just thank everyone today and your committee, especially for having us testify. It's always good. Wish we were in person. And I think the last time we visited your committee, I had some younger folks with me, which I would have loved to have done again. And hopefully that can happen next time. Everyone's out on the fields today. The sun is shining, but it is very cold. So we had snow 2 days ago. And I think, you know, on top of everything else, that was pretty much the limit. Corn planters stopped and there was snow on the corn planters. So, but I'm going to just start by, again, you know, stating I'm Amanda St. Pierre. I farm in Berkshire with my family. My two sons will be joining officially as partners in January. We're very excited about that. Our family's expanding. My two daughter-in-laws help out on the farm, and my daughter is working as a social worker and pursuing her master's, but she also is helping on the farm and doing our maple online business, as well as doing some of the events that we do. And so it's a very rewarding time. And we said this in our family meeting yesterday, that we're all healthy. It's been very trying. We're going to be going into some really trying months due to the COVID-19 situation, but we're sitting around the table and we're all here. All five of us are here. My father-in-law did his self-quarantine and he's happily back on his tractor. And, you know, we're blessed in that way. And I think most farmers would say the same, that we keep trying to go back to the positive. What I'm going to testify today, and I want to make sure that the other members of Vermont Dairy Producers Alliance and the industry are able to have adequate time. So I'm going to be somewhat brief and to the point, but I'm open to any questions that anybody has at the end. But I wanted to talk really today about what we're all dealing with, and what that is, you know, COVID-19, the pandemic, and how it affected our industry. You know, we've revamped our industry quite a bit in the last 4 years and struggled through some really tough times, but we were amping up for a really good year. And we had made a lot of changes on our dairies the last couple of years. We cut our cost of production, looked at every segment that we could, became more efficient, invested in efficiencies. We invested in water quality projects as we were geared up to do. Felt really good, you know, going in to this new 2020, that we had done a lot of things right. So we were ready to capture better markets. And then COVID hit. And through no prediction of anybody in the world, not just our state, not just the farmers, not just our country, and it really has taken a devastating toll on our markets, and really related directly to the change in the demand and what type of products are being demanded during this time. You know, with schools closing, then it was restaurants closing. and then the world markets and then it was the processing plants not being able to process the milk because people were sick. I'm so sorry. Hold on. She took it. I meant to turn my phone off. I'm sorry about that.
That's okay, Amanda. Life goes on, even though we're on YouTube.
Right. So these things were really like out of our control and not anything that we could prepare for. I don't think that any business, any industry could have prepared enough reserves and had such a solid, planning and balance sheet that they could have gotten through what we're going through without any additional supports and not having it really change the trajectory of at least 2020. So that's really what our farmers in Vermont are dealing with. And I'm here to talk about dairy, but ag of all sectors, dairies of all sizes, and dairy in general. But it affects the vendors that support our industry. And you're going to hear from Josh Poulin today, and you're going to hear from Dave Lane from Yankee Farm Credit to also shine light on those two aspects. So here we sit now, planting season's here, the most expensive time of the year for most dairy farms. And our price of milk has literally gone about an $8 a hundredweight drop is what they're predicting. We've got through last month, and now this month is where the checks are really, really, really going to be affected, where people are not only going to get a zero check, they might get a negative check because they have milk assignments that usually come out. And that is a really scary time because vendors have to be paid. We have to pay for our seed. Our vendors have been great to work with, but they're at their limits. They're facing the same things we're facing. And so this is a time where we really need some additional funding through the CARES program, CARES Act, and, to help us with COVID related issues. I just, I think there's been a lot of debate and a lot of discussion on, what our industry was like coming into this. And that is not really the point of the discussion. I think really what we're seeing is directly related to COVID. There's no mistaking it. We put together a little bit of a report and we looked at our milk price headed into this pre-COVID, and we were forecasted about $19.50 a hundredweight. And when COVID hit, prices are predicted to be now under $12 a hundredweight. And that's nothing else related to COVID. That's not because of world markets. It's not because of trade that normally happens. It happens because COVID hit our world. And what we're asking for is some funds to help us with that. And when we get those funds, what our industry does that I think is unique to other industries is that money stays in Vermont and it gets recirculated 7 to 8 times. I'm not sure there's many other industries that have that kind of stake in the Vermont economy. And I guess that is why it's so important to stress that piece. What are farmers doing right now? Farmers are looking at their inputs as much as possible. They are also facing reduction in their supply of milk. Both co-ops, Agrimart, DFA, and formerly St. Albans Co-op have implemented controls, supply controls, to limit the amount that goes out on the market. So the only source of income that these farms had is now also being reduced at the farm. And so I guess, it's a scary time, and farmers that have the next generation, that have an exit plan, that have somebody coming to purchase their farms, those are the farms that I'm really concerned about, because they are ready to continue and provide such a valuable service to Vermonters. We just did a milk giveaway Friday, and I have to tell you how humbling it was to see folks drive through the line and talk about how they were so happy we did this, how much they support dairy farms. They recognize the importance Vermont farmers have on this state. But equally, there were a number of people who were like, we haven't been able to buy milk in several weeks. And it's really an economic thing. It's really an economic thing. There was one mother who hadn't been able to buy milk for her kids for about 3 weeks, and she was in tears. And it was such a humbling experience. And it was also enlightening because here we are limiting our supply in stores, which I think we've taken care of finally. But A, people couldn't find our product, and B, then they couldn't afford it. But yet farmers are still not being compensated for that milk. So, I mean, there are definitely things we can work on after COVID, but right now our main focus has to be on the issue at hand. And I guess that is really why we're here in front of your committee, is to talk about that and to come up with maybe some ideas of funding. I will tell you that we did work, Vermont Dairy Producers Alliance did put together a packet. We would love to share with your committee. I'm still, it's a working draft, but we'll clean it up. That does talk about mid to long-term goals down the road, and very open to that. But we need to get through this crisis of COVID-19. And I'm going to end there and just open it up to questions and allow the other members to testify.
Thanks, Amanda. I'll tell you, if you don't mind, I would ask for my committee members to hold off on the questions until everyone's had a chance to testify. We have the entire 2 hours to spend with you, and I don't anticipate it's going to be a problem to get everybody through, but I think it would be good to get through presentations and then be able to ask questions, if that's okay with you.
That's great. Thank you for your time. Yep.
Yeah, sure. Okay, next on the agenda, I have Darlene Reynolds. And Darlene, you're here, and would you please introduce yourself? Thanks so much.
Hi, can you hear me? Good. My name is Darlene Reynolds, and my husband and my 4 daughters own Crosswinds Dairy and Daughters in Alburgh, Vermont. I have been speaking in front of your guys' committees since 2006, and very happy to be back here again, but also very saddened to be back here in a time when COVID has definitely affected our industry. We have been a very progressive farmer on water quality. I've also have been chair of the Farmers Watershed Alliance for several years. I've actually stepped down in the last couple of years to really concentrate on efficiencies on our dairy farm and to concentrate on making sure that we make it through these times to hopefully bring on 2 out of my 4 daughters onto the dairy. I have one daughter who actually is graduating with no ceremonies from UVM with a degree in animal science with a minor in entrepreneurship. I also have another daughter who graduated from the 2+2 program 4 years ago, and very proud to have both of them still on the farm today and still looking for positive ways to be in this industry and be in this state at the same time. COVID, I gotta say, has really taken quite a bit of time and energy out of our group to sit down and talk about how to manage this. Because when it first started discussing it, the first thing we started thinking about is how can we do cutbacks? And then it's one thing to drop a $2, $3 a hundredweight, but there's another thing to take $8 almost out of your budget and to figure out ways to make that efficiency be happening, you know, especially on our dairy, and almost daunting. It was like a stage, you know, trying to figure out how we were going to survive through this month. You know, first step certainly was the grain company, cutting back on grain. We had to cut back on production, so that was the easiest measurement. Cutting back on labor, cutting back on efficiencies as far as like products we can purchase, you know, so on and so forth. And I got to say that not only have them meetings been difficult for my family to have, but at the same time, they've been very enlightening to understand that we're all still in this and committed to being dairy farmers and willing to work through that. I am glad on many of the points that Amanda had brought up earlier, but the one thing I want to say is if the state chooses to help a dairy farmer through COVID-19, the one thing I got to stress is that those dollars will go back locally to the tire people who helped us put tires on our tractors, to the auto industry who helped out putting filters through oil changes, you know, through making sure that we have grain, making sure that Bomatic is there to help service our milking equipment and harvest equipment, Champlain Valley equipment. There, Bordeaux Brothers. There is many vendors in this state who would be grateful to make sure that farmers can continue to be in this industry, because we're a huge part of it. I mean, I was just in paying our auto dealership in Swanton the other day, and he was just so excited that I brought a check into him, and I said, well, I still owe you money. And he said, no. He says, but you guys bring in significant dollars to us. It's one thing to sell somebody $100 part. There's another thing when you come in and pay your monthly bill and give us, $1,500 because you've ordered filters and everything else for the springtime. So there is a difference, and farmers really can generate them dollars for those people to stay in business. I also want to assure you that, there's such thing as cause and effect. I mean, the one thing for our farm that we're struggling with is that we were gearing up. Like Amanda said, we were gearing up to produce milk. I calved in almost 100 cows in March. So that meant having to turn the spigot back down again considerably, because in March I was calving them in, so I really wasn't producing that milk. By April, I was actually making much more milk than I was in March, and my quota is actually from March's milk. So it seems like I'm a double-edged sword, because my 15% actually turned into 25% that I have to cut back, which was kind of another thing with conversations with my kids and how to figure that out at the same time. And we're working through that as we go. And I just wanted to let you know that as things change and progress, please understand, and I hope that the state of Vermont has a commitment to knowing that milk is a great product, that even in last night's news, they were talking about COVID being actually really bad for people who had deficiency in vitamin D. So one thing that milk has is vitamin D. And I thought that was a great thought process that, we should be pushing that. People should be adding dairy products to their diets, because it's been proven that people with deficient vitamin D actually have worse contact with COVID-D and actually life-threatening than it is. And of course, the study that just came out last year that kids under 5 should be drinking milk. They should be drinking milk at all times. They've actually put a study out stating that plant-based products should not be in their diets, that they should be providing those nutritionless vitamins and fats that need to be in young people. And I think we should really push those ideas. So, and that's all I had to say. Thank you.
Darlene, thank you so much. We really appreciate you spending time with us today. Next on my agenda here is Steve Cahart. And I see you there, Steve. Thanks for joining us today. And if you could introduce yourself, that would be fabulous.
Yeah, good morning. My name is Steve Cahart. I have a dairy in Addison, along with my brother. We're a second generation farm partnership. We have around 1,200 cows. And COVID has definitely affected us just like everyone else. We started way back in 2015, a reinvestment in our dairy. We had 2 milking facilities where we were milking all of our cows with parlors that were over 40 years old, fully depreciated. And we started a reinvestment plan that was going to have us building a new dairy facility with the goal of getting everything together and kind of getting us set for, the next generation. I'm in my early 50s. I have 3 children that are all either out of college or in college. At the moment, none of them are on the farm. And my brother has got 2 children, one that's out of college and one's in college as well. So part of what we did was to give our kids the opportunity, at least to help build a place for them that they've got an opportunity to come back, much as my parents did for Tim and I back in the early 90s. I will not soon forget being out at a meeting in Syracuse, New York in February when I heard of the first COVID case that was in the United States, and had one of those feelings in my gut of, this is not good. And we all know that since then, life has been a little bit of a blur. You know, not really knowing what the short term is, and really for me, a little bit more of not knowing what the long term is. You know, prior to kind of what unfolded, our plans for this year, we were really, we had gone through the first phase of our reinvestment, our expansion, and things were really starting to click pretty good. And our second phase of that was to construct another dairy barn that would allow us to shut down one of my parlors, and then we have been done. And really, that's definitely on hold for the short term. And really, I don't know about the long term. You know, I know we started doing some budgets. I've been a big budget builder for years and years. And we started doing budgets back when the news of this first kind of hit. And the effects on my business, when I look at what our milk price was last year versus what our agri-market economists were predicting this year, it's a loss of over $1 million in revenue. And I don't think I'm going to surprise anyone to tell you that we don't have $1 million of excess in our budgets to deal with. We held meetings here at the farm with our different crews of people, our people that work with the cows and our people that work in the crop and machinery end, and really talked about, you know, what things can we do? What things can we streamline? And the reality of it is we already run a pretty tight operation, as most of the dairies in the state do. There's not a lot of fluff that's in there. But we did what we could. You know, that loss in revenue doesn't even take into effect now what we're dealing with the decrease in production controls. You know, that's kind of on top of that. We've been, you know, I've participated in the PPP program. We've got some other things that have kind of will help us out as best as we can. Our lender has offered to defer some payments, which I think is fantastic. And we'll be taking advantage of that. But really, you know, going forward, we're looking at it in kind of two lights. One is, what do I got to do to get through to January 1st of 2021? That's the short term. And I'm very confident that I can do that. The second step of that is, what are we going to do to make sure that we're here 10 years from now and still offer the opportunity for our children to be a part of this business? That's the one that has me more concerned. I feel fairly confident that there's going to be a lot of things different in the industry, both on the local, the national, and an international level, that we don't even grasp at this point. Much of our national product supply, if you will, is really grown to rely on the export markets. And what are the export markets going to look like next year? What are they going to look like 5 years from now? And I have great concern over that. We have a nation have already kind of struggled with an oversupply problem, and you know what's going to happen on the international side of that, and will there be a market for our product in Mexico, in China, and other countries? You know, that's kind of the view from Addison, the view from our dairy. We definitely are, you know, doing the best that we can to kind of run a tight ship here, and feel like any of the assistance that we've gotten from either the federal government or hopefully through the state, through the CARES Act, is money that's sorely needed to kind of keep the wheels turning. I just finished our budget for the month of May, and my income in May is down around $115,000. My expenses are up, about $75,000 for the month of April because of spring planting cost. And that's the reality of the situation. You know, you can get really depressed in a hurry if you allow yourself to. I like to think that we've had a fantastic spring in terms of the field work. We're further ahead than we've been in a long time at this point, and that feels really, really good. But I thank you for the opportunity to testify and would welcome any questions at the end.
Thank you, Steve. We really appreciate you taking the time to spend with us. It's been interesting too for me to be home here in Windham during the last month and a half, 2 months. Usually I'm in Montpelier most of the week, but there's been a certain delight actually to watch spring come and get ready for the lambs. So I appreciate that. You know, it kind of cheers you up when you get to experience that. Our next witness is Bill Rao. Bill, we really appreciate you spending time with us today. Thank you so much. If you could introduce yourself, I'd appreciate it.
Yeah, good morning. Pleasure to be here. See you all. Bill Rao, Chair of Vermont Dairy Producer Alliance. My brother and I operate Green Mountain Dairy in Sheldon, Franklin County. We milk around 900 cows. We produce just short of 27 million pounds of milk annually. That usually goes pretty good. We usually get a quality award for our milk, always have. And we were looking at a pretty good year this year. We had a bright prospect on the horizon, and everybody was feeling fairly chipper, I guess you'd say. But that didn't last too long. Right today, they say we're about $7 a hundredweight short of where we were when this started. And for us, that's short in our milk check each month, or for this month anyway, $170,000 short. And somehow we have to figure out how to do what we do without the cows knowing it, without the employees knowing it, without the vendors knowing it, and hopefully without the state knowing it. But at this point, we come before you to ask for some help. A few weeks ago, I had an idea that, and I was talking with some people like Bob Gray. He's the lobbyist in DC for the Northeast Dairy Cooperatives. And I spoke with Peter Welch, and I spoke with Mike McCloskey out in Indiana. And what's the problem that we have? Our markets aren't moving. How do we stimulate the markets to move? If you look at our export partners, for example, we have probably at least 4 major export partners, would be like Japan, China, Mexico, and South Korea is another big partner. If you look at the currency that Mexico uses compared to our dollar is strong right now. Their currency is a small fraction of our dollar. They have to feed their people. They're our biggest export partner. How do we do something to stimulate that? How do we do something to help them feed their people? We don't want to see hungry people when we're dumping milk. So the idea is this: why is it we can't use government money? The government's written some awfully big checks lately, and some of the money hasn't gone to where it was intended, we hear. And how does it go to where it was intended? How about if, to make those markets move, let's say if someone buys $10 million worth of a product from us, and we need X amount of dollars, and they look at their currency and they say, gee, maybe we can only afford 3/4 of that because we don't have that kind of funding available. Can we do something through a government voucher with that exporter to help them feed their people, send that product as part of a feeding program to that country, and make our markets move so that the farmers have some money to pay their vendors, so that our infrastructure can stay intact, so that we have even enough money to assemble the General Assembly? I mean, we're in a real spot here. And I understand that dairy has had its issues in the past with trying to do something about the supply-demand balance. The co-ops have now decided to address that. About time, in my opinion. Not convenient on the one hand, but on the other hand, I remember in 2010, we stood in a shadow of an inventory for the whole year of 2010, because 2009, nothing moved. It was all warehoused. We don't want that to happen again. That keeps us down too long. So I sent that idea to Peter Welch, Patrick and Bernie also, and asked them if they had any ideas. And we'll see if they have any ideas. Must be they can do something. They're in Congress. We're working for the federal government under our federal milk marketing orders. We don't get as farmers to do as we please. So when we get in trouble and can't do otherwise, we turn to the government. And I will say this, it's difficult to work for a government that is restrictive with their federal orders, and a government that has a cheap food policy at somebody else's expense. It's a little bit difficult to plan your plan and go along about your business with a smile on your face. So here we are before you. And yesterday we were before the Senate Ag Committee, and it sounds like you folks are going to come up with a little money for us to help us through so that we can pay the vendors so that we can all stay here. Vermont is a small rural state, and right now it looks pretty good, doesn't it? We can get more than 6 feet away from people. Can you imagine if you were in a city where you couldn't get 6 feet away from people? Can you imagine if you were in a city with 3 or 4 kids on the 8th floor of a building? That would be hard going. Up here, we've got it good. And those people look at us like this is luxury. And I think you're going to see a lot of them show up after this. They want to get out of the city and come to Vermont. And we don't want to see our fields fill up with houses. Hopefully we can retain what remaining farms we have, and we can be less divisive with some of our issues, get along and be Vermonters and be productive. And, you know, most of us are quite proud of what we do and where we are and who we work with, which includes you folks. So thank you. That's my testimony. I'll turn it over to someone else.
Thanks, Bill. Really appreciate your time today. And I think that's a really interesting idea. And maybe when we go to the question period, you can say a little bit more about the response from Peter Welch, if you know, if this is something that has been done in the past. So, yeah. But let's move to Meg Nelson. Meg, I think you're there. If you'd like to turn it, you don't have to, but if you'd like to turn on your video, that would be super. There you are. Thanks so much for joining us today.
Yep. Yes, thank you for having me. It's nice to be back. So to start off, my name is Meg Nelson, and I am part of 2 different farming situations now. My husband and I moved back to the Northeast Kingdom last spring, and he works with his family, Nelson Farms, and I am working with my family, Chattagay Farm in Craftsbury, Vermont. Uniquely, one is a large farm and one is a small farm. So I'm coming at you from two different points that in light of all of the COVID, everybody is feeling the same financial stress. It doesn't come in different, I guess what I'm trying to say is that everybody is feeling this across the dairy board. It doesn't matter, large, small, medium, everybody is really affected by this. So on our farm, my dad and my mom do all the work, and I help them milk and do a lot of bookwork and things like that. In order to stay safe, some of the things that they did right away was halt all hired help on the farm. They had some relief milkers, and now they've been milking 185 cows by themselves, doing all of the chores, the feedings, all the heifers, scraping the barns and such all spring. And I've been doing some of it with them, but mostly really trying to do keep our own family safe and social distance the best we can. We had to cut back on allowing people onto the farm, like salesmen, suppliers, nutritionists, all of that we've started doing via phone call and Zoom. But in order to meet the DFA 50% drop, we've had to beef some animals and dry off cows early to try to get down below. And we're really going to see a hit on that. That's a lot of money that we're losing because of that 50%. And then, you know, just in April, between two milk checks, we saw $5 per hundredweight less on the second milk check, and we'll see what May shapes up to be. You know, we're hearing $8 less. That's really scary for any size farm, because I think going into this, we had all of 5 definite bad years, and all of the funding and financial outlets have been exhausted going into this. So nobody was prepared to have to struggle through COVID and milk decreases and milk check decline. It's just was not expected from anybody, and that's all industries. I mean, we're seeing this with restaurants and how big that was for the dairy industry when restaurants and schools stopped and having to dump milk and such. So that's kind of, I really wanted to just emphasize that it's hurting everybody, and we're not any better off because we're big or any better off because we're small right now. It's really impacting all farms. And one thing I just did want to touch on briefly, and then I'll let the questions or somebody else speak. I've heard the term relationship farming come up a lot, and this COVID-19 has put the kibosh to a lot of relationship things that farmers get out in the community to do, whether that be on the school board or whether that be a salesperson stopping in. And that has taken a different sort of toll, I've noticed, on specifically my parents, just not being able to socialize with people because the financial piece of it is weighing so hard, not being able to enjoy the other outlets in life, like having bonfires with their friends or visiting with the milkman and such like that, have just taken a different sort of mental toll that I think has really brought more so of a depression down on our farmers. So yeah, that's what I wanted to get across, and I hope that Vermont can find some sort of package or relief for our farms to get through this hump and get back to 2021 and start looking up like we were before all this COVID happened. So thank you for having me.
Thank you, Meg. And you remind me, and we'll have the information. If you know of farmers that are really struggling in any number of ways, there's a program called Farm First, and they should definitely reach out to Farm First. We'll have that phone number before the end of our live video. So thank you. for reminding me of that. And thanks for your testimony today. So our next witness is Dave Lane. Dave, I see you up there. And thank you for taking some time to spend with us today.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I am a senior VP with Yankee Farm Credit. So Yankee is an agricultural lending cooperative. So our members, our borrowers are our members. Members are elected to our board of directors, and for Vermont, we're the largest agricultural lender. We cover all of Vermont. We also cover 4 counties in New Hampshire and 2 in New York. But about 80% of our lending is in Vermont. We originate close or over $800 million in lending. We hold about $550 million. And so about just under 50% of that lending is in dairy. The rest is in maple, timber, vegetables, all sorts of diversified agriculture. So I've heard the testimony, and I agree with all of it. You know, after 4 years of dairy putting up with and managing low margins, sometimes negative margins, we saw a lot of improvement in 2019, and 2020 was looking to be a very good year as far as milk prices and the projections for the dairy economy. This crisis, this dip, the COVID-19 has greatly affected prices, as you heard, from between $7 and $8 a hundredweight. Yankee has been able to provide some cash flow relief. What we're really looking at is a very, very deep trough in the milk prices, with them coming back up by fall. So any way that we and all the partners, the federal government, state government, can provide a bridge over that deep cash flow trough, I think is good money spent. The industry overall has done a lot of work with the management on the farms. There's many of these farms, as you've heard, that have management teams that are put in place. They've dealt with the low prices. They've positioned themselves with investments in the right place to improve their profitability, to improve their margins. They know how to cut costs, and they know how to manage. So from a management perspective, we have really good managers, really good business people running these operations. But none of them knew or could really plan what we're experiencing right now with the COVID situation. You know, Yankee, I think it was mentioned early on, we offer financing, but we also have business services. We have tax records, payroll. We have an appraisal department. We also have a consulting department. We run a large dairy benchmarking program along with Farm Credit East in conjunction with them and Ag Choice Farm Credit. So we have a lot of data. We have been offering free budgeting services, which a number of farms have taken us up on. And we've been doing that for a couple of years. And what, again, that has all been part of the dairy industry becoming much better managers, much more professional in how they look at their businesses. So dairy as a whole, I think, has continued to become stronger because of the dedication, the courage, and the management that we have on the farms. But dairy farms have require a lot of fixed assets that are expensive, and so they've made very large investments. They have, along with those fixed assets, they have a large amount of fixed cost. So when you have such a rapid decline in prices, it's really hard to cut because most of those costs are already fixed. Yankee Farm Credit has been able to help. We became an SBA lender for the Paycheck Protection Program so far, and this is our whole association, but it's about 80% in Vermont. You know, we've made 140 of those loans, which at some point SBA needs to figure out how the forgiveness works on those loans going forward. But we've also done over 200 loan actions with deferrals and increases in lines of credit to help during this time. Again, Vermont's a dairy state. It's a strong dairy state. The industry is just going through really a surprisingly hard time given where they were if you looked at projections back in even February, where the milk prices was projected to be. So I can take questions with everyone else. But
Great, Dave. Thanks so much. All right, our last witness is Josh Poulin from Poulin Grain. And Josh, thank you for joining us. Thank you to Dave for spending the time with us. But Josh, thank you.
Well, they say the best for last. I think they got that one wrong on this one. But anyway, I am Josh Poulin. I own a dairy farm in Derby, Vermont, and I also own Poulin Grain. So we're a fourth generation family feed company here that's been in operation since 1932. So been around dairy, my grandfather farmed, my uncle farmed, obviously a lot of, friends and things. So I guess I got a little different spin. I don't know how much people know or here on the committee know kind of what was going on in dairy before COVID. I just guess I'd like to explain that. They were making changes inside these co-ops to try to fix maybe or at least help out some of these oversupply issues that were going on that kept this in a pretty tough time for 4 years before this. I think we've been down there. I think you guys know we testified in your committee and others about some of these things that have gone on. And, this is a countrywide thing. So things have changed a lot if you really look at it. Both from, you just heard Dave Lane talk, supplier-wise, both customer-wise, a lot of things in the last, I guess I've been kind of running here, Poulin Grain for the last 15 years. A lot of things have changed. The markets have changed, the dairies have changed. And the reason I'm talking about this, I think from a dairy standpoint, there's only been a couple ways to actually be able to forward your business because they don't necessarily control the end product, what it gets sold for. You have, when you spend money, you've had to grow or gain efficiencies, and a lot of that has been through growth. So given the situations we've been in with obviously some of our demand and some of our products here in the East being, it's been a little tricky, right? Fluid milk consumption's been down over the last, whatever, we'll call it 30 years. But it's really taken a pretty big dive ever since the beginning of the 2000s. I'd say it's really been on a pretty rapid decline. And so given that, now kind of with what we've seen in COVID, we just barely started coming into a situation which I think was going to make things at least seem better. you know, and it was going to make things better as far as, you know, pricing, both for customers and suppliers and the whole industry, right? Things were going to get back to somewhat what we would call a price level where people can not just cut costs, but actually operate their business the way they're supposed to. Dave Lane just talked about, you know, we're capital heavy businesses. That's true for most of ag, you know, whether you run a feed company, whether you're running a dairy farm, whatever it may be, anything that's associated with fertilizer businesses, we're all capital heavy. You know, we have a lot of assets that need to run to be able to produce what we do. And when things aren't good, you stretch those assets further than you maybe should in a lot of ways. So that's going to be the bigger. So that's a little brief, I guess, my take on what's going on before. And now we get COVID and we take. So I did a little math and I did it in percentages, maybe just so that, like at my dairy, I milk 360 jerseys from January to May, and I did some estimating on May's milk, but it's a 43% loss in income, right, to the farm. So that's a pretty, I mean, I don't know who else we could try doing that, you know, take your salary, cut it by 43%, figure that out. It's just, it doesn't work, right? I mean, everything you had, even given the factors I just said before, that doesn't matter. At this point, we're going to live through at least, I'm going to guess 3 months of things that are honestly, I don't even know what they call that. You know, they say it's not ever as good as it seems or as bad as it seems. This one might be as bad as it seems. It's really going to hit home. So a couple other stats I had written down just from the business standpoint and what's going on, just to know what we've done from an industry standpoint over the last few years. We're about 3 times higher in our accounts receivable than where we were back in like 14 and 15. So we've tried to support dairy through the last 4 or 5 years, given the hard times they've been through. In that time, in 14 and 15, feed was about $40 a ton higher than it is today. So that, if I do the math back on that, it's actually almost 4 times higher. You know, we have a lot of, it's really, so that's really been a challenge for ag businesses and farmers, obviously, the relationships and how you deal with those things as you work through this stuff. The other thing is what we've had to do when people don't make it. You know, there's we were living in that $100,000 to $200,000 a year mark where we were basically calling those losses and writing those off at end of years. 18 and 19 almost touched $1 million, at least for our business here at Pool & Grain. So I think, I really think that the industry's figuring some stuff out, and maybe there'll be some silver lining from this COVID thing as far as like how we come out of this on the supply side and demand and how we manage things going forward. But for the next 6 to 12 months, I think we're definitely going to need some help from the state, the federal government, figuring out how we get ourselves repositioned as these markets change. My dad lives in Florida. I talked to him yesterday. They've opened some restaurants down there. He went out to eat, I guess. I don't know if that was a smart move or not a smart move, but he did. And he says there's nobody there, right? I mean, there's some people, but there's really nobody there. So when, having people serve you with a mask and rubber gloves on is going to be a little, I just don't think people are going to run back out to have that, So our supply chains and how we've got to manage this from the co-op side and from the farm side is drastically changed. And that's it's just not a fast fix. And I think a lot of farms did start making investments over the last year or so to try to get ready for things that were going to be a little bit more normal, because they have ran things a little further. You heard Steve talk earlier, they had a power that they'd run a long time in facilities. And, at some point, you have to reinvest, and you hope you do that at the right time. And, we've done the same thing with the feed business. We've held back, not bought as many trucks, not done this, not done that, to try to help, control costs. But there's only so much when you run an asset heavy businesses like agriculture, at least dairy agriculture, and most of agriculture is. So I do think not being able to either grow or be able to figure out ways to generate more income for a lot of these farms over the next few months is going to be a huge challenge. I mean, I think like all of the people that have testified before me have stayed awake a lot at night and talked and called and you know, it's definitely changed the feed business a lot. We don't send our salespeople are going to farms if they have to sample feeds and do different things, but not really having everything else is done the same way we're doing things today, over the computer, or over the phone. The other thing I'll just mention is there's been a lot of talk about essential, and I think that I think that word has gotten overpopulated, but I really feel that what we do, not only just dairy, but all of these things that we do are very essential. And I hope that people in government and people in places that are looking at this realize that even the stuff we're on computers, they may be essential today, but really when it comes to essential in life, that we, I think we're proud of what we do from an industry standpoint, and we really feel that it's essential and are happy to do that. We just hope that we can survive to the next chapter, because I do think this is definitely going to be pretty rough. You know, if you look at what farm numbers have done in the state of Vermont over the last, you know, I think in the late 80s, there was over 8,000 farms here. And now I think they had a thing in Hordes Dairyman there a couple months ago. There's 680 farms, and the average herd size is 190 cows. So, you know, there is definitely consolidation, but I think this could be really fast consolidation if we don't have some sort of help and opportunity to try to make sure that all these people can survive through this. So with that, I don't have a lot other than that. Appreciate the time.
Thank you, Josh. Really appreciate you spending some time with us. I wanted to I think you're aware of the fact that the Senate has been working on a bill, a dairy assistance bill, that would be more of an immediate one-time payment to our dairy farmers. I think there's general support. Our committee talked about this last week very briefly, but I think there's general support for it. And I think that we might be seeing that coming from the Senate in this sort of the mini budget. It would be money that came out of it would come out of the CARES money, the stimulus money, and it would be, you know, sort of a scaled payment for depending on the size of the farm. But I'm also wondering, and I would just put it out to everyone, have you taken advantage of the PPP program, paycheck protection? I think one of you mentioned that, Dave mentioned that. And I'm wondering if you've taken advantage of that. I know that the emergency injury disaster loan program was not available to farmers at the very beginning, but my understanding is that it is. And there's also the pandemic unemployment assistance program, which is I hear from people all the time, every day, who have not been able to make that work for them. And I'm filling out forms for folks, but just wondering if anybody, and feel free to sort of raise your hand or the little blue hand. Amanda, I see your hand. Would you like to comment on that?
Yes, thanks for the opportunity. So for our members of Vermont Dairy Producer Alliance, for the most part, the PPP plan was implemented for those that had employees, but farms of different sizes, this does not always apply. Family members might be living directly from the milk check. And so then we advised them to take part in the PUA, which had its own very strong difficulties in the beginning. And I think there's still farms who are struggling to get paid under that program. We offered some cheat notes on how to get on the system and what you need to do. And then we took lists of farmers who got denied and had not heard back from the Department of Labor. And so we did contact the Department of Labor directly, and they were working out the kinks. But honestly, I have not heard back from those farmers that we were on the list, because the PPP did not accommodate those farms who don't have paid employees. They are working and earning money out of their milk check. The EIDL program, you know, what I've heard from that is that there was much confusion around the beginning. I have heard some farms did get the 10,000 advance. Some farms are taking advantage of the $150,000 cap now that they placed on it. But that is another loan that will have to be paid back. And so it's really kind of, I'm not even gonna say 50-50. I think there's probably 30% that are taking part of that. And some of it is just difficulty in the paperwork, and you don't speak to somebody directly in the beginning, you do it online, and there's just some confusion around that. But that's kind of where we ended up with those 3 programs. I did want to address, and then open it up to everybody else, discussion around the proposal with the Senate Ag. For a moment, we did prepare a report, and we had documented that we're going to be about 42 million short in the next 3 months. It's only in the next 3 months, is as far as our projections went, it's about a loss of 14 million a month. And so those were the numbers that got presented in that committee. And we would hope that they would be able to work through the process of how to get that money out to farmers, and soon, because it's needed now, and in 30 days things could look a lot different. And again, it was a very short-term projection, related only to COVID-19 losses.
Mm-hmm. Okay, yeah, I know that. I think the total of this dairy assistance program is about 8.8 million. So that's not going to meet your needs completely. You know, and it's going to be all part of a conversation that occurs. I've gotten an email or two about the testimony in the Senate Ag Committee yesterday, and I want to stress that when we have these committee meetings and we have discussions, they're really just we're putting out ideas, we're floating ideas, and nothing that gets said here is necessarily set in stone. So for folks maybe watching in, this is just discussion, and the ultimate product will be when it goes from the Senate to the House and then probably back again, and there might be a committee of conference. I think that they're trying to streamline things, but you know, please don't take everything that's said in these meetings as gospel. So thanks, Amanda. I'm interested, and I'm happy that people are potentially taking advantage of the various programs that are available. Did anybody, Josh, you have your hand up. You want to comment?
Well, I just wanted to kind of comment something about what Amanda just said. Timing is really, I know things can only happen so fast, but timing is really going to be, and then having to pay back, when you have to pay back some of these loans, you just can't get money for free. I mean, we all know there's not a lot free out there, but these are actual losses, right? So they're, and you know, from the supplier side, and you know what we're doing and how we're trying to figure that out is we're talking with our bankers and other things and trying to figure out how we can try to help through this and not get ourselves in a predicament either. So, but timing is going to be somewhat essential about, you know, because, you know, we've kind of made it through now, you know, as you know, milk pays the month before. So we're just coming into now where, you know, this month, you know, May, June, you know, and here, as far as we can see forward, that's really where the money's going to be needed, you know. I'm hoping that, you know, like we all are, that some things turn around quicker than maybe we're projecting at this point. You know, there's a lot of media out there about a lot of different things, and I don't know if I watch a lot of it anymore because I get confused and I can't figure out what's real and what's not. But I do think that the losses are going to be the losses, right? And they're going to be hard to recover from. So anything we can do to mitigate those things you know what I mean? I think with timing, I just think that everybody's going to I think that's important. I guess that's all I get to say. That the timing is going to be super important.
Yeah, thanks. I see Bill's hand up. Bill?
So yesterday, Senator Starr said that we should see some money in the mailbox in a couple weeks. So I'm going to be checking my mailbox. Hope he's pretty good with a calendar.
I hope that's accurate too, Bill. And I'm not quite sure what the process is going to look like. Sometimes when things are dire or time is short, there are efforts to have everybody on board with a particular issue or bill, and this I think might be one of those instances. I know I've been working from my side on some of this. So, you know, as I said at the beginning of this meeting, we discussed this fairly briefly last week, and I think that there was general consensus and thumbs up from all of our committee members that we would be in agreement with this this dairy assistance program. So hopefully it will move quickly and you will get relief soon. I'm reluctant to make any promises regarding timing or weeks or days, but hopefully it will happen quickly. Any other, Darlene, your hand is up.
Yes, I just wanted to mention that most people that I know have done the PPP program, myself included, who have employees, and also been working with the SBA to try to work through the program. I probably was one of the people that waited until monies were told that they were directly available to farmers, which was just last week, and have an application in, but still, you know, waiting to hear. And then, you know, it scares me as you start hearing rumors that Sunday, and I didn't get my application in until Tuesday. Shame on me, but I still milk and do all the paperwork. I'm sorry. And there's talks about funding already being dried up there, and some bog down in those application processes from Sunday and Monday and Tuesday morning. So I'm hoping to hear, but I think most farmers that I'm speaking to, and there's a lot of farm groups on Facebook that have been talking about this program. I think everybody's pretty much running to those programs and definitely trying to hook up with those kinds of situations. And I just want to let you know that farmers are educating themselves and getting out there to really get these programs in hand too. Is it the answer to our problem? No, I don't think so. But let's hope that it's a help. And do I think everybody's going to get these programs? I think not. I think, again, monies will be an issue, and also, you know, progress and how things push through, because a lot of this has been done, from what I'm told, computer generated.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and the other thing I'm concerned about is and someone mentioned it, the forgiveness part of this. And do we know, have we figured out how all of the details around how this PPP program, how you do get for your money forgiven? And I don't know, Dave, yeah, I thought you might be the person to go to on that one, Dave.
Yeah. So I agree. Farmers have turned over every rock. We did a lot of PPP. VAC did a number, community banks and banks around Vermont. Especially if they had employees. There were some farms where they were really looking for self-employment income that had a harder time with the PPP because they had to show a net profit. And when they were doing their taxes, basically what you're doing, you know, maximizing depreciation and reducing your net profit so you have less taxable income, worked against you with this particular program. And so on that, for some farms that didn't have employees or were partnerships, LLCs, where they wanted to apply for the self-employed individual, they weren't able to utilize the program to its max. On the forgiveness side, you know, it's going to take really good record keeping. There's no double dipping with EIDL, at least on the grant portion, actually on the loan portion as well. It's going to be a lot of the same documents that we received as lenders to verify the PPP loan amounts. So some of the same payroll information, along with you know, statements for interest paid, statements for rental payments that were made. So there's some guidance. I wish there was more coming from SBA around some of the details, but it will be the local lender that actually, again, verifies the forgiveness amount and then submits that application to SBA. So I think the good news is that the business owners are going to be working again with the same local lenders to help with the forgiveness portion, but it is specific. It's only during those 8 weeks. So I will say that a lot of planning has to take place now, a lot of records and a lot of tracking to make sure you can maximize the forgiveness portion of those loans.
Right, and there's a business in my district, not dairy, not farming, but they did take advantage of the PPP program, and they're concerned because there's a condition that you have to be able to re-employ those people after 8 weeks, put them to work. And the question is it even possible with social distancing and what have you? So I'm, you know, this, as I said, this is a concern to me that people are going to be able to make this work for them.
So that is a concern with because the 8 weeks starts the day your loan was funded. So some of the early PPP loans were still at a time when the businesses couldn't start. Certainly dairies continue to have their employees getting into springtime work. They may even have been ramping up. Again, on the forgiveness side, there's still a lot of questions, such as the timing, rehiring employees who choose not to come back for whatever personal reason they may have. These are still questions that SBA has not provided guidance on.
Yeah, okay.
I would also add that, as Josh said, timing is critical. Both from looking at what prices are now doing and the next 3 months, but also we realize that corn is going in the ground. Hay will be being cut soon. And this is the expenses on a dairy are going to be the highest in the next 3 months, as well as the lowest revenue that we've seen in probably well over a decade.
Yeah, yeah. I'm wondering if any committee members have questions for any of our witnesses today. I'm not seeing any hands. Oh, Vicky's waving her hand. Vicky? I'm not seeing any little blue hands. Let's put it that way.
I did raise my hand on there, and it must not have worked, Carolyn.
Oh, Linda, you know what? Hold on a sec. Linda, maybe I'm not a co-host.
You are now.
Okay. Oh, now I see the hands. Hey, Vicky.
Okay,
Go ahead.
thank you. I think Meg left the call, Meg Nelson. I wanted to make a quick comment for Meg on Meg's behalf, and then I have a question for Josh. Meg mentioned their farm and having to even let their helpers go. And her parents are not young. They're probably in their late 50s. Now they're doing all these chores for 185 cows. Plus, they have a cheese business her mom had, and I wanted to ask Meg if that had to kind of be let go. There's only so many hours in a day, and it's really an insult to tell a farmer, well, just work harder. You know, they're already practically killing themselves. But I just wondered, it's a very isolated littler farm, really on a back road that nobody drives by even, and the feeling of isolation's just got to be very wearing. And I wish there was something on a community level we could do to support by tuning. Just something to say, we appreciate you, you know, hang in there. But anyway, I just wanted to mention Meg has been in our committee numerous times. She's had another little baby and they're both helping their parents. I think that's awesome, but what a burden for the farms to be bearing. But my question for Josh, seeing the farmers bearing these burdens, and then I think I heard you say, maybe just clarify that when a farm goes out of business and sometimes they're leaving you with maybe a large grain bill and are unable to pay that. Did you say that you have $1 million of written off expenses? Could you explain that a little more?
Yep, I can explain that. So obviously, you generally try to, like anything in business, you're calculating risk, right? So, you know, I actually do most of the collection work for the company here. With my assistant helps me some with that too. But yeah, it's just been a tougher game. You know, as you have more of this, like I said, and my accounts receivable are up 3 times. Which is a really big number if you look at that from back in 2014-15 to where we are today in 2020. So in 5 or 6 years. So given there's more money there, we're taking more risk. And when we take more risk, you're generally going to take more loss. So I was just in 14, it was, you know, under 200,000, and in 18 and 19, it was, well, in 19, it was just under $1 million. So obviously with a feed business or any other business, these dairies are our life, right? I mean, I farm too. We don't operate. I mean, we have a bag business here. Obviously we do horse feeds and chicken and swine and other things. That's about 25% of our business. And the other 75% of our business is directly related to dairy. So, you know, we try to hang in there unsecured, and I'm not the only one. The industry does, as long as we can to try to support our customers and make sure that they're there day in and day out, because I feel it's really important not only for our company but also for the state and the whole economy. I think the state of Vermont's in deep trouble if we don't keep cow numbers and these dairy businesses in business. So, but as you take more risk, as things get more risky, it just there's no way around it, right? So it is as it is, and we've tried hard, and you know there's years that we do better or not. I'm really concerned if there's no help in a year like this, what can happen? You know, as people. You know, you really can't buy the neighbor's farm. If a guy wants, we didn't talk about that, but if somebody wants to get out of this industry today, how do you get out of this industry? How do you move? If I'm next to Steve, just because I see him on the screen and he wants to buy my farm because I'm looking to get out. I mean, he may want to do that and may want to keep milking those cows and be able to do that. But there's, you know, with the things going on in the co-ops and how that's going, there's a way to, but there's no money there to do that stuff. So it's really put everything at a standstill, I would say, from that standpoint. That's why the financial challenges are just going to be are just astronomical. I mean, you just heard Amanda say 42 million, you know, and you know, I mean, the amount of dollars that transfer, you know, in agriculture just in this state is pretty mind-boggling when you really look at it. So yeah, we've took more risk, and we've I think we've been okay, but I think we've definitely seen an impact from that. So yeah, unfortunately, you know, when you care about people and dairies and the people you deal with, you know, not every decision's a good one. You know, you try to make the best ones you can. So Hopefully, I think better days are coming from that standpoint if we can get through this. But I got a feeling this next 12 months might be that could be a scarier number, is my concern. Actually, sitting here from a supplier standpoint to dairies, not because the people aren't capable if things stayed where they were, because something like this is just unforeseen and unpredictable, and then people just have no way out today, right? I mean, there's just no way out for them. So, thanks for the question.
Thank you, Josh. I have several people who want to ask questions. John O'Brien is first, then Rodney, and then Tom. And I'm going to go stoke my stove because I'm freezing to death here, but I am listening. Go ahead, John.
While we have a lot of the stars of the Vermont dairy industry on here today, I just had a couple observations and a question. The first was that anybody left in dairy farming at this point in Vermont or around the country, I've never seen such a tough, smart, and super efficient industry. The next observation is that how, when someone like Agrimark says, well, there are going to be better prices next summer, every smart, efficient dairy farmer seems to be, and this was echoed today by Steve and Darlene and Amanda, tease up to produce more milk. And so I'm not much of an economist, but I can just see, even without COVID, that this is just going to create, more of an oversupply problem. Even if you have a window of good pricing, ultimately, everybody, if you multiply what's just happening in our little Zoom room of farmers here, if you multiply that by every farmer in the country, it's going to go back to an oversupply. So just how as an industry do we control this? It seems like it'd make more sense for the government to pay farmers not to make milk, or if you could reach a point where you have half the cows and you get twice the price for milk, that would be a better situation than we're in. And this isn't even dealing with COVID. So I just wondered what your thoughts were on that.
Does somebody want to take that? I see Steve's hand is up. Steve, and then Amanda.
Yeah, so I think that's a great question. And, I am convinced that there's a lot of things, like I think back to September 11th, and I think a lot of the changes that we've seen in our country that have been good for our country as a result of that. And I think the same thing will happen as a result of what we're going through right now. We've dealt with an oversupply issue in the country for a long, long time. And now the individual co-ops, the farmers wanted the government to kind of solve the problem for them, government to step in. And that's been going on as long as one can remember. Now the individual co-ops are kind of taking the lead on that. And I envision that that's probably going to be the way things are going forward. Agrimark, that I'm a member of, we spent all last year kind of establishing what was going to be our base going forward. So we were already kind of headed down that road, because the co-op's mindset is we got to make sure we keep our supply in balance so we can protect the interests of our farmers and our members. And I don't want to say with confidence, but I think that that's one of the things that will probably come out of this, is that you'll see a lot, more continuation of that on the co-op level, and less reliance on the federal government to, mandate supply, because they don't want anything to do with it.
Amanda, thanks, Steve. Amanda?
I agree with Steve. And I mean, certainly members of this call, Darlene, Bill, and I, and Dave, I think, was very aware of the discussion back in the day, and Josh, but we worked really hard around the country with DFWT on this very issue, and implemented some market stabilization plans and vetted them through Bob Wellington, who has my utmost respect, and we certainly miss him during this time. We worked with other economists around the country as well. We were one vote away, and only because of politics did it not get its shake in the Congress. But here we are, and co-ops are now feeling the pain enough that they are actually implementing these programs that they said they couldn't do. So I agree with Steve that down the road, these are tools that could be very useful. But right now during COVID, it's just a double whammy because it wasn't unveiled and unrolled in a way that we could also match our expenses. And I think that's what you're seeing. I think long term, I do agree. Now we will see a tool that they can't say can't be done. But I want to just make sure everybody is very aware. 1 in 5 children in the country go to bed hungry. So when we talk about oversupply, I'm not sure there's an oversupply of food. We need food. We need food to keep our country safe and strong. And if we can provide food to other countries, to me, that is the best weapon against any kind of war, because we're providing safe food. When people go hungry and are starving, they will stop at nothing. So for me, it's really a processing, infrastructure, price chain kind of an issue. And if we were doing a better job getting this product where it needs to be at a fair enough price, we'd all be better off. But those are conversations that we have to keep having in the next several months. Tomorrow, we will be on a conference call with Congressman Welch to talk about these very issues. But right now with COVID, we're dealing with this first time change with our co-op reducing production at a time when we weren't able to get our costs down to a certain level because we knew this was coming. And we had invested so much in our infrastructure. And I'll cede it to Bill here to finish up on this topic.
Okay, Bill's hand up, and Dave, was your hand up? Okay, but we'll go to Bill and then we'll go to you, Dave.
Well, Mr. O'Brien's question, that was a good question, and I think you're right on the target there. That back in 2006 was the difficult thing, to go to another region of the country and try to convince those farmers that don't produce twice as much milk for half price, produce half as much for full price. I mean, you don't have to be much of a businessman to figure that out. But if you talk to any farmer, they'll lose 10 or 15% of their production in a heat wave, but they can't manage to cut back 2% to protect their price or to reduce the oversupply. And we went through that and went through it. We went to Congress. I don't know how many committees we sat before in Congress. And finally, it got to the point where that we had a national coalition of farmers, and not just farmers, also vendors that had joined with us. We got to the point where we had 66 votes in the Senate, and they whipped the votes, and we had the votes in the House. But then Speaker of the House, Boehner, wouldn't schedule the bill for a vote because he knew we would prevail. And it appears that PAC money was an issue. So people look at the farmer and say, why do you guys do that? That producing milk is the only response we can do. Either produce milk or go out of business. And none of us want to go out of business. So we had to convince National Milk to get on board. Somebody had to talk their co-op into backing us, because the congressional delegates, every time you'd go to Washington, the first thing they'd ask you, is your co-op behind you with this idea of a management tool? How about National Milk? Are they behind you? We finally got the co-ops and National Milk on board, and we thought we were getting somewhere. But then it became obvious that it was too much of a political hot potato. How do you do it? The co-ops themselves have the authority to manage their own supply. So manage your own supply. Why do you think that it's fair to ask the farmer to dump milk at their expense so that you can keep your plant wet? That's our plant. It's not your plant, it's our plant, the members. And I was at a DFA meeting last fall in Syracuse, and we were told there weren't enough votes in the Northeast to have a management tool at play. And I said, you said that in front of the wrong guy, because I'm not buying what you're saying. So I think what you meant to say was there weren't enough votes on the board to pass that. But there's certainly enough votes amongst the farmers, because the farmers can't keep dumping milk at their expense so that you guys can travel around the country and go to the meetings. Well, wasn't maybe 3 or 4 weeks later, it was announced that there would be a management tool in the Northeast Council for DFA. Then we heard that Agrimark was going to impose a management tool. So we're finally getting somewhere. Everybody says, you guys need to diversify and do something different. We're finally going to do something different. It's not going to be convenient. We're in this crisis, and that's going to suck the lifeblood out of us. But we're doing something different. And when we get to the other side, like it's been said earlier, a lot of things are going to change. Protocol for a lot of things will change. A lot of things won't be here anymore. But there'll still be farmers in Vermont that want to farm. I'll leave it there.
Thanks, Bill. Dave, and then we have hands up. Rodney is next, then Tom. Terry, your hand was up, but now I see it's down. And Sharon has her hand up. So Dave, why don't you go ahead?
Yeah, just lending my voice. I totally agree. The dairy industry has never been together as it is today. As you've heard, there's dairy farmers, there's co-ops, there's processors, and they're closer and working better than they ever have in the past. They're really making the most out of this crisis, and I believe they will. I mean, you've seen on the processor side with the Dean Food collapse and other processors having difficulty, that all of the pieces have to work, and I believe that they are, and that maybe one thing that comes out of this crisis, I think Josh mentioned it, is that they'll be able to do that going forward.
Thanks, Dave. Rodney.
Yeah, well, I agree with what everybody's saying, and I sold my cows here recently. I made the decision back in January that I was going to, because of the milk price and situation in Organic Valley. But I think it was a couple of weeks ago that I made mention to the committee that I was very disappointed that the government and the state was doing a lot for all other sorts of industries, but was not doing anything for dairy. And I think that we're finally the Senate's going to come up with something to help out, but I don't, the amount of money that's available from the federal government to go to agriculture is just not going to be enough to bail everybody out. And it's going to be a one-shot deal. It will be helpful, but everything would be helpful, but it's not really, the government really hasn't put enough into this CARES Act or any other act that's going to be, get us back on even keel. And it's very disappointing in my view that, agriculture is the foundation of this country, and we're at the bottom of the totem pole when help needs to be gotten. I just don't understand why we're doing that. I mean, we got people getting more unemployment than they were getting when they were working. And now they don't want to go back to work because they're getting more money on unemployment. That's just stupid. And I don't know how to change it.
Thanks, Rodney. I know it's very frustrating. And the way things are working, there are folks, And it just makes sense money-wise. If you're getting an extra $600 on top of what you would typically get, and you can't go back, I've heard from the woman who cuts my hair, and if she can't have the regular system that she has, where she has 3 customers per hour, she's working on 3 people in every hour, she's not going to be able to make it. So there are some things that are just, they don't make sense. But hopefully this will be the immediate help that we can bring. But I think that the Senate and Bobby in particular are working on other longer term, potentially helpful provisions, and they're working on it, and we can chime in as the time grows nearer, as they're working out the details. So I have Tom Bach, and then Sharon, and then Vicky has her hand up. Tom?
Yes, I have a question for Bill Roll. This is regarding the 4 big export markets: China, Japan, Mexico, and Korea. Bill, do you know, have they just stopped buying? Or have they found other sources? What happened to that market?
Well, part of it has to do with the labor that it takes to send the product there and for them to receive the product. They're all in crisis as well as us. So that was one of the issues. The other issue is the currency. Our dollar is quite strong right now. In fact, it's worth more than $1. And if you compare it to those currencies, there's something of a fraction of our dollar. And so I think that's slowed things up. The markets will start to move, but they need a push. And that's why I thought that, if we have all of this big money that we're writing checks for in the federal government, and it's not getting all of it where it's intended, why couldn't they do something with a voucher system to do something, term it however, or disguise it however you need to get it past the World Trade Organization, and put some money into that to make our markets move, so that we can pay our vendors, so that people can eat, and so that we can maybe even enjoy a little loyalty in the future from those markets. People don't forget those things. So, but no, it's sluggish, and there's no indication that it's going to move real quick. I know 3 weeks ago, cheddar cheese was $1.05 a pound. If you figure that out, that's $10.50 milk. Last week it was $1.20. This week it's $1.30. So the price of cheddar is coming up, and it'll slowly get there, but it's slow.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
I think what farmers have on their side is that most everybody eats. And I think I've said this any number of times. I think people are going to appreciate farmers more and more as things get tougher and tougher. So that's what farmers have going for them.
Well, Carolyn, let me respond to that. I'll give you an example. My grandson lives in Albuquerque, New Mexico, and his father's got a big job down there. So he had a birthday party, and his folks said, Xavier, why don't you invite some of your friends from school? And they had they rent a place on Saturday, and all the kids show up, and they have a menu, and they stay there for however many hours. One little boy came up and said, Xavier had invited him to his birthday party. He said, well, could I invite my brothers too? We don't have very much to eat at the house. He said, I can't come unless they could come.
Yep.
Just think
Yeah.
of that. That's
Yeah,
not
I mean,
supposed to happen.
Yeah, no, that's heartbreaking.
You bet.
And I think as Amanda said, you know, a certain number of kids in this country are going hungry.
Yeah. So I think the farmer's doing their job. So what I'm trying to figure out is, who is it that's reluctant to stick their neck out and do their job, 100% of their job, not just the part that works for them? There's somebody that's laying back on us.
Mhm.
And if I can find him, he'll wake up.
Well, I think that there are some folks who don't understand actually where their food comes from. Sharon, you have your hand up, and Vicky still has hers up. Vicky, Sharon, you go ahead, and then Vicky.
Thank you. Bill had mentioned earlier that, you know, we have this commitment to inexpensive food. And I'm thinking about the measures that our co-ops up here have been taking to reduce production. I'm wondering, are the co-ops out west, where they have the giant facilities, are they also cutting production? Are they requiring that their members reduce their milk production?
Yes, that is a fact.
Is it 15%?
There are the DFA, of course, is the largest co-op in the country, right? And they have, I think it's 7, they call them councils. So that we're in the Northeast Council. Then there's the Southwest Council,
yep,
et cetera, et cetera. I think there's only one council left that doesn't have a management tool at play. So,
okay.
so they're paying attention and they're watching it pretty close. My question was, what happens if there's a demand here in the Northeast Council and we're under a management tool and we can't respond to the demand? What are you going to do? Funnel milk in from somewhere else? And that's not what I want to see happen. And they said we might have to temporarily, but that's not our intention to do that way.
Is there anything in place so that, heaven forbid, on top of a pandemic that impacts humans, and I understand tigers in zoos, if something were to happen that, I'm assuming that these volume restrictions are going to be kept in place for quite some time, that the lack of predictability with what's going to happen based on the COVID-19 pandemic. I think I'm grateful, really relieved to hear that 6 of the 7 regional councils have something in place. But I'm also thinking, you know, what you just said, Bill, you know, if something happened and there was an outbreak of some kind of disease in the dairy industry, I would want to make sure that volume could be lifted for or put at a regional level. So if some herds are out of business, others could pick up that slack. And I like your idea about providing some kind of support so that we can get some of the surplus that we currently have to Mexico. Mexico's pretty far away from Vermont, but the fact that 1 in 5 kids is hungry also makes me think that something within the United States, most food shelves do not distribute milk because of its short shelf life and its need for refrigeration. And I'm wondering if there's also a solution that focuses more on our kids, like Mandy St. Pierre said, that she was hearing from families that haven't been getting milk because they haven't been able to do the kind of grocery shopping they need to.
Right.
Yeah.
Well,
Anyway.
the SNAP program, you know, the Supplemental Nutrition Assistance Program would be a place that they could go knock on the door and say, listen, we're not eating, we need some help. These kids need milk, you know. That if that was my situation, I'd certainly be there doing that. I'd be I wouldn't be too bashful, I don't think, if it came to the kids.
Yep. Take the Mountain Dew off of the acceptable item list on SNAP and make sure that there's plenty of milk.
So listen, to explain that in better detail, those co-ops, DFA said, listen, the hardest time to market milk is from March through August. And in the springtime, they have what they call the spring flush. So there's an abundance of milk. So they said, we want to put a management tool at play from March through August, and we're going to watch it very closely. And as we approached that, then this COVID thing came about, and we are where we are now. But they do have a plan, and they claim they're going to watch it very closely. So we're going to have to do what we can to hold them to it. Yeah.
Thanks. Thanks, Bill.
You're welcome.
I saw Darlene wave her hand, and so I thought I'd give her an opportunity to respond. And then Vicky's hand is still up, and we'll go to Vicky. Darlene?
Yes, I just wanted to let you know that I am a part of the Vermont Milk Promotion Board, that they meet once a year, usually down in Berlin. And because of COVID-19, there was a lot of funding that was kind of hanging out there that needed to be spent. And one thing that did happen is that there was 92 schools that are receiving coolers for milk, so that kids can continue to receive milk through the program, through the rest of the school year, and as well as into the summer, which I was really happy that they decided to use those funds to help out kids in need. And then the second thing I wanted to kind of backtrack on when it comes to the cooperative is yes, the 7 area councils are out there, and yes, 6 of them have some form of management right now going on. But at the same time, if we're going to make this a longer plan that's going to stay into effect for a long period of time, I'm hoping that at least in our area, we would kind of backtrack a little bit, because this was put into place very quick, like 1 month's worth of milk. That was your production. That's your limitation, 15% cut, and then it was a done deal. So I'm hoping, just because of the fact that it was such a quick thing, that they would actually think about that before moving forward and making this a long-term situation. I personally don't mind that whatsoever. I just hope that everybody's going to put a little bit more thought process in it before we jump into the boat and say this is the end of what we're going to do.
Yeah, thanks, Darlene. Vicky. Thanks for your patience, Vicky. You've been good.
No worries. Actually, Sharon kind of brought out what I was thinking of asking, but I'll just elaborate a bit more and wondering if Mr. Rowell will indulge me with an answer. But you talked about the government cheap food policy. And the other day I was at the store and bought 2 mangoes for $1 and thought I really struck it rich. And I'm just like, is it just an American mentality that we love to see a good sale? And particularly in food, like, hey, strawberries are $1.50 at the farmer's sometimes expense. I can't imagine growing it and making any money in that way. But just on that note, and you could elaborate on that a little bit. What's the deal with the cheaper food mentality? But also, is there something we can do as a committee? You mentioned talking to our congressional delegation. And Michael Grady is great at crafting letters for us that we haven't had to send in a while. But is there something that we can do to show support for all of you? So just go ahead and let me know, Bill.
Well, I don't know what support that you can offer beyond what you folks are doing in conjunction with what the Senate Ag Committee is doing to present to the administration. I think you don't go to the governor with that. I think Sununu can make that decision, but I think Vermont elected to go to the General Assembly for that decision. Is that correct? Do you know? To disperse money to somebody, don't you have to go to the General Assembly, to the legislative body, to make that decision? Does anyone know that?
Mike?
So the Constitution provides that the General Assembly is the one that appropriates the funding, but there is a authority through the Joint Fiscal Committee to authorize, and under statute to authorize the administration to use up to a certain percentage of funds without direct General Assembly approval. That's already been done, but as Bill referenced, the bulk of it will need to be appropriated by the General Assembly for use. It'll go out probably in 3 stages. First in the supplemental appropriation bill, that's gonna probably move in the next week or so. Then in a mid-tier, and then in an appropriation bill probably in August and September, when all of the revenue impact is known. So if there is a dairy assistance bill, just because one passes doesn't mean that another can't pass. So there's opportunity that will be available beyond this first stimulus bill that's passed out in the next week or 2.
Good. Yeah. Good.
Thanks, Mike. Yeah, I was having trouble with my little mute clicker. Anyway.
So Vicky, cheap food shows up. I think that's a result of maybe a surplus in the berry crop, or maybe something to do with competition. But if you were watching television news maybe 3 weeks ago or so, when you saw all of those beautiful tomatoes and squash plowed into the ground down in Florida, you know, that leaves a hole in the supply chain, and that was destined for maybe your table. And now you're not going to have an opportunity there until somebody else grows tomatoes and squash. So that was a poor deal. I don't see how that could happen in this country, but it happened, and the guy took a direct loss on that. He got nothing out of it at all.
Yeah, and and one of the reasons was they didn't have the people to pick it.
Right. Yeah.
So, and Sharon remarked in a chat here, and I was going to say that I think the U.S. pays probably one of the lowest percentages of our income for food than any other country. I think people in Europe pay way more for their food as a percentage of their income.
I think we pay 8 or 9%, don't we?
Yeah.
Something like that.
Yeah. Amanda has her hand up, and I know Terry does, but Amanda, I'm thinking this is a response to what we've been talking about, and then we'll go to Terry.
Yes. You know, my father, who's passed away now, he grew up in the Great Depression. He served in World War II. And his last years of life, he was very discouraged with the rate of our farming and ag going out in this country, because his worry was being hungry. And he remembered being hungry, and he remembered the people from the city coming to their little farm in Franklin. And that little farm in Franklin fed not just their family, but many families. And he always said that, you know, the prices will not increase on food until Americans go hungry again. And that's kind of a dire prediction for me, certainly in the last several months, as we're seeing this unfold. I mean, I never thought that we would be where we're at, where, you know, farmers are not going to make it, but there's an abundance of food, but the food's not getting to those that are hungry. It's just a strange dichotomy for me. I just don't really understand it. And I think part of the other reason is after the Great Depression, farmers were incentivized to industrialize so that America would never go hungry again. And we did such a great job in being efficient and learning how to produce more with less. And we're still learning that, you know, we're kind of our own problem, because we're doing what the country asked us, but now we're in a situation where, you know, other people have controlled where the food goes and how it gets there, and we're working off a really old federal order system that was meant for a different time period. And I don't know if that answers the question of why of our cheap foods and why do Americans enjoy cheap food. It's because for years and years and years we've just been producing it. And I think that is probably going to be one of the outcomes in COVID-19, that Americans are going to have to get used to a different percentage of their expense being to food. But again, we also need to fix that money goes back to the farmer, because I don't think it's right that families can't afford a gallon of milk. So it's going to have to be looked in the mid and long-term planning.
Right, and we're thankful to the food bank. They did, I think, and the Vermont Community Fund invested about $60,000, and they've produced over 11,000 gallons of milk and 42,000 cups of yogurt that have gone to the food bank, and we're really thankful for the work they're doing. Terry, you want to comment, and then we're probably going to have to wrap this up. And I don't want to forget to get the Farm First number out. So I'm going to say it right now. It's 1-877-493-6216. If you're having problems, you know a farmer that's having problems, please don't hesitate to call 877-493-6216. And that is a number that's available 24/7. So Terry, why don't you ask your question?
Well, it's not really a question, but it's just sort of along the same line as what Amanda and Bill talked about. That, I mean, I milked cows for 40 years and I saw ups and downs constantly. And it finally dawned on me that, like, when they started the federal order in 48, 49, somewhere around there, the whole purpose was to make a level playing field for farmers so they weren't getting this ups and down. And it worked for a while. And I think eventually the government kind of decided, well, hey, let's use that to keep the price of the product down. And they weren't really worried so much about, the farmers. And I think that happened in the early 70s. And because, we are Americans and we love cheap food, and we were bountiful in our, supply. And now we're, I think it's time that the federal order was revamped somehow or even eliminated. I mean, basically, the only person I ever knew in my whole life that could explain how they came up with the federal order was, the name escapes me, the one from Agmark. Can't think of his name right now, but he's passed away now, Bob Wellington. Okay. And he seemed to know how they actually came up with it, but he was the only one. It's very complicated and makes no sense whatsoever, but we're stuck with it. So I think, maybe it's time we got rid of it. Just my thoughts.
I think it's past time we got rid of it myself. I think farmers should be paid what it costs to at least what it costs to produce the milk, plus some kind of fair premium to give them a decent income and pay them a living wage. I think it's absurd the way this works. So I think, let's see, what time is it? Oh, it's 11:30. So we're going to have to wrap this up. I want to thank all of you for your input and spending time with us out of your busy schedules. And we so appreciate it. Hopefully we'll be able to develop some things that'll help out, including this dairy assistance program, which is coming along, and then take things to another level in terms of maybe a medium term solution. But I really think that a long-term solution is necessary, and I appreciate the work that all of you did, you farmers did, in terms of a supply management program. And I'm really disappointed that it failed. I think that would have made a huge difference for everyone. So thanks for your work on that. I know you traveled the entire country trying to make that happen. So our thanks go out to you for your efforts, and maybe the rest of the country will begin to see the light in terms of making something happen this time around. So thanks, everybody. Good morning, everybody. We're live on YouTube. This is the House Agriculture and Forestry Committee, and we are a couple members short because of prior commitments, but we are here and we're strong. And we want to say a big thank you to Representative Fagard and Representative O'Brien for their excellent job reporting the housekeeping bill. There have been some comments about it being a rather long report, but I think they were just, I think people just wanted to get to lunch or something. So at any rate, today, typically we deal with COVID related items, and I just wanted to sort of recap on the housekeeping bill. It's up for third reading today. Hopefully there'll be no questions. And if there are, I'm sure that you both will be able to answer them. And we really appreciate your hard work and doing a great preparation and being able to answer the questions that came along. We're also going to talk today about the tree warden bill, which is up for action today. And John O'Brien is going to be reporting that bill. It'll be second reading. And one of the reasons this is coming along is because, we're now doing not only COVID related items on the floor, but we're also doing things that have time constraint. And the Commissioner of Forest Parks and Recreation has asked for this bill. We know that the emerald ash borer is here, and this was one of the strong reasons why he asked for it, so that tree wardens would be able to handle these situations. And we're going to be joined in a little while by Tucker Anderson, who drafted the bill. And John, I'm wondering if you have any questions about this. We were talking very briefly in terms of what kind of questions might come up. And I know that there was concern on the parts of some folks that the removal of trees, if they are not infected or infested or hazard trees, might require the notification of abutting landowners. And so I'm wondering if you have any thoughts or questions. And
I do have questions on, I mean, it may be outside the bill's parameters, but because it really deals with tree wardens, but the questions on those two cases that came up, is it the Vorstevelds and the one up north about the right of way where the town lost and had to pay a $1 fine. Just if representatives remember that, how this bill would affect those cases going forward, or I mean, if those cases came up again.
Yeah.
Would this bill have anything to do with them, or it's really just, those weren't shade trees by this bill's definition, so I'm not sure they're affected.
Okay, so we've got some background noise, and Linda, could you make me co-host so I can mute people? Or folks, would you mute yourselves? Thanks, very good. All right, so John, would you just in a nutshell say that again, please?
I just had a question. I think a lot of people do still, that this bill deals with tree wardens and specifically, the shade/public trees. But I think a lot of representatives still have questions, as do all of us, about right-of-way cuttings and how much power landowners have and how much power the municipalities have. And I'm not sure this bill really solves that issue. I think it's still a town by town sort of tussle if there are problems.
Yeah, and this is when I wish Tucker was here. I did read through the bill, and basically what it's, remember we heard that landowners own the trees, but the town has an interest in those trees. And so if you, and I'm sort of zooming through this to see if I can see here on page 2, toward the line 17, I'm on the iPad. The section is 2502, and it's tree wardens and preservation of shade trees. So you go down to A, and it says the tree warden shall control all shade trees within the municipality. The tree warden and the legislative body of the municipality may adopt the shade tree preservation plan. And then the plan shall, and it lays out 5 things that the plan should include. And a town like St. Johnsbury may already have such a plan, and they may have to alter the plan to include some of these things. And then it also says any shade trees that create a hazard to public safety, impact a disease or insect control program, or must be removed to comply with the state or federal law or permitting requirements. Then it goes on to say the shade tree preservation plan may. And then there are a number of things that it may include. Then you go down to removal of shade trees exception, and it says the tree warden may remove or cause to be removed from the public ways or places any trees that are infested with or infected by a tree pest or that constitute a public hazard. The notice and hearing requirements of section 2509 of this chapter shall not apply to the removal of infested or infected trees. So if it's a hazard tree, or if it's infected or infested, they can just take it out and they don't have to notice people.
So Carolyn?
Yeah.
Would road foremans also have that power in every town? Infested, infected, or dangerous trees and right-of-ways. Can they just take them out?
Well, I suspect that they can. This is a question for Tucker.
Okay.
But I also wonder if they have the knowledge to do that. They may, and it would seem that the town, the road foreman would probably consult with the tree warden in town if they were going to take the trees down, right?
Yeah, you would hope.
Yeah. And the road foreman and the tree warden may be the same person in some of our smaller towns,
Yeah.
So, so I'm just sort of going through the bill here. It says the deputy tree warden. So the legislative body may appoint a deputy tree warden who serves under the direction and have the same duties. Regulations for protection of shade trees. A tree warden shall enforce all laws relating to shade trees and may propose to the legislative body of the municipality the rules, ordinances, or regulations for the planting, protection, care, or removal of that's existing language, as he or she deems expedient. The legislative body of the municipality may adopt the rules, ordinances, or regulations pursuant to the provisions. And then cooperation, you can enter into financial agreements. And then this is new language, enter in agreements with other municipal corporations to provide tree warden services or training. So that's that allows somebody to sort of work out, so to speak. So sort of the way some of our animal control officers do. So now we're getting down to section 2508, which is on page 7. And it says cutting shade trees prohibited, except as otherwise provided in 19 VSA chapter 9. A shade tree shall not be cut or removed in whole or in part, except by the tree warden. So that's existing language. The addition is the 19 VSA chapter 9 business. And then here is where I think we get into some of the meat of talking about who's allowed to do what and the notice. So it says the tree warden shall post public notice of the intent to cut or remove a shade tree. The notice shall be posted a minimum of 15 days prior to cutting or removing the tree. If the cutting or removal is appealed pursuant to subsection C of this section, the legislative body of the municipality shall hold a public hearing. This subsection shall not apply to the cutting or removal of a shade tree or trees that are infested or infected. Those can just be taken out, right? And the trees are located in an infestation area designated by the Agency of Agriculture and the Department of Forest, Parks and Recreation. If it's a hazard, or it must be removed for the municipality to comply with state or federal law or permitting requirements. So the tree warden shall post public notice of the intent to cut or remove a shade tree or a group of shade trees pursuant to section A of this section in at least 2 conspicuous locations within the municipality. The tree warden shall post the public notice in or near the office of the clerk of the municipality. When the shade tree or group of shade trees are located on property held in fee by another, the municipality shall notify each abutting landowner at the landowner's address of record. So that's where I think some of the members might have issues because it will cost money to notify the abutting landowners. And I think that, you know, I don't know how you get around that really. If you want people to be notified, you know, if you don't want the town to just go in there and cut stuff down, it might, I don't know how you get around it. Otherwise, Sharon has her hand up. Sharon? Sharon, are you there?
Sorry, that was a delayed reaction. The land, I was just thinking about the clarity that this bill provides, at least with defining shade trees, whereas without this bill, that vagueness allows, you know, the Wurstervelds to be treated so differently by one town than another, just because. And and I was thinking about that as far as assuaging some people's concern that, like, you know, maybe not the town's concern that I need to notify people, but the landowners saying, well, do I have permission to cut down these saplings that have sprung up along the right of way on my property because I don't want it to shade out my crop? Or yeah, but that was a long time ago that I had my hand up.
Oh, I'm sorry, I didn't see it. I'm so busy reading. So Tucker has joined us. Hi, Tucker. Thank you. You've grown a beard.
Yes, it took some time, but quarantine, you know, really made it come out. So
I'm having a little bit of a hard time hearing you. I don't know why that is.
And no bow tie.
Yeah. So, Tucker, we've, you know, over the last couple of months, we've heard a little bit back, and I was hearing it even before we left, that there is concern I'm just going to pick on St. Albans. They have a big square in the middle of town there are a lot of landowners. They also have, I think, plantings in the median, not median strip, but the strip between the sidewalk and the road. And the question is, and maybe there's no way around it. Maybe it's just, this is the way it is. You're going to take trees down. You're going to have to pay to notify people. So could you say a little bit about that? This notice period, this is the section that starts on page 7 and goes on. You know, we understand that no notice is necessary if the trees are infested or infected, or if they're a hazard to public safety, or if they have to be removed to comply with state or federal law. So is that accurate that they just have to, you know, St. Albans would have to let people know if they were going to take down trees that were not infected or infested, they would have to notify people.
That is correct. So the situation that you've described sounds like it fits the definition of a shade tree under the bill's definitions in 2501A, because the trees are planted by the municipality. The shade trees would fall under the authority of the tree warden. So as long as the trees were not infected or infested, or a hazard to the public, or required to be cut down as part of some sort of state or federal law or permitting requirement, then they would have to go through the notice provisions at minimum, which would require them to post notice of the planned cutting in 2 locations and the municipal clerk's office. And if there are any abutting landowners that own that land in fee, that's the kind of protection that you put around this. If the underlying land is held in fee by the abutting landowner, then you must provide the notice to them directly. So the situation that you all discussed in committee, if I am recollecting correctly, is that this would be where the municipality only owns an easement over the land and has planted there or designated trees there. I believe it was Representative Norris, maybe, who might have been Representative Bach, who brought up that there is a municipality in their district that owns in fee all of those buffer zones along the sidewalk. No? Well, in that case, that municipality would not have to notify the abutting landowner because the municipality owns that land in fee, not the landowner.
And I wonder if that's the case in St. Albans, because typically if there's sidewalks, well, there might not be a I can't make a generalization, but if a town has sidewalks, you might think that they own that land that's under the sidewalks. And then if there's a strip between the road and the sidewalks, they would own that too. So Tucker, you're saying if the town actually owns that land that's under the trees, then they don't have to let the abutting landowner know.
Right. They don't have to provide a direct notice to the abutting landowner under the terms of the bill. They would still have to post notice in the 2 locations and potentially hold a hearing if there was any objection to the planned cutting.
Okay, and does that can that objection come from people other than the abutting landowners?
Yes, they have to be either a resident or a landowner in the town.
Okay. John O'Brien, are you taking notes?
Yes.
Okay. Okay, why don't you ask your questions of Tucker?
Okay. So Tucker, just on some things that might come up, like what is going forward if this passes? What's the relationship between the tree warden and say the road foreman? Like, should they, road foreman could go out and just say these trees are infested or infected, or they're hangers and they're dangerous to the public. We're just going to take them down. Doesn't have to notify the tree warden, and vice versa. Could the tree warden, off in case they're logger foresters themselves, could they take those same trees down?
So all of that relationship is defined in Section 3 of the bill. Those are the Title 19 provisions that are being amended. And the way that it breaks down is that the shade trees, so those trees that are planted by the municipality or that are designated as part of the plan, are under control of the tree warden and can only be cut with permission of the tree warden.
Okay.
That's a narrow subset.
Right.
Any trees that are in a right of way along a town road are capable of being cut by the tree warden, the abutting landowner, or the municipality. Any three of those can do the cutting, and it's not subject to the 2509 notice and hearing here. If it is along a state highway, and let me just make sure that I'm getting the list right for the state highways, then the abutting landowner or the agency of transportation can perform the cutting along the state highways. So to recap, if it's a shade tree, as the bill defines shade tree, you have to have the tree warden's permission. So those are trees planted by the municipality or designated by the municipality pursuant to their plan. If it's along a town road, abutting landowner, municipality, including the tree warden, or that's the end of the list. Municipality, tree warden, landowner can cut. State highway can be cut by the landowner or the agency of transportation.
So let's take my road as an example. It's, got 150-year-old maples lining it. I could just get up one morning and cut them all down without notifying the town.
It seems that way, unless they're going to be designated by the town or unless they were planted by the municipality at some point. One of the difficulties that was highlighted in committee with the shade tree definition is that it may be difficult to identify what trees were planted historically by the municipality, particularly if the town is going to attempt to adopt an ordinance to enforce this or to use some of the penalties that have been provided by the bill. They're going to have some evidence that they planted those trees and that they are shade trees, and that might be a difficult burden for the municipality to meet.
Can I interrupt here? Linda, I just got a text from Michael Snyder. Could you invite him onto this meeting?
Yes.
Thank you. And maybe Sam Lincoln as well. John, Michael said that he sent you some supporting information. Did you receive that?
Yes. Yeah, it's super helpful.
Okay, good. Maybe.
And Tucker's too.
Okay. And was there a section by section for this bill?
Yes, they both did that.
Okay. It might be helpful. I could not find that. So maybe if you could send that to Linda and she could put it up on the website, that would be helpful for me to have at least. All right. So Linda is inviting Michael and Sam, and Tom has a question. Tom?
I have a question for Tucker. Tucker, looking at the new bill and the old bill, would you say it just would you say it encourages a more aggressive tree warden position? Because I remember when I was on the select board for 12 years, we never talked to our tree warden once. I didn't even know who he was. Is this going to change that in towns?
I don't necessarily want to characterize that. Part of the discussion that you all had and some of the changes that you put in there is to strengthen the relationship between the select board and the tree warden. And particularly, you took specific steps to make sure that there was clarity around the authority divided between the select boards and the tree warden. You also took specific steps to make sure that the department is made aware of who the tree warden is, how to contact them, and how to work with them. With the division of authority and the way that you've built this, it is likely that many communities will take more advantage of their tree warden. That is the intent that you all had with some of those provisions, making sure that there is communication, making sure that if they want the tree warden to have some authority within the town beyond those intentionally planted trees, that they adopt a plan, and that plan has very specific parameters that define the relationship between the tree warden and other municipal officers, what their scope of authority is going to be, and what their duties are going to be to maintain the trees in the town. Developing that plan at a minimum should strengthen the lines of communication between the legislative body and the tree warden. Will it be more aggressive? I don't know.
So your question, Tom, actually is an indication of why we need this bill. Because if you were a selectman for so many years and didn't know who the tree warden was, when the tree warden was supposed to be appointed by the select board, that's an indication that there's a problem.
I knew who the wearer of coal was.
That's important too. Vicky's hand is up. Vicky.
I have been listening. I'm sorry. I've just been milling around. But thank you, Tucker. In so many ways, this seems a little complicated, even though it's trying to make it simpler and simplify some processes of how people communicate and who does what. But in the big picture, I'm still like a wreck about this bill. I'm sorry I voted for it. I'm not going to vote against it. But in some ways, I feel like it's okay that a town doesn't have that, what Tom was talking about. I don't even know who my tree warden is. I don't know. I'm from little communities and little towns, and we battle these things out and we solve them. And I know why that's why this bill is there. But I'm still uncomfortable with it. That's the only thing I want to say is I'm uncomfortable with it. It's just been a long process and I still don't get it.
Well, I think Vicky, I actually read through the bill this morning, and as I was reading through it, it actually made a lot of sense. And I sort of recommend that you do that before we go on the floor. It really does make a lot of sense. It's very clear. I don't know all the ins and outs of it, but it made I think that given the Emerald Ash Borer situation, it just makes sense to have this in place. So John, your hand is up. And Tom and Vicky, could you take your hands down if you don't have other questions? So John has his hand up, and then Sharon.
Now that Michael's here, Michael and Tucker, just because it may come up, those two sort of notable cases, the Vorstervelds and where was the town up north? Was it Holland or somewhere where there was Holland? So if this bill was law, how would have those cases changed, if at all?
Defer to Tucker first. Go ahead, Tucker.
Sorry, I get pop-ups on my screen every time an email comes in, which right now is about every 15 seconds. So the bill provides very clear lines of authority around who can cut trees along specifically a state highway or town road. And in each of those cases, the abutting landowner is listed and the municipal authority is shrunk down to the tree warden having authority only over the shade trees. So the town would have had to take specific steps to protect those trees or have planted them in the past to have required the Vorstevelds, for example, to seek permission from the tree warden before cutting, right? So how would those cases have played out? Those trees would have had to have met the definition of shade trees under the bill, either been planted by the municipality or subject to the shade tree preservation plan, which would have required a public hearing and notice to solicit input. It would have had to have identified the zones or the specific trees that were going to be protected, so the landowners would have had notice. And as long as those trees were not protected and were along the road, the landowner would have the authority to cut the trees. It would have been subject to 19 VSA Chapter 9. Additionally, a protection that you added to the shade tree preservation plan piece is that to administer that plan and have any enforcement behind it, the municipality is going to adopt an ordinance. That's subsection E in that section 2502. That's going to be an entirely extra set of public hearings that are going to be held in order to administer that plan.
So in the Vorstevelds case, what was Ferrisburg standing on that the Vorstevelds didn't have the right to remove trees in their land? Were they considered shade and ornamental trees, or was it just you don't have the right as a landowner to remove trees in the town right away?
I never got any clarity on that, and I did reach out. I reached out to the town to ask if they had a tree ordinance, because towns do have authority right now under 24 VSA section 2291 to adopt an ordinance about the cutting of trees that are abutting public ways. And the town clerk responded with an email that said, we don't have an ordinance. That's how I'm going to answer your question. We don't have one. None was adopted. So I never really got down to what the authority the town was using to, go after the Vorstevelds or execute whatever law they felt was applicable to the situation.
And while I don't think the language in this bill maybe addresses it, what are the rights of municipalities to control, maintain, etc., non-infested, infected, or dangerous trees in town right-of-ways?
They have the authority to cut along those town right-of-ways. The municipality is listed in 19 VSA. Let's go to the end here. I keep skipping away from your bill for some reason. In 901 sub 2, municipality has the authority to cut along the town highways.
That's existing state law.
That's existing state law. And as far as tree and brush removal to kind of maintain the safety of a town highway, there's authority to cut any of those trees. You added a clause in this bill to say that as long as it's not obstructing the usefulness of a town highway, those crews should take every effort to preserve shade trees.
Okay.
But do they have to notify the landowner if they're going to be cutting the trees down on the right of way?
Under the notice and hearing provisions of this bill, only if it meets that shade tree provision.
Okay, so if it's been designated under a plan.
Correct, or planted by the municipality. So the notice and hearing provision still uses the defined term shade tree. It says that the tree warden shall post notice of the intent to cut or remove a shade tree. So
Okay.
again, the scope of this bill kind of pulls it all in around those trees that were intentionally planted or that are designated by the town.
So
Okay.
while it may be bad politics, existing state law now gives the power to say a road crew, if they, want to do a better back road improvement, they're gonna put in a ditch just to take any amount of roadside trees from a landowner without notice.
If they are in the right of way. And
Right.
the one nuanced caveat that I'll throw out there that I don't know the answer to is whether the road crews, when they are maintaining the roads, if there's any notice requirement there for whatever the maintenance or construction is going to be. The landowner may receive some sort of notice that work is going to be happening in the right of way.
Right.
I don't know.
Like utilities do. One last quick question connected to that, Tucker, was at the very end of the bill, there's language about young trees standing at a proper distance from the roadbed and from each other. It's in the very last paragraph, section 904, tree and brush removal. So what is a proper distance that is not defined?
Right. So that is all existing law in Title
Right.
19.
Yeah.
And given the context of Section 904, I would assume that at a proper distance means not obstructing the usefulness of the road. So
Okay.
as long as it's not impairing any sight lines, creating any blind drives, or, has standing at a proximity to the road that in a few years when the road crew hasn't come back around to that stretch of town road, it has boughs overhanging the road, endangering the public. That's how I would read that, given the context of the preceding sentences in 904.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Okay, Sharon's hand is up. Sharon?
Thank you. Because this bill changed so radically from when it was introduced till when we voted it out of committee, and I had some reservations about the original bill, and I feel very comfortable with it now. However, I have demonstrated again and again that if I am an idiot savant, the idiot part is finding the most current draft of a bill on our website so I can print it off. I can find it in today's calendar, but that is not user friendly for printing off. And I was wondering if each of us, or I could get directed to where I can do that. But I also think that if each member of the committee was given the side-by-side, section by section, the section by section, that would be very helpful.
Yeah, and I didn't find the side by side on the website.
Right,
So-
and I guess the side by side isn't so important. It's the section by section for me.
Yeah. No, it's section by section is what I meant to say.
And I think that would also, because it's changed so much, I think that would be helpful, maybe even for Representative Strong, just to better understand it and feel more comfortable with it, because I'm having a hard time on my screen going back and forth between that and listening, where if I had it in my hands, I could do better.
So I think, Sharon, the bill that I'm looking at is on the website, and I said it was as it came out of the committee.
Really? But where the heck is that? I can never find it. I can find it as
hold on.
introduced.
I can tell you, it says, if you go to Thursday, May 14th, which is yesterday, it's H673 as recommended out of committee, and it's Tucker's name.
Wait, May.
So if you go to our webpage and you go to Bill, it's under documents, 2020 work groups at House Ag bills, 673, tree wardens, bills, amendments and summaries.
Bills in House Committee on Agriculture. I'm sorry.
Go to the
Out
House
of
Ag.
committee. Oh, out of committee.
Yes, Yeah.
673.
as recommended out of committee. And that gives you what we're working on.
I think I may have just lost my idiot savant portion if this is actually going to work for me. So then
So that
Okay.
I think you could print.
get to the detailed status, but it doesn't show me where I can pull it up.
Oh, well, I just click on it and it comes up.
Gone.
The date is Thursday, May 14th.
673. So when I see bills in and out of committee, it doesn't show me dates.
Okay, so under bill, I think you go down. If I go much further back, I'm going to lose it.
May I save, I realize that we're preparing for John to be on the floor. Would it be okay if Linda emailed me the link? And that way I can print it off
Sure.
and stop fumbling through this and taking up people's time.
Happy
Yeah.
to do that.
Yeah,
you, Linda.
okay, fine. But just for future reference and quickly, if you go to bill under our webpage and you go to 673, that is click on that 673 and that's the top choice. It's under May 14th as recommended out of committee. But Linda will do it. Is anybody else having a hard time finding it and needs Linda to send a link? Vicky and John.
No, I was just gonna say
Okay,
quickly.
Tom. Linda, send that link out to everybody, okay, please?
Will do.
Carolyn,
Yes.
if Michael and Tucker could send their section by sections to Linda too, she could share those.
Yes. Yes, that would be good.
I will do it
Yeah.
right now.
Fantastic. All right. Good. So I'm glad we've had this opportunity to go through the bill because it could be a mess on the floor. Okay. So do we want to continue with some questioning for Tucker or for Michael Snyder or Sam? I think that one of the motivating factors, the question I like to always answer is, what is the problem we're trying to fix and how are we going about fixing it? And so, Michael Snyder, if you wanted to say that, answer that question, what would you say?
There are by the way, as I send this to Linda, thank you, Madam Chair. Michael Snyder, Commissioner for Forest, Parks and Recreation. I appreciate you letting us join in here and just want to be helpful if we can. In the side-by-side or the section by section that I'm just sending, again, it sort of approaches it that way. What is it fixing? So there are several things that are being fixed, but zooming out, the big picture is confusion, conflict, and lack of clarity. It is undoing confusion. It is adding clarity, and is undoing conflict among several statutes, and clarifying roles, responsibilities, jurisdictions, rights. It's really that. It's all about clarity. And most of the questions and complexities are stemming from existing law and how it's been implemented or not. This is an attempt to undo all of that kind of confusion and lack of clarity and being really clear about roles and responsibilities. And I'm really grateful to Tucker. He's been fantastic here. And I think putting it that it's really clarifying about if you have designated or if you've planted, then you're in this zone where some things have to start happening. But otherwise, it's not. It's very clear that way. It really defines the universe in which the tree warden has this role, and on these places, the rights of way, where there are multiple interests in the trees, beginning with the landowner's fundamental interest in ownership, but understanding and embracing the municipality's role in the transportation right of way, and trying to get it right. So I'll send this. I actually haven't hit send to Linda yet, but I'll send it, and you'll see there that general statement of it's fixing lack of clarity and confusion and conflict. And we show in each section what is being done to affect those improvements.
Thanks, Michael. Yeah, I think that's a really, and I would kick off my presentation, John, with that explanation. And I'm also thinking that what would be really helpful would be a flow chart for this. You know what I'm talking about, guys? Where it's like you have a town plan. Well, never mind. But anyway, in my head, I see a great flow chart that would answer some of these questions, similar to the one we have for the slaughterhouse stuff. So, John O'Brien, do you have questions that you would like to have answered before we go on the floor in a half an hour?
I mean, maybe while Michael and Sam and Tucker are here, do you guys foresee any, sort of thorny right-of-way issues coming up just because people haven't read the bill? And I mean, the bill, I think, really is that sort of very clear subset, but it doesn't answer all right-of-way, the thorny right-of-way issues that came up during the hearings.
I think the biggest point of confusion is one that came up over and over again in committee, and it was bantied about at length, and that's the authority of the landowner to cut in the right of way. And I think any confusion about the landowner's right to cut in the right of way is going to be the source of agita around this bill. So really understanding and driving home the point that the landowner's right to cut along the right of way and on their own property that they own in fee is only interrupted in the case that the municipality has planted the tree or has designated the tree, and that there's an opportunity for the landowner, if the municipality is going to go ahead and designate a tree or a group of trees as important to the municipality's cultural aesthetic, that the landowner has an opportunity to go to that hearing and present their case for why it shouldn't be.
That was, if I could, Madam Chair, I would just say that was
go ahead.
That was a perfect answer. That is exact that, and I would encourage you to go there. I believe that is the source of the origin of most concerns. Hey, these are my trees. This very much clarifies for the landowner, they're your trees unless they're not. And it's really clear about, well, not that they're not your trees, but that you don't have sole interest in them. This is really clear about establishing that small universe where someone else has a role here, and there's a process to make that clear and fair. I think that's really wise to start with the idea of, as the chair said, fixing lack of clarity, confusion, and conflict, and then drilling into beginning with establishing the fundamental rights of the landowner, and then overlaying the municipal rights and a process for how to clarify that. That's what you've done here, and it's a real contribution.
Yeah, and so out, I'm looking out on my road here and I see a bunch of ash trees. Hopefully they're not infected yet, but if we wanted to cut those down, I mean, yes, they're near power lines, so we probably wouldn't go ahead and do that. But if we wanted to, and there were no power lines, we could go ahead. The town has not designated this as special trees. The town, doesn't have a plan regarding them. They weren't planted by the town. We could go ahead and cut them, correct? Tucker?
Yes, you have authority to cut them. There would be no penalty associated with the cutting.
And I think that while this might not be strictly true, there probably, it would be more suburban or urban areas where a lot of this could take, where a town, let's say, planted trees. But even if they had planted the trees, if they owned the land underneath those trees, let's say you have property, like a development in South Burlington or something, and the town owned the land under the sidewalks that are on the side of the road and the trees, then the town would have a right to cut down those trees, right?
They would have the right to cut them either way. The shade tree issue only gets at whether you have to provide notice and hearing when the municipality is cutting a shade tree. And what you were touching on is a little different, which is the municipality must provide specific notice to an abutting landowner if the landowner owns the property in fee where the trees are growing. So that's the provision that you put in there to make sure that the notice requirements were not too onerous on the municipality. If the municipality owns the land under the trees and the landowner doesn't own it in fee, they don't have to provide that specific notice. They
Okay.
only have to provide notice to the landowner if the landowner is the fee simple owner of the land where the trees are growing.
Okay, and can you explain maybe for me and others on the committee, what exactly is fee simple?
Ownership of the land forever and all time.
Okay.
So that's, they own everything. Attorneys describe property rights as a bundle. They own the entire bundle of rights. There may be an easement, there might be a blanket over that bundle that the municipality might own, but the landowner has perpetual ownership of the land.
And one of those easements might be a right of way.
Right. The most often case of overlapping ownership is that the landowner owns fee simple interest. And as a few of the other witnesses told the committee during this process, most often that extends into the road and the right of way. The underlying ownership typically is owned in fee simple by the property owner. The municipality owns an easement for transit over the top of the land. And that's where the right of way is. And that's the source of most of the conflict that came up in committee. That's why there was this argument about who owns the trees, who owns the land, and the probably too complicated gloss that I put on it is that it's about who has ownership of rights, who has the rights to cut the trees. And that is a different conversation.
Hey, John, do you have questions about that?
I was just thinking that, say a town designates all trees on town highway right of ways to be shade trees. Then the tree warden would pretty much control the maintenance and cuttings of all those trees, even with subsequent private land being sold and new people coming on. So at the time, if a town approved that sort of plan, new owners coming in could not fight or change it.
Sorry, I'm looking at the language in 2502C where there's the optional designation. In subdivision 1, it says that the plan may map locations or zones within the municipality where all trees in whole or in part within a public way or public place shall be designated as shade trees. Reading that language specifically in C1, it is possible that a municipality could designate all of the trees in the public way within the municipality as shade trees. The language says that, again, they can map locations or zones within the municipality where all trees in whole or in part within a public way. there's no prohibition there that they can't map so many locations that they completely consume all of the public ways and places within the municipality. Recall, however, that if they do so, they are creating potentially an unmanageable burden on themselves to provide notice that they're going to cut those trees, because this isn't just about the relationship between the landowner and the tree warden. This is about the municipality's action in cutting these trees as well. And those notice and hearing requirements are incumbent on the municipality when they are cutting shade trees. So if they map every tree in a public way or place within their municipality as a shade tree, every time they cut a tree for town highway purposes, they're going to have to provide notice and potentially a hearing before they do so.
Okay, Sam had his hand up. Oh, Sharon, your hand is up too. Sam, do you want to comment on that? And then we'll go to Sharon.
If I may, really quickly, please. Thank you. Sam Lincoln, Deputy Commissioner, FPR, for the record. Thank you for the opportunity. I would just say to add to Tucker's point and to the questions, this is where the department would work with municipalities and the league and others to develop processes that not necessarily cookie cutter, but individualized for each town, but to help bring as much consistency and similarity, familiarity to the processes across the state, where they post, how they designate, things like that. And we want to be a resource and a helpful partner in doing that. So that would be how we would, you know, if this goes into law, that's how we'd approach it.
Technical assistance.
Technical assistance.
Okay, Sharon.
Thank you. So my question, I've been running upstairs to grab print offs and I haven't had a chance to look through to refresh my memory. Would the pruning of trees that are designated as the town's jurisdiction, would pruning those trees require any public notice or just the cutting down? Because, you know, tree maintenance, you know, if a branch is breaking and it would be better for the tree. I want to check in on that because I feel like that should be entirely unencumbered. And I'm hoping that is. I don't know who the question is for. I would probably Tucker, maybe Michael Snyder.
The terms that are used in the notice and hearing provision are cut or remove, which given the context not only of the bill, but of some of the provisions that were not amended in Title 19 and Title 24 is different from pruning. And in fact, in the shade tree preservation plan section that you all added, if the town is going to designate trees, one of the things they must do is include in their plan the maintenance and pruning of their shade trees.
Okay, so so that should help ease the concerns of like Representative McCarthy, where, you know, they get to go and prune and maintain these and it's not going to require public notice, whereas it's not a common thing to have to remove one of these trees outside of infestation or a hazard. Okay, thank you for that clarification. I think that is something worth noting, John O'Brien, when you think that's something worth stressing for the floor.
Okay, Tucker sent along his notes, so you should all have them. Are there any other questions, John, that you have that, you know, could be clarified here?
Going back to your St. Albans example, Carolyn. So if St. Albans said, okay, we're going to get rid of all our ash trees on the common and we're going to plant maples because we're home of the Maple Fest, and the ash trees at this point are not they're all healthy ash trees. That in order to do that, they would still have to have a public meeting because they're not infested, or dangerous.
This is a question for Tucker, but I think that would be correct.
Can you start back with the description of the trees? I missed a piece of that.
Sure. Say St. Albans on their town common.
And John, I'm making the assumption that the town owns that square. So there's,
right.
I just brought that up as an example, but I don't know
Right.
the exact circumstances around that land, but I assume it's owned by the town.
Right.
And
So
I'm told they do have a plan. I don't know what's in the plan, but
we can even be more general. So on municipal property, if healthy trees are to be removed, does the town get notified about that? In this case, we were using St. Albans as an example. If they wanted to cut their ashes right now and put maples instead there, does the city of St. Albans get notified? I mean, the people in the city of St. Albans.
If it is a shade tree, and if it doesn't meet one of those 3 sub requirements in the notice and hearing section. So if it is a shade tree that is not infested or infected in a designated area, it is not a hazard to public safety, and it does not need to be cut according to state or federal law or permitting requirements, and again, is either planted or designated under the new plan provisions, then no. The notice only gets posted regarding those shade trees. That's when the notice and hearing requirements come up. So the shade trees, again, those that are planted by the municipality in that town square, or those that are designated in that town square according to a plan. And again, that second qualification, the designation, that's at the option of the municipality. Municipality is not required to designate any trees as shade trees. If they want, they can move forward under the provisions of this bill and only have their planted trees be shade trees that are under the tree warden's authority. They don't have to take any further steps.
So now I'm confused. So a town could plant a bunch of trees, say on a town common, or they did 50 years ago, but in a shade tree preservation plan, say those are not shade trees.
No, I am sorry if I used any confusing description there. Any tree that is planted by the municipality is a shade tree. And to cut or remove those trees, the municipality must provide that public notice. In addition to those trees that are planted by the municipality, at their discretion and election, the municipality may propose a plan that designates additional trees. Those 2 categories, planted by the municipality, designated by the municipality, is the entire universe of shade trees that would require notice if they are to be cut or removed.
So going back once again, then the town plants ash trees on the common. They're healthy. They want them gone. Do they notify the townspeople?
Yes. And the key there, they have planted them. They are shade trees.
And the other key is if they've been designated. They might not have planted them, but they have a plan and they've been designated. Yeah?
The only requirement is that they are planted by the municipality and they are in a public way or public place. They can designate more trees than the planted trees, but they do not have to.
But if they do designate those trees, those additional trees, and they're part of the plan, and I'm assuming the designation would be part of a plan, then they do have to provide notice if they're going to be cut down.
Correct.
Okay.
And the designation would be part of the plan. That's what's contemplated by, and probably complicated by, 2502. The designation is part of that shade tree preservation plan. It's going to be
And there are aspects of that designation plan that have to be there, and then other pieces that do not have to be there, they may be there.
right. And
Okay.
the shade tree designation pieces are in the optional part. They are not, towns are not required to designate shade trees as part of their plan. The mandatory part of the plan relates to apportioning responsibility between the tree warden, other municipal officers, and in the event that the tree warden is going to be working with other municipal corporations, the examples that you discussed were the school districts and any utility districts in the municipality. They have to figure out first how responsibility is going to be apportioned and how costs are going to be apportioned between the town and those other municipal corporations.
Okay, John, are you pretty clear about this now?
Yep. I have the same answer to every tough question, which is I now yield to the member from Wyndham.
Lord
Vicky,
help us.
in the Albany town report, it actually has you down as tree warden.
Are there any other questions from committee members?
Does it really have Carolyn down as the tree warden, or are you pulling our legs?
No. It's Vicky he's talking about.
Oh, Vicky.
Yeah. The rumor got out that I know how to use a chainsaw, so.
Do you?
I do.
All right. Yes. I lost mine in my divorce. I had a nice husky.
Darn. I want my own, however, I'll tell you, there's a bunch of little things that need to be done around here, and I'm looking at them right now. Invasive honeysuckle that needs to come down, and boy,
So Carolyn,
I write my honey-do list, but they don't get done.
So I found a $5 electric pruning chainsaw and bought some batteries and a charger, and that's your thing. You don't need a full-size chainsaw for honeysuckle, and I would be very happy to loan you mine.
If only you lived closer and not diagonally opposite part of the stage. Thank you, Sharon, though.
When I deliver the daffodils.
So, John, do you have any additional questions on this?
So just formally, it's this bill it's amended from as introduced. I mean, in the language that, like Tucker, you sent. How does that work?
This is a strike all amendment.
Okay.
So this, what they'll see on the calendar, and God help us, I hope it's on the calendar. We've struck everything else, and this is what we've got.
Because it says H673 proposed for amendment, right? So it's a strike all and then.
Yes, the committee is proposing to amend the bill as introduced. And to Representative Partridge's point, I would recommend that you check the calendar to see if it's still in there, because it has been sitting on notice for so long.
It is.
COVID
It
response.
is. I looked at it.
Okay, excellent.
Yeah, I mean, I knew it was there yesterday. And I'm assuming that it's printed on the page that's specified, so.
It is.
Okay, does anyone else in the committee have any questions for Tucker, Michael, or Sam? All right, not seeing hands.
And
Okay.
in the event that we recess to get with Tucker and FPR. I guess we go through Bill McGill for that.
Yeah, I guess.
Okay.
I don't know if I'm not aware of any amendments. If there is an amendment, I'll just tell you that Linda is going to have to be, she's going to be with the Senate Ag Committee. And what we'll have to do is I'll have to go through Ron Wild and get a hold of him. If we have to meet as a committee, that has to be a public meeting, and he would set up a Zoom meeting. Hopefully there won't be any amendments. So, and
Right.
don't forget that you can, if people have questions that you can't answer, and Tucker, are you going to be on the Zoom house meeting?
I will be present so that I am aware if you all recess and need me.
Okay, great. So that would just be a little confab between you, John, and Tucker. Otherwise, if we have some other big deal we have to do, then it's a Zoom meeting separate from the House meeting.
One thing that hasn't come up yet, those sort of little confabs, but also say I was stumped, Carolyn, you knew the answer. How does that work? We haven't had that happen either yet.
I'll put my blue hand up.
Okay.
And the speaker will recognize me.
Okay. So feel free.
All right. You can also say, I yield to the member from Wyndham. God help me. I hope I know. And that might, if I don't know the answer, then maybe we go to Tucker. Our little meeting with Tucker. Michael Snyder.
Thanks, Madam Chair. I just on this topic, I'd like to be available. I'd like to be helpful if you want it, need it. So I will be. I'm just wanting to confirm how to do that. I should get my cell number to Representative O'Brien.
Well, Representative O'Brien does not have a cell phone.
Okay.
So what you'd have to do.
I respect that, just for the record.
What you have to do, it's a real problem actually for both me and his wife. What you do is text me, Michael.
Okay.
Like you did this morning.
Yep.
Anybody can text me with information, and
I'll keep an eye for you to be doing the same. If you all think you need to hear from myself, Sam, Danielle, we want to be helpful. We'll be standing by.
Okay.
I'll just
Great.
keep an eye on my cell phone.
Okay, you'll be watching on YouTube.
Yes.
Okay, super. Okay, so it's about quarter of. Are there any? And Sharon, you're all set for third reading on the housekeeping bill, right? Yep.
Yes.
And you too, John, on your feral swine part. A lot of positive remarks about the feral swine report.
I'd like to point out that crossing into Vermont looking for sustenance and romance has gone viral on Facebook. John, you're a famous man.
Well, Tom wrote a great bit of doggerel about it, and I forwarded it to the speaker this morning, and she sent back, "I love it." So Tom, you should share that with the committee.
Is this Tom Stevens or Tom Bach?
Tom Bach.
Oh, great. I want to see it. I didn't see it.
Go ahead, John, and read it when you get a chance.
Okay. All right, everybody. I think we're going to wrap up this session of House Agriculture and Forestry. I'm really glad everybody was here. I hope we have the answers. John, make it as simple as possible, and answer some of those questions up front that may be helpful. And we'll see you in about 15 minutes on the House floor.
So good morning, everyone. This is the House Commerce and Economic Development Committee. We are meeting on Senate Bill S-346. With us this morning, we have our Legislative Counsel, Damian Leonard. And I've asked Damian to look at the guidance from the feds and on how hazard pay, if we can use hazard pay from the CARES Act dollars. And so Damian's done some research around. He's going to report to us, and I want to do that even before we start going through the bill, because if we're not confident that we're standing on solid ground, it doesn't make any sense to go through the language. So Damian, if you take it away.
Great. So good morning, everyone. Good morning. You'll have to bear with me. I literally just handed my kids off, so things are still loading up.
Okay, no problem.
But so with the question of, I guess we've got two questions. The first one is this even a permissible use of the coronavirus relief funds? The answer is we think that it is, but we are not certain that it is. And that's significant. So that leaves a fairly big policy choice for you. So if we take a look at the bill, Amy, can you set it up so that I can share content, please?
Yes, I'm going to make you the co-host.
Okay, great. I'm going to go to the committee's webpage here, and I'm just going to pull up a couple of our documents here, and we can kind of walk through those while everything is loading up. And basically, there are a couple of pieces that we need to keep in mind. So I'm going to look at the Department of Treasury's or pull up here the Department of Treasury's guidance on the Coronavirus Relief Fund. All right, just bear with me here.
Sure.
There we go.
Okay.
Okay.
Let me break in 1 second. Amy, if you could just keep a lookout for Jean. She'll be popping on after she gets finished with transportation.
Oh, right. Will do.
Okay, Damian, go ahead.
All right, let me try that share again. For whatever reason, it did not go through. But basically, within the bill, there are allowable uses, and the allowable uses are very vague. So the situation we've got is that the U.S. Department of Treasury has issued some guidance. Unfortunately, the guidance is not crystal clear about our situation. So let me put in the URL here, and hopefully this will work. Great. Okay, so this is the U.S. Treasury Department's guidance from April 22nd. So the CARES Act language here, numbers 1, 2, and 3 are the language within the CARES Act. So necessary expenditures incurred due to the public health emergency with respect to COVID-19, not accounted for in the budget most recently approved as of March 27th for the state government there. There's also local government funding, which is why there's an or in there. But no municipalities in Vermont are large enough to qualify for that.
Was it 550,000 or something?
Yeah, I forget what the cutoff is, but it's for the rest of the country, it's medium-sized municipalities and larger. For us, it would be a metropolis. So, and then they have to be incurred between March 1st, 2020 and December 30th, 2020. So the second one is easy. These have to be expenditures for which there wasn't a line item or a specific appropriation in the most recent budget. And that can include things like if you had funding for one particular particular government office, but that office has been closed and those employees have been repurposed to perform something related to coronavirus, that would qualify as something that's not accounted for in the budget, because you're paying the employees for something that wasn't actually specified in the existing state budget. And then the costs being incurred between March 1st and December 30th, that's easy to sort of see how that works. The next piece, though, is what's a necessary expenditure due to the public health emergency. And so the first is they can be for sort of first order effects from the emergency. So this would be medical transportation, testing, PPE, things like that. They can also be incurred to respond to second order effects, such as providing economic support to those suffering from employment or business interruptions. And it's really the second order support that this hazard pay gets to. So the question then, if I'm just going to skim through this, is if we look at the examples of eligible expenditures, there's medical expenses, there's public health expenses related to medical supplies, disinfection, technical assistance, public safety measures. There's payroll expenses for public safety, public health, healthcare, human services, or similar employees whose services are substantially dedicated to mitigating or responding to COVID-19. So that covers some of the employees in the hazard pay bill, but not all of them. And it's also important to note that we're structuring this as a grant rather than payroll in order to, so it's coming from the state as a grant. It's not an actual payroll expense. And the payroll for public employees is supposed to come out of a different funding or different bill or appropriation here. So for those who are listening and have had questions about why state and municipal are excluded, it's because they're going to be addressed in a different bill. I know that's been a question that's come up repeatedly in the last few days. So expenses for actions to facilitate compliance, that, these are things that are not really covered by the bill. Expenses associated with the provision of economic support, grants to small businesses to reimburse costs of business interruptions, expenditures related to state, territorial, local government payroll support programs, unemployment insurance costs, if the costs are not reimbursed by the federal government. So this would include things like any sorts of expansions in UI capabilities that aren't covered by federal dollars. The actual federal benefits will be covered. And then any other COVID-19 related expenses reasonably necessary to the function of government that satisfy the funds.
So would a new system for UI be compensable under the CARES Act?
Oh, that's a great question. The issue that I see with that is the expenses have to be incurred before December 31st. And they have to be directly related to sort of the COVID-19 emergency. And so unless you can get a new computer system online rapidly to deal with this, I see the potential issue I see is that we're looking at potentially it being viewed as a project that we viewed as necessary as a result of the coronavirus, but it's not actually directly related to the response to it. So that, and I see a hand up.
Jim?
Yes, Damien, in your remarks that you prefaced the meeting with, where do your doubts lie?
So my doubts lie in a couple places. So I think that we could potentially fall under the expenses associated with the provision of economic support. So in connection with the emergency here. So these are expenditures, they're basically grants to employees of businesses to, address the risk that they're facing. And, I wouldn't call this a payroll support program, but it's similar. And that's the thing. My concern lies in that there are a lot of things where I can say we're similar, but nothing where I can say we're an exact fit with the examples that have been provided. So I can draw a lot of parallels. I think we are probably covered. But the big concern that I have here is the specific language in the bill provides that the Inspector General can come back and look at these expenditures with 2020 hindsight after this year ends and say that wasn't an eligible use of the funds. You have to pay back the federal government. So if you're looking at potential budget difficulties going out for at least one fiscal year, the concern that is there is, will we have to repay that? And I think that's, obviously I can't speak for the executive, but I think that that's one of the concerns that I've heard out there is just folks who are concerned that if we push into an area where we're not allowed to do the expenditure, then we could be on the hook for $60 million in money that we have to repay to the feds. So that's the concern. You'll see down here that this is a list of things that are specifically not eligible, and it's workforce bonuses other than hazard pay or overtime. So again, we're structuring this as a hazard pay, not a workforce bonus.
Damien, in the language that you read us, and maybe I'm confused, but where do retail workers fall in this?
That's another piece here. So this talks a lot about public health employees. It talks about small business, sort of reimbursement and grants to deal with business interruption caused by required closures. It doesn't specifically address the issue of providing grants to private sector workers to keep them on the job or to, basically recognize the heightened risk that they expose themselves to. There was a question and answer session that was hosted by NCSL yesterday with an agent from the Treasury. And Stephanie Barrett from our Joint Fiscal Office specifically asked about the structure for the bill. And she said, we have a bill providing a hazard benefit for private employees related to workers who are at risk for COVID exposure, and it's based on the number of hours. The Treasury employee focused in their response on, whether the kind of providing a flat benefit without doing a detailed assessment of the hazard there. So, for example, as we'll get to in a minute, the differing hazards between a frontline retail employee and an EMT who might be performing CPR, intubating, dealing with bloodborne pathogens, et cetera, where obviously there's a big difference in the potential risk factor for them. They're both at a heightened risk, but one is at a very high risk and one is at a what OSHA would deem a medium risk. And so they focused on whether we could justify just the two-tier benefit as something related to administrative convenience, and they thought that that was defensible, but that the state would probably need to make its case there. And my take on the feedback there was that we probably need to have findings in here talking about, given the very short timeline and the need to provide these benefits to folks to help them stay on the job and provide them with some recognition of the hazard that they're facing. That this is an issue of administrative convenience, and the fact that standing up an administration that could process 35,000 grant claims and then assess what bucket of risk you fall into for each hour that you've worked would probably leave us with a bigger backlog than the unemployment insurance system has faced. So that was what they focused on. They did not come out and say providing a hazard benefit for private employees is not permissible. That said, we don't have express language from Treasury saying this is a permissible use of the funds. And that's where my hesitation comes in, because I think everything I'm reading seems to indicate that it would be permissible. The risk, if it doesn't meet that, is very high for the state.
Or how to get it done.
Well, how to get it done, I mean, that's a policy question for you to weigh whether this is doable. And, you may want to hear from, for example, the executive branch and the agency of administration as to whether they think this is something they could carry out within the next few months.
Thank you, Damon.
Bob?
Yeah, I have several concerns with this bill. I think the topic at hand right now has to deal with, in fact, this bonus, this pay bonus, is an after the fact. I mean, initially, I got the impression that the reason it was being offered was to encourage people to stay in the workforce and not take unemployment. But given that the benefits only go through March 15th, and this thing would never get passed by March 15th, May 15th, it's historical. And I question whether that meets the litmus test that the feds are going to apply, that we're going back and giving a reward. That's in essence what we're doing. I'm not saying it's a bad idea, but I think we need to call it what it is. And in fact, there's nothing about this bill that encourages people to stay in the labor force, because it deals with March 17th through May 15th.
Well, and that's one of the things that I was wondering about, is the necessity of it. And it would be a necessity to make sure that these people stay on and continue to work for the better of society. But I don't know that we have any evidence that, number one, people actually quit their job because of being on the front line, and I don't remember hearing anything that there were a mass quittings of employees because of being on the front line. And I have share that same concern that we're paying this after the fact, but you can't prove the necessity.
Yeah, and going forward, I mean, if this was to pay people going forward, that'd be another issue. Or we could wind back the clock into March. That's my major concern.
Lynn?
Yeah, I have a concern. Listening to Damien, we have experience with federal agencies that are supposed to give us money after, for things that we need. The FEMA experience with Irene, it sounded like it was a huge promise and we were going to get all kinds of money. And then of course FEMA didn't come through with that money for a lot of the things that were the state was hoping they would do. You know, the way they've rewritten or totally changed or reassigned issues with the PPP program. You know, the federal government and these agencies are always going to look to hold on to their own money and keep their own money and not give it to the states. I mean, there's a record of that. And, you know, I think thinking that we're going to just get this money, it's just going to come through and we're just going to have all this money to use, I think is probably not realistic. They're probably likely to come back and say, well, no, you really shouldn't get that 60 million or most of that 60 million. I would just tend to be cautious.
Damien, is there, does anybody put a weighted percentage of, we think we're 90% sure that this could go through, or 50%? Any thoughts that way?
You know, I am always hesitant to attach a percentage to things. I mean, that's something I learned when I was still trying cases, was trying to make odds on things is hard to do. You know, one of the things that struck me is that if this bill kind of moves forward, you know, getting guidance from our federal delegation, you know, or getting them to help us get guidance on whether, you know, the Treasury Department has concerns about this, would be helpful. I don't know that that's possible, but that's, you know, like I said, I think most of what I see indicates that it's a permissible use. And you know, the Joint Fiscal Office thinks it's a permissible use. You could certainly have them testify. But one of my jobs is also to highlight the risks, and I'm not 100% certain. And the potential penalty, if my uncertainty, you know, proves to bear out, is steep. You know, it basically makes this a general funded program. So that's, you know, what I'm doing. I'm not saying this is something you shouldn't go forward with, but I'm highlighting that risk because I think you have to be able to make a, you know, sort of informed choice if you're going to decide to push this forward. You know, I know the Senate also, you know, thinks that this is a permissible use. They moved it forward. But I have to highlight that I do have a little bit of hesitation. I can't say I'm 100% confident that this is permissible. I would love it if they had a specific piece in here that said, you know, grants to employees in heightened risk situations or financial assistance to employees in that situation, but they don't.
Well, that's one of the things that I was thinking about, was seeing if we could get the existing language from the Senate to the delegation and ask them to run it through to see what the feeling is there, and any suggestions on changes that we might need to make it a lot stronger case, so that we have a great deal of confidence that we're standing on solid ground. I think probably that's what we'll do.
Yeah, I should note with the administrative convenience piece earlier, as I was mentioning that if you do move this forward, it might be good to have findings. I got an email from Becky Wasserman, who I think will be joining us in about half an hour.
Yeah.
Forwarding a conversation that she's been having with JFO and JFO, Steve Klein in particular, think that the administrative convenience issue could be addressed with a memo from staff to the legislature explaining that it needs to be structured in this way to, basically allow the benefit to roll out quickly and be timely, given the short timeline and the need for it to be, as Representative Bancroft was mentioning, the need to put it, to have some relationship between when the work is being performed and when the benefit is out. The benefit needs to be able to roll out as quickly as possible, and certainly that would speed up the rollout. It may not address Representative Bancroft's concern, but it would speed up the rollout and thus meet the administrative convenience standard there. So that's just another piece in there.
Okay, I think Charlie has a question.
Okay.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. So Damien, I have a couple questions, and I think all of us are concerned or have heard from our constituents, some of whom are not covered by the definition within the bill, as they are in some ways working for an essential business or a critical business, I should say, but aren't covered in the definition. So it's a slippery slope when you get to this and trying to figure out who is covered and who's not. And from what you were saying, the risk factor from the Treasury may also be a determining factor. So I'm wondering if in all of the executive orders that have been issued by the governor in determining who an essential person is or what a critical business is, if the scope were more narrowly focused to those essential persons that was identified in the governor's executive order about who can receive childcare services, those workers who are essential to the fighting the COVID-19, does that put a more narrow focus and guarantee reimbursement or increase the likelihood that reimbursement would not be questioned?
I think that actually would broaden the bill. I'm pulling up the executive order now, but I think that might actually have the opposite effect on the bill, because the governor's executive order, it's addendum 6 from the 24th of March, lists the essential workers.
Actually, if you go back to March 17th, the provision of services to children of essential workers, that definition talks about those who are absolutely critical to the state's response to COVID-19 and continue public health and safety.
Pulling it up right now. So Directive 2, child care for essential service providers.
Yes.
Okay. All right. So it defines essential persons as staff and providers of childcare and education services for children of other essential persons, including custodial and kitchen staff and other support staff, providers of healthcare, workers at clinics, FQHCs, nursing homes, long-term care, post-acute, respite houses, VNAs, criminal justice personnel, firefighters, National Guard, public health, first responders, and state employees determined to be essential for response to this crisis by the State Emergency Operations Center. So the potential issue I see here is this does cover a lot of folks who are at heightened risk. There are also workers who are covered by this who would be considered low risk, even though they're essential, because they're not necessarily being exposed to folks with COVID-19 or who potentially have the virus. It includes support staff, kitchen staff may not be exposed, even though they're preparing the meals. They may not actually directly provide the meals to the folks who are receiving them. Some of the state employees determined to be essential may be in an administrative or support role. They're not actually out there on the front line. They're dispatching and so forth. So for example, you know, a 911 dispatcher is probably essential, but they're going to be at relatively low risk, assuming that the call center has proper social distancing in place. So that's my one concern. With that, I do think that's an even narrower definition. It gets away from some of the retail employees, but there are employees in the bill who are at a heightened risk who are not necessarily covered in this list, although this list gets most of the folks in the bill. And that, you know, so that's one of the questions. It might help to actually look at move on to the sort of risk levels discussion if we're done with the sort of funding question. I just sent Amy a document that has the sort of OSHA and VOSHA identification of risk levels, and then to look at the bill, and we can kind of assess and also look at this directive. I'll send Amy the link to this so it can be posted on the committee's webpage.
Okay, she just stepped away from it for a second, but she'll be right back.
Okay. Sure. So the just make this. So let me go ahead and just pull up the risk factors document. And I will post that in just a second. All right. I'm sorry. This is taking a minute here to just kind of take care of everything. For whatever reason, my iPad won't clear out the old address. So if I try to copy a new one in over it, it gives me an invalid web address here to share with you. So here we go. So the VOSHA and OSHA essentially have virtually identical language. So I've just combined it. So very high exposure risk jobs are folks who are exposed to known or suspected sources of COVID-19 during medical, postmortem, or lab procedures. Healthcare workers performing a precedent for aerosol generating procedures such as intubation, cough induction, bronchoscopies, CPR, some dental procedures and exams, invasive specimen collection, et cetera, on known or suspected COVID-19 patients. Health and lab personnel collecting or handling specimens from known COVID-19 patients, and morgue workers performing autopsies on the bodies of people who are known to have or are suspected of having COVID-19. So basically, these are folks where not only are they present with a person or a body that is known or suspected to have the virus, they're also doing something that can aerosolize liquid droplets. So basically get the virus airborne. So these are the folks who need to wear the highest levels of PPE and so forth. They would all be covered by the bill, although I would note, I think actually morgue workers are not in the bill. So that might be something that the committee wants to consider adding if it moves the bill forward. Occupations identified as high exposure risk are the same sorts of healthcare delivery and support staff. So any staff who have to enter patients' rooms where there's
funeral
a known or
establishments
suspected.
are there.
What's that?
Sorry, funeral establishments are in the bill. Doesn't say morgue workers, but funeral establishments.
They are. So the question I would have is the morgue and medical examiners. So a medical examiner performs an autopsy. you know, a mortician does not. So that's kind of the potential issue there. So medical transport workers, EMTs, they're in the bill to the extent that they're employed by a non-public ambulance service. So whether they're driving an ambulance that's owned by a hospital, or they work for, you know, sort of a nonprofit private ambulance service that serves one or more communities, they would be covered. The ones who work for a municipality or another public entity would have to be covered through a different bill. And then mortuary workers are covered in the bill, same as crematorium workers. So these folks are all in the bill. The next piece is the medium risk. And these folks are also in the bill. These are jobs where there's frequent contact or close contact within 6 feet, or both, with people who may be infected but are not known or suspected COVID-19 patients. This is also in areas where there's ongoing community transmission. These are folks who may have contact with the general public, high population density work environments, high volume retail settings like grocery stores, schools, which are closed right now. So this would be your retail workers in pharmacies and grocery stores, and the other sort of essential retail establishments that have been open. I know we're opening more retail establishments starting next week. Transit workers who are not covered by the bill, they're going to be covered by a different stream of funding. But this kind of gets at that medium risk, which is also in the bill. The low exposure risk, these are folks who...
Damien, Damien Jean has a question, I think.
Sure.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This is quick. I just want to check if I was at a pet food warehouse picking up my dog food, and I was asked by the folks there, would they then fall under this bill because they are essential, they were open, and people could go in for retail. I was doing curbside. So my answer was, I believe so, because they were open during the essential time. So was that?
Yep, and they were identified in, if we go back to Addendum 6 to the executive order, the March 24th Stay Home, Stay Safe order, that's what we drew our list from. And we were looking at, retail serving basic human needs such as grocery stores, pharmacies, and then retail that sells food, beverage, animal feed, and essential supplies, and then hardware stores, and then agricultural equipment. Actually, no, that's a different listing there. But basically, you're looking at these sort of essential retail operations that provide our animal feed, hardware, groceries, etc.
Thank you so much.
They should all be covered.
Good, thanks.
So this brings us kind of to the low exposure risk, which these are folks who do not have to have contact with people who are known to be or suspected to have COVID-19, nor frequent close contact with the general public. A lot of the questions that I've seen are folks who say, well, you know, 98% of the time I'm either working from home, which is expressly excluded under the bill, or I'm in an office environment where we have social distancing and proper PPE, or a manufacturing environment where we've got that. But occasionally I take the company truck out and I pick up supplies and bring them back to the office. Does that time when I'm at a gas station, for example, putting gas in the company truck count? And the answer has been no, you're not having regular, it's not a principal function of your job to have general contact with the public, versus someone who's a delivery driver and is spending their entire day going from retail location to retail location, restocking shelves at those locations when they get there. So they're having repeated, frequent contact with the general public. So I'm going to stop the share here. Do you want to kind of look at the list in the bill, Mr. Chair, or how would you like to proceed at this point?
Yeah, I think we can. I think one question that I'm struggling with is the guidance from the Fed and looking at very high and high risk workers, and then you look at the medium, and so I think that we're probably on more solid ground with the very high and the high risk, and I'm not sure about the medium risk.
Yeah.
And I think the medium risk are actually the ones that we were more worried about.
Right. And so one of the frequently asked questions, this is another document that's posted to your webpage, is the guidance includes workforce bonuses as an example of ineligible expenses, but provides that hazard pay would be eligible if otherwise determined to be a necessary expense. Is there a specific definition of hazard pay? And it says hazard pay means additional pay for performing hazardous duty or work involving physical hardship in each case that it is related to COVID-19. So the question here is, what is hazardous duty? And so the definition of hazardous is risky or dangerous. And so what we're faced with here, because what I have not been able to find yet, and I've been looking, although I haven't had as much time to look as I'd like, is, is there sort of a go-to definition for when duty crosses from, regular to hazardous? And I think for the high risk and very high risk, that's very clearly hazardous duty. For the medium risk, you have a question of, does this meet the hazardous duty? And certainly compared to regular work at a retail establishment, working right now would be hazardous. But are we talking relative to their normal work, or are we talking relative to the other high-risk occupations? And I don't have an answer for that. Again, the language is left vague. Typically I would say in an employment law, you err on the side of the worker. But here we're looking at restrictions on federal funding, so it's a little bit different calculus. And again, this is something where having some guidance would be good. I'm continuing to look to see if I can find additional clarity on this term, but I haven't found any yet.
Okay, let's take a look at the list and.
Sure. Let me pull up the bill and I'll be right back with you. All right. Okay. All right, there we go. That went much better. So the sort of listing of duties is covered in twofold. So part of it is covered through the definition of covered employer, which is just an employer that or an entity that employs one or more individuals in Vermont to operate a grocery store, a pharmacy, and then paragraphs F and H were the, retail serving basic human needs, and then hardware stores definition within the executive order. And then provided that it's open to the general public for in-person sales rather than curbside pickup or delivery. Wholesale distributor making deliveries to a retailer described in those subdivisions. So trash collection or waste management service, janitorial service that is providing cleaning or janitorial services to another covered employer, assisted living residence, nursing home, residential care home, therapeutic community residence, healthcare facility, doctor's office, child care facility, provided that it's providing care to essential service providers pursuant to Directive 2, vocational rehab service provider, dentist's office or dental facility, homeless shelter, home health agency, federally qualified health center, rural health clinic, clinic for the uninsured, residential treatment program licensed by DCF, ambulance service or first responder service, funeral establishment or crematory establishment, and then providers of necessities and services to vulnerable or disadvantaged populations. That language is taken directly from Addendum 6 to the executive order. And this is to capture folks who, for example, might be providing services to, economically disadvantaged populations like a food shelf, or might be providing services to a vulnerable population like victims of domestic violence, where your economic ability may not be a factor in the fact that you're vulnerable. And so this is kind of the universe of employers here. A couple of things to note that have come up in discussions and also in emails just before I move on. Representative O'Sullivan asked about the meat market the other day. We've got the catch-all language referring back to the, selling food, beverage, or animal feed and essential supplies, which should cover that. There is a question you may want to consider, though, just whether grocery store should say grocery store or other store selling food and beverages. That's a question for you. The funeral establishment or crematory establishment, you may want to add morgue or medical examiner's office. For the homeless shelters, one of the questions has come up is, what about the motels that are housing homeless individuals during the crisis? So you may want to clarify that because they're not a traditional homeless shelter. Same question, though, goes also for what about hotels and motels that are housing essential, sort of high-risk personnel who can't go home to their families because of their exposure. So again, these are just some questions in there, but this is the universe that we're working with in the version that passed the Senate. Once you're in that universe, obviously there are some folks who work for example, a healthcare provider who may not be exposed to patients at all. They may be in an administrative setting and they never go out of their office. So the principal job function has to be to provide in-person services to members of the public or clients, to clean or sanitize premises in a location that's open to the general public, to stock products on the premises of a retailer in a location that's open to the general public, or to perform activities that would reasonably result in a similarly elevated risk of being exposed to or contracting COVID-19. The last piece here is to basically capture activities that we haven't considered but are similarly high risk. One thing to note in here, that just came up is use of public in on line 17 versus general public on lines 20 and line 3 on page 4. It's probably just something to clean up and make consistent. That's a Scrivener's error that was noticed after it passed the Senate. They have to be unable to perform their job remotely or to telework, and they have to have actively performed the principal function of their job during the program period. And except for employees of home health agencies and nursing homes, they have to earn less than $25 an hour, or $24 an hour or less, and then have to have worked at least 34 hours during the relevant monthly period, which works out to, I think, more than 8 hours a week. So that, and then they have to be ineligible to receive monetary benefits under any program authorized or implemented by the federal government. The last piece is in here so we don't duplicate the federal hazard pay that's been rumored to be proposed by some parties in the US Senate, but it's not clear if it's going to make it into any future COVID-19 bill. So for our risk factor assessment, though, the big pieces here are they can't perform their job remotely. They're actively performing it during the month. And then they're somehow exposed either by performing in-person services or cleaning or being present in an area that's open to the public. So they're being exposed, they're at least at the medium risk level or above. Someone who works in an office and doesn't have regular exposure to or frequent exposure to the general public is not covered. So this bill definitely captures medium risk and above. If you wanted to limit it to high risk or very high risk, you would probably remove the retail settings at a minimum. And you might have to look at some of the other covered employers too. For example, the providers of necessities or services to vulnerable or disadvantaged populations. Some of them likely meet a high risk, but others would probably fall under a medium risk. I see questions here, so maybe I should pause.
Lynn?
Yeah, thank you, Damien. On the section, page 4, section 7, line 13, is not eligible to receive monetary benefits for the performance of work in a job that exposes them, et cetera, under any program authorized or implemented by the federal government. Does that impact the PPP program?
So the PPP program isn't providing monetary benefits directly to the employees. The PPP program provides loans to businesses that can be used to pay payroll, but that can also be used to pay rent, utilities, mortgage expenses, or mortgage interest, and possibly, I think also obligations on other small business loans. And so I don't think this would cover the PPP. This was basically designed to address issues where, apart from the rumored sort of hazard pay bill that Congress is considering, there's also the issue of, are there other federal programs that are going to provide grants or some sort of, monetary benefit for, say, for example, very high risk healthcare workers or something like that. And we just don't know at this point. But this was put in here as a catch-all because typically what happens with those federal bills is there's language in there where you can't, for non-duplication. So it can't be duplicating or supplanting a state benefit that they're already eligible for. So this is saying, and we've done this for, if you remember back to the UI bill that we passed way back at the beginning of this 8 weeks ago, that we added in language saying that anyone who is how did it go? We basically added in language making individuals ineligible for UI if they were deemed eligible for the pandemic unemployment assistance, in order to ensure that they could receive those benefits, because the first step is they had to be ineligible for UI. And so this is just a similar purpose, and we repeat this language later on in the appropriation section, which Becky can talk to you about if we get to that section today.
Okay. Damien, there are people out there that are working, may have been working 2 or 3 part-time jobs. They're still working in one part-time job and collecting UI, or eligible to collect UI. And so with that, they are also getting the federal $600. Would they still be eligible for this?
Yes, because these are specifically eligible to receive monetary benefits for the performance of work in a job. So UI is, Well,
I'm just wondering, because we talk about these federal programs that are part of COVID, and that extra 600 is a federal program dealing with COVID.
Yeah, and I think they would be eligible for this benefit. I think you would probably have a fairly narrow group of individuals who would qualify, in part because you have to work at least 34 hours in a month for this, and then with the income disregard, you have probably a fairly narrow window of hours you could continue working in your one remaining job that would qualify you for payments in this without losing your eligibility for your UI benefits, depending on what benefit you are eligible for. And I'm thinking that most people who work 3 part-time jobs aren't going to be maxing out their state UI benefit. And that's really what you're concerned about, because once that hits 0, you're no longer eligible for the pandemic unemployment, the additional 600.
But we've got 2 categories, right? There's the full-time, part-time in the bill. And so,
yep. So
what's the lowest amount you need to work? It's like 8 hours a week, right?
Yeah. So I can't remember exactly what the conversion is per month. It's like 4.3 or 4.4 weeks per month. But the 34 hours, I think, basically works out to roughly 8 hours a week. So, 8 hours a week, $12 an hour, it's about $100 a week. So you still got a few $100, gap in there, depending on what your other part-time jobs are. Yeah. But as those hours start to ratchet up in that 34 to 108 hour window, which is the part-time benefit here, you may see it gets harder and harder to qualify for UI. And then there's just the question of what were you making beforehand too. So,
okay, Christy.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair, and Damien, thank you for the information and clarification of some of these points. It's confusing at best. What about companies that are paying their hourly employees an additional amount per hour because they recognize the risk and they're just doing that? For instance, I got an email from somebody from Walmart, and I don't know if any of the Vermont companies are doing this, but they're paying their employees an additional wage amount or supplement to compensate for the risk factor. Would they be eligible for this as well?
Yes, they would be, and there's actually language later on in the bill that provides that the employers cannot reduce that additional amount during this period. I mean, now that we're at May 12th and this benefit runs through May 15th, I don't think that's an issue. But that language was put in the bill intentionally to prevent employers from saying, you know, oh, now you can get a grant, so I'm not going to pay you the extra $2 an hour or $3 an hour that I was paying you. So, and that was kind of put in there intentionally. There were concerns expressed by some members of the Senate that employers would, reduce that benefit amount. The only instance when that might disqualify someone is if they're already earning like $23 or $24 an hour, and the employer applies it to the base wage and it pops them over $25 an hour. But at that point, they're also, the $25 an hour was put in there because that's kind of around the point where you don't really have much additional incentive to quit your job to take UI at that point, if you could qualify for one of the good cause COVID-19 related quits that we mentioned. So the monetary incentive isn't there. So you're limited basically to the people who would be quitting at that point, or people who have a really legitimate COVID-19 related reason to quit, such as, you know, being a single parent without childcare. In that case, they would qualify for that good cause quit under the bill we passed back at the beginning of this crisis. But yeah, that's why the $25 an hour is there. The exception for home health agencies and nursing homes came about because some of the extremely high risk employees there are earning, I think that we heard in the Senate, and don't quote me on this, but I think the number we heard is that the average pay for them was around $31 an hour. So there are nurses who are in very high risk positions who are earning just above the $25 an hour. And so that was one effort to recognize folks in higher risk positions and qualify them for the benefit, even though they're earning just north of this $25 an hour cutoff. Okay, I see a lot of questions popping up.
Just to follow up on my question, if I may, Mr. Chair, it's just, I was reading that section and it says not to reduce the hourly compensation, including any related bonuses or premiums. I just took that they were going to lower their hourly rate and then use the supplement to equal their normal wage. So I apologize for that. Thank you for the clarification.
Oh, no problem at all.
So before I call on the others that are looking for questions, I just want to follow up with that. Just to be the devil's advocate and thinking like the Fed might think. So if there are companies out there that have already bumped their employees' pay, understanding the risk that they're under and understanding the need to have those employees, then how are we meeting the necessity that the Fed wants us to meet if businesses are already doing it?
That's a good question. I think again, I think you've identified an argument right there against the necessity if businesses are already doing it. I think the flip side of this is those bonuses may not be enough to keep people on the job, or that additional hourly wage, and not all businesses may be able to do it. So that, I think, is kind of the piece here. And then I think, again, you're getting back to the question of administrative convenience. If you're if you're disqualifying businesses that have provided the additional pay, then they have an incentive to reduce pay, which gives people more incentive to leave their job. And so if the necessity is to keep people on the job, and this is aimed as a measure to help people do that, I think that's the argument, is that this is a necessity. The necessity is keeping people on the job in these essential occupations that we've identified. And then the, preventing any sort of incentive for a reduction in pay as addressing just that concern that we've provided good cause quits that probably a lot of people can make the argument for, and we don't have the ability to really audit those with the volume of unemployment claims we're getting. So for example, again, there's, there are, some of them are easily checked, like health condition that places you at elevated risk, but others, and I'm saying this as a parent who's working from home with 2 kids, we do provide the option for folks to quit if they need to provide childcare. Obviously that's a necessity, but if there's 2 parents who's to say that it was necessary for that parent to quit, and how do you assess different situations where one family may have a child with special needs who needs additional care, which requires both parents to be at home, and another family may not. And so a lot of these things are things where the Department of Labor is going a little bit on the honor system. And so what this is trying to do is provide additional incentive for folks who, might be able to make the argument that they qualify for the unemployment benefit because they don't want to face that heightened risk. And so even if their employer is providing additional benefit, this is providing an additional incentive on top of that for them to stay on the job. That was a very long explanation and a bit rambling, but I apologize.
Bob?
I want to reiterate again, this is not an incentive program. I think we're sitting here, we spent several minutes justifying this as a work incentive in order to keep essential workers in the labor force. And in fact, because of the timing of it, it is not that. We've got to come up with another, if we're going to go forward with this, we got to come up, basically we got to justify this as a reward. That's simply what it is at this juncture. It is not an incentive because people have already made that decision, whether they're going to work or they're going to leave.
Yeah, and so then does it become a bonus, which is then
Well, it is a bonus.
And it's prohibited. So, Gene.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This is an aside. I have barking dogs. I just got a letter from Living Will Group. It's a health agency. They run 3 different residences. And I asked them to give me their employee inventory on salary and wages, and I'll forward it on to Amy. So it'll give you, they've got it'll give you the full range of who gets paid what in home health, in their home health agencies. And I thought it would be instructive for the committee. So that's it.
Okay.
They're gonna start barking again, so I'm getting off.
Okay.
Sorry.
Thanks. Okay. Questions are over for a minute.
Okay. All right. So do you want to keep working through the bill at this point, or?
Yep.
Okay. Bring it back up. I'll bring us back down to where we were. Okay. So we've gotten through the kind of the basics here. We've also added in here, just notwithstanding the subdivision that basically requires that you're employed by a covered employer. Eligible employee includes an independent direct support provider who satisfies the other requirements. So the independent direct support providers, just to remind everyone, are the personal care assistants and home health aides that are paid under the Choices for Care program. They are employed by the person they're caring for, but they are paid by the state through the Choices for Care program. So they have a very strange sort of quasi-employer relationship with the state. So for this purposes, we've just said they're eligible. They don't have to meet the covered employer requirement. And then we're treating the fiscal agent that pays them as basically the agent to distribute checks for purposes of this. We talked about this a little bit last time. Just wanted to highlight that again. Eligible employee does not include independent contractors or self-employed individuals, or an individual who's received unemployment insurance for benefits for any week in the relevant monthly period. So that would actually disqualify the person receiving the partial unemployment insurance. I'd forgotten that earlier. And I think the issue the Senate saw there was that if you're already receiving the additional $600 from the feds, then you shouldn't be receiving an additional sort of hazard grant from the state. Grant issuer is just the entity that the state is going to contract with to basically process and disperse the payments. The monthly periods are from March 13th through April 14th and April 15th through May 15th, which that is Friday. And then the grant program here, it's established in the Agency of Administration. The secretary would contract with a private entity to serve as the program's grant issuer, and then may utilize staff and resources from any state agency or department, and may also contract with one or more private entities as necessary to implement or administer the program. The grant issuer piece here is put in because this is not a capability that the state has necessarily, but there is one payroll company in the state that could handle this that we're aware of. And then the subdivisions 3 and 4 here are put into place to allow the state flexibility to use its resources and then contract with private entities as necessary to fill in the gaps. And then for the home health agency and nursing home employees grants, the secretary would work with the Secretary of Human Services and commissioners of Dale and DEVA to develop the process for paying those grants, and those grants would be jointly administered through AHS, Dale, and DEVA. And then subsection C here allows the secretary to enter into contracts without the need for competitive bids, so basically sole source contracts, and to treat this as an emergency situation under Bulletin 3.5, which is the state's procurement and contracting procedures. This is basically allowing for a very quick contracting process compared to the normal bid process. And again, to try to get this out as quickly as possible. The contract would have to provide that the grant issuer would provide that they would issue the grant payments to the eligible employees pursuant to the time periods and procedures established by the Secretary of Administration, and then comply with any requirements, guidelines, and procedures that are adopted in relation to the program, as well as the requirements of the Act. And then it allows, subsection E here allows the Secretary to adopt those requirements, guidelines, and procedures as necessary to implement the program, but provides that the Secretary is not required to go through rulemaking. And the reference there is to a provision that allows a certain number of people to basically sign a petition to require rulemaking, which could dramatically slow down the rollout of the program by a matter of months or more. Okay, section 3. Are there any questions on section 2? Okay. Oh,
Charlie?
Thank you. Damien, I think there was a question before when we were getting a run through, and it was a question of who actually sends the checks. And there was a bit of confusion as to the state would send the money to the company, and the company would use their payroll service and divvy it out to the employees, versus the employers having to provide a list of the eligible employees, and then the separate third party would then issue checks from that and send those checks to the employer, who would then distribute them to the employees. So who cuts the check?
Okay, why don't I walk you through the process? So the way the process works is the employer identifies the employees that they believe to be eligible based on the criteria. So they've got that elevated risk. They've worked the requisite number of hours. The employer is a covered employer. They submit a list of those employees with the hours and any other necessary information to the entity designated by the Secretary of Administration. It could be a state entity, it could be a private contractor. That entity aggregates that information basically to a list of, this is the individual, this is the check amount, and sends that on to the payroll company, the grant issuer. The grant issuer cuts the checks, mails the checks to each employer for the eligible employees for that employer. The employer is then responsible for distributing those within 5 days of receipt. And so that's basically the process. So you've got the companies contact one entity. That entity works with the payroll company. The payroll company then sends the checks back to the employer. The reason we have a separate entity collecting the data and a separate payroll company is because the payroll company that we talk to that has the capacity to handle issuing, we're talking 20 or possibly 30,000 checks. They don't have the capacity to also be aggregating all the payroll data and breaking that down. So you need a separate entity to do that, whether that's the state or a private contractor hired by the state. Would be up to the Secretary of Administration to determine. Does that answer your question?
Yeah, it's a pretzel-like process, but so each company submits the information to a state agency. The state agency submits it to the payroll company. The payroll company prints the checks, sends the checks to the employer, and the employer distributes physical checks. Right?
That's correct. Yep.
Okay.
Oh. Yep. So that's the process. It's up to you to decide if that's an appropriate process, I guess. It's not my place to weigh in on that. So and that's covered in sections 4 through 6. So I'll kind of point that out to you as we get there. Section 3, because there's going to be a lot of personally identifiable information that's collected by the program, safeguarding that is a definite concern. So this basically requires that any entity of state government or any entity that the Secretary contracts with has to keep any PII that's collected confidential, and that information is exempt from inspection and copying under the Public Records Act. It would probably be exempt anyway, but this is belts and suspenders to ensure that it is confidential and exempt. The Secretary of Administration has to ensure that appropriate safeguards and procedures to protect that information are implemented by everyone who's involved in the program. And that state agencies shall not disclose an individual's social security number to another state entity or contractor unless that disclosure is necessary. This is repeating a requirement that we put in with the oh, this could have been the data brokers law from a couple of years ago. And then we've referenced that law, 9 VSA chapter 62, which protects PII and social security numbers, basically
Damien,
again as belts and suspenders.
Would the different entities within the program who may need this information, would they have to have an MOU between them to share it? Or does this just give them the ability to do that without that?
So I am not sure if 9 VSA chapter 62 requires an MOU. If it does, they have to have it. That's our data protection law. Okay. It applies to both state and private entities. Yep. If that is not required under that law, then it's up to the secretary to determine whether they want to have an MOU or incorporate that into the terms of the contract or something else.
Okay.
Any procedures or safeguards that are adopted by the secretary, the terms of the law require any contractors to comply with that anyway. So,
okay.
Yeah. So there's multiple sort of redundant requirements that these entities are going to have to comply with the protections for personally identifiable information. But if the Secretary of Administration thinks that it's appropriate or the existing law requires it, the MOU has to be part of that.
Okay, thank you.
So personally identifiable information for our purposes are name, address, date of birth, place of birth, mother's maiden name, unique biometric data generated from measurements or technical analysis of human body characteristics, such as a fingerprint, retina image, or other unique physical representation. The reason this was added in is for the simple reason that as devices are developing here, I have 3 devices with me. All 3 of them will take a fingerprint and use that to enter in a password. So this is just kind of put on there as belts and suspenders. Name or address, and then social security number or any other information that either alone or in combination would allow a reasonable person to identify an individual. And that's sort of the catch-all. And I see another question from Representative Kimball.
Go ahead, Charlie.
I'm just thinking, Damien, does this mirror the existing language and statute? I mean, when you're talking about item number 6, the unique biometric data, I believe that we did include that in.
I copied that language directly. This list is slightly different because it doesn't include, for example, bank information, which isn't part of this. We don't do direct deposit here. So there were some things that are in the data brokers law in that listing that applies specifically to like financial institutions that are not on this list. So,
okay.
But
I just wonder, are we creating another place where personally identifiable information in statute has a different meaning than another place in statute?
Yeah, I think there are 2 slightly different definitions in chapter 62. I'd have to double check. But I mean, another option is to cross-reference the one or the other of those if you think it covers everything. It's been a few weeks since I drafted this, so I can't remember why I chose to go with the list rather than a cross-reference, but except that the list here closely fits this. And it's worth noting that this is a session law. It's not going to be permanently in the green books. So this is a law with limited applicability through the beginning of next year. This expires
31st.
Well, I mean, really this expires probably before the end of the year because the program will be done.
Yeah, all right, so, thank you.
Yep.
Yeah.
Other questions on that? Okay, so the grant payment. Grants are payable in 2 amounts. If you've worked at least 108 hours for a covered employer, as an eligible employee, you're eligible to receive a grant of $1,000 for that monthly period. If you've worked between 34 or at least 34 hours and less than 108, the grant amount is $600. So the number of hours actually worked includes any hours of paid either under the Federal Emergency Family and Medical Leave Expansion Act or Emergency Paid Sick Leave Act, or through the employer's sick time provisions that's used because the employee contracted COVID-19 or is quarantined because of exposure to COVID-19. The reason that's included is because, again, this is about recognizing folks who are at a heightened risk, and it would seem, it would seem odd to penalize folks who have actually been knowingly exposed or gotten sick. But the number of hours does not include hours of paid leave taken to care for another individual, or any hours of remote or telework performed by an eligible employee. So again, we're looking at the risk period, not the periods when you're not at a risk. Questions on that? Okay. An eligible employee who qualifies for the grant is permitted to receive up to 2 grants per month, per monthly period for work performed at different covered employers. This gets to Representative Marcotte's scenario earlier, where someone performs part-time work for multiple employers. In this version, though, they're continuing to work for 2 or more of those, and they basically get a grant for the 2 at which they work the greatest amount during that month. The one sort of funny one potential consequence of this is that you may have someone who works, say, 80 hours in a month between 2 part-time jobs who's receiving $1,200 in grants versus someone who's working 120 hours at one job who's only receiving $1,000 in grants. Not saying that that's good or bad, it's just because of the administrative sort of simplification of this. You may have some folks who are working less but receiving more than folks in other jobs. The grants are sent to the covered employer, who gives the grant checks to the employees. Subdivision 2 here is just designating ERIS, who's the fiscal agent for the independent direct support providers, giving them authority to distribute the grant checks. The checks are issued according to a schedule adopted by the secretary. Subsection F here is important because one of the things is JFO has done projections to try to figure out approximately how many grants would go out. But there is a level of uncertainty. So this requires the Secretary of Administration to determine as quickly as practicable whether sufficient funds will remain for the second monthly period. And if there are insufficient funds to pay the full grants, to basically prorate the grants down so that all of the claims can be paid. So you could see reduced grants in the second monthly period. And then the sub 2 here.
Gene, you have a question?
Yep.
Thank you. Just quickly, what factors would reduce that pool of money that we couldn't get, that we can't draw any more down?
Yeah, so there's a specific amount appropriated later in the bill, $60 million. Yeah. And the projected uptake on this is $30 million a month. But say in the first month, we have $35 million in claims. Right. In the second month, if the secretary anticipates the number of claims being the same or higher, they may prorate the amount of the benefit to ensure that all the claims that they're projecting can be paid.
And there's no there's no opportunity, we would not have an opportunity to reach back out for more funding from the feds on this?
Well, so this is money that's being taken out of the fixed $1.25 billion coronavirus relief fund pool. And so this is basically 60 million of that that's being dedicated for this purpose. And we're assuming the rest is going to be spent on other things. And so very likely by the time we reach that point, it's going to be so late in our initial session here that we won't have time to make us a supplemental appropriation. So that's what this is addressing.
The problem I see, I understand what the challenge I see is, as we're seeing with the PUA, a lot of people will have expectations based upon the original grant amount, and they won't get the second grant. They could get a lower grant amount, and consequently will be calling all of us irate or upset or concerned. So I don't know how we act. I just want to highlight that. I don't have an answer for it, but I wanted the committee to think about that, because I don't know if we're creating, it's like what Representative Kimball's concerns around all of those checks and how that is going to get done. I'm concerned about building expectations, and I don't have an answer. It's more of a comment. So thank you so much.
Mm-hmm. So the last piece here is just standard income tax withholding language. So basically with the initial grant, they get notice that the grant is subject to income tax withholding. And then we require the grant issuer to follow the procedures under federal and state law for withholding income tax.
So does that mean that the employer or the employee would have to provide a W-4 to them?
So this means that the employer would have to provide withholding information to the entity, and then the entity would basically be telling the grant issuer how much to withhold.
Okay.
Yep. So, yeah, and I assume that's through a W-4 or a copy of a W-4.
Probably,
but
yeah.
Yeah, I don't know if there's another way to do that. All right. So the section 5, and sort of just the backwards way my mind was thinking when I drafted this, is the enrollment in the program piece rather than the payment piece. So in order to enroll in the program, the covered employer has to submit a notice of enrollment in a form specified by the secretary that includes information demonstrating that they're a covered employer. And then the covered employer has to agree as a condition of enrolling in the program to make all books and records related to work performed by eligible employees during the program period available upon request to the secretary or the secretary's designee or the attorney general for inspection. This allows an audit to occur if there's a question of whether, fraud occurred or something like that. And then not to require any eligible employee to pay an administrative fee or other charge in relation to the employer requesting or obtaining the grant payment, and not to reduce the compensation of the employee, including any related bonuses or premiums. So this is basically, to enroll in the program, you have to agree that you're not going to reduce pay to your employees or charge them for this grant or something else. And that you're also going to make your books and records available. The exception to the reduction in pay is for covered employers who receive reimbursements for services through AHS or a department within AHS at rates that are set through a rate setting process or by rule, or pursuant to a provision in a grant from the AHS or one of its departments, or a contract with AHS or one of its departments, or any combination of those. And this is basically folks who receive fixed reimbursements, like through Medicaid or something like that, where their rates are fixed, and right now they may be paying hazard pay that is digging into their bottom line. This would allow them to reduce their rates basically in order to help them continue functioning and not run out of funding, or to reduce their pay rates in order to do that.
I think Gene has a question. No? Okay.
Covered employer that has enrolled in the program has to submit the request for grant payments in the form specified by the secretary for each month pursuant to a schedule set by the secretary. The secretary would specify the information that must be provided, such as documentation for income tax withholding. Again, we are providing the authorization for Eris Solutions to provide this information for the sole purpose of providing grants to the independent direct support providers, and then requiring them to make that documentation available for purposes of an audit. Importantly here at line 14, and this gets to one of the issues that has been raised, is nothing requires an employer to enroll in this program. And this is recognizing that there are covered employers who either, or folks who may be on the line and are not sure they qualify, or may not have the capacity right now to deal with the paperwork and enroll in the program. Or number two here, the language on 17 neglects or fails to submit a request for grant payments for any monthly period would not be liable to its eligible employees for any amounts that they may have been entitled to. So essentially, if you're a covered employer and you neglected to submit a request for one of your eligible employees for a monthly period there because you miscalculated their eligible hours or something, you're not liable to them for the grant that they would have been entitled to. And it's recognizing that not all covered employers may want to participate in the program, or that, covered employers are human and under a lot of pressure right now, and they may make a mistake, and we don't want them to be facing a claim for $600 plus statutory interest because they made a bookkeeping mistake and forgot to submit a grant request.
Back up above a little bit when we were talking about the Attorney General or the Secretary for audits.
Mm-hmm.
I'm just wondering, are those the appropriate people that we should be naming? I would think it'd be more like the tax department, wouldn't it? They have the resources and they do audits, they have that ability.
So the way this is set up, and so when I say audits, we do think of tax audits a lot. What we're basically looking at here is compliance is enforced through basically complaint-driven audits or investigations. So when I say audits, I mean basically what the AG is going to be doing is looking at records to make sure that your records match up with what you submitted for a grant request. But it's treated, the enforcement mechanism that the Senate opted for here is basically treating this as a consumer fraud case here, where you're basically defrauding the state, but you're subject to the penalties for an unfair act in commerce. So you're using a state benefit program to supplement the pay to your employees during this period of time. And so that's what they opted for, not wanting to create an additional audit bureaucracy. And then the secretary or the secretary's designee would allow the Secretary of Administration to either use state staff or to hire an outside auditing company to go through and review the financial records.
Okay.
In order to ensure compliance.
Okay, thanks.
Yep. So the grants for eligible home health and nursing home employees, again, as I discussed above, these are done in consultation with AHS, Dale, and DEVA. The grant amounts are the same based on hours. The difference is the salary cap of $25 or more per hour is not in place. And that's set, basically that whole process is set by the Secretary of Administration in consultation with AHS, DEVA, and Dale. And then there's one additional piece here where eligible employee includes individuals who are licensed to provide physical, speech, respiratory, or occupational therapy, and they provide those services at or on behalf of a nursing home or home health agency. They engage in direct patient care, but they're employed by a separate entity that the home health agency or nursing home contracts with for the provision of those services. So this is something that the Senate Appropriations Committee became aware of during the process here, is that a lot of nursing homes or home health agencies will contract out rather than having one of these therapists on staff. And it allows them to provide these services that are necessary, but these folks are employed by someone else who might not be covered as a covered employer.
You have traveling nurses that hospitals and nursing homes and home health agencies also employ. So yeah. So there are a number of these groups. One of the ones that they heard from in the Senate was an individual who provides these services at facilities in the Chittenden County area, but is employed by a New Hampshire company that serves, regionally serves nursing homes and other elder care facilities. Okay. So these payments would be administered by AHS and Dale. The process for identifying eligible employees, determining grant amounts, and paying grants to eligible employees would be determined in consultation. The same process here for determining if the funds are likely to run out and then prorating them. And then again, the same notice about income taxes here, just because we're under a different piece. So a lot of this just mirrors what was above. Are there questions before I move on? Okay. The next here is reports and auditing. Charlie has a question.
Yep.
Yeah, Damien, I'm just wondering, the processing of the payment in this particular thing is not through Aris Solutions, but through the agencies. Is that
right?
True?
This is separate from the independent direct support providers. These are home health agencies and nursing homes, so they're not under the Choices for Care program. These are other providers. So there are various groups of providers. Aris is not paying the home health agencies employees. The home health agencies are. Aris is paying individuals who are employed through the Choices for Care program by individuals who are enrolled in that program. So I'm just going to use a hypothetical here. If I had a grandmother who needed in-home care who was enrolled in Choices for Care, technically she would be the employer of her personal care attendant. But that personal care attendant would be paid by the state's fiscal agent, Aris Solutions, through the money from the Choices for Care program. So
I get that. I'm just wondering now, are there 3 issuers of checks at this point now that we're talking about this way?
Nope. There's still 1 issuer of checks, but the administration of the checks is, so the grant issuer issues the checks. In most cases, it's sent to the employer. In the case of the independent direct support providers, it goes through Aris Solutions. In the case of nursing homes and home health agencies, it goes through a process determined by AHS based on their experience working with nursing homes and home health agencies in administering similar payments. So that, I don't know enough about that area to really talk about why we wanted to set it up separately. I just know that that was a concern that was raised. And so they were moved over to sort of a separate administrative scheme there. I know AHS is already set up, or the appropriate department within AHS has already set up some enhanced payments for employees of designated agencies and specialized service providers or specialized service agencies, which reminds me that there needs to be, in order to not duplicate those additional payments that are already being made under covered employer, there needs to be a clarification. And this is something that Senator Kitchell provided the proposed document to the committee last week, but forgot to mention it. And it was identified after it passed the Senate that the designated agencies and specialized service agencies technically fall under some of the definitions of covered employer we already have. So they need to be expressly excluded if we want to avoid duplicating the payments that are already going out to them through an existing AHS program.
Looks like the rough numbers, there's about $7 million for that program already.
I think so, yeah.
From the CARES Act. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
So there's already a chunk of funding there, and they are not included in our funding dollars for the appropriation for this. So that either the appropriation would need to be increased and we'd be duplicating the funding there, or they need to be expressly excluded.
Thank you.
Yep. So the secretary would require any of the contracted entities to submit monthly reports providing information on program performance, including number of claims received and processed, employers enrolled, amounts of grant funds paid. On or before October 1, 2020, the secretary would submit a written report to the Joint Fiscal Committee with the total number of covered employers that participated, the total number of eligible employees who received grants, the aggregate number of grants and aggregate dollar amount. Hopefully that aggregate dollar amount would be the full 60 million. The aggregate dollar amount of the grants issued for the entire program period and each monthly period, and any other information that the secretary determines is pertinent. And then this next piece here relates to audits, and this is for the grant issuer or any other private entity with whom the secretary contracts to perform a function, would have to keep their books and records available during the period of the contract and for 3 years thereafter, or any longer period that is otherwise required by law. That's basically standard language from our contracting process. They would have to make all books and records related to the program available to the secretary, the attorney general, the auditor of accounts upon request, as well as to any state or federal authority with jurisdiction to conduct an audit, or any entity appointed by the state or federal authority. And that's catch-all language. If, for example, the federal government determined that the inspector general could audit the books and records here to determine that the money was used appropriately. I mentioned earlier the fraud piece here. It is a violation of the act or of the proposed act to intentionally make a false statement or representation to obtain or increase any grant for an eligible employee. And then the attorney general can enforce this as if it's an unfair act in commerce. As a reminder to everyone, that allows them to conduct civil investigations, seek penalties, obtain assurances of discontinuances. The civil penalties are up to $10,000 per violation. And then it also authorizes the superior courts to require payment of restitution to the state in an amount equal to any benefit or other payment that was obtained by fraudulent means. So basically, you could have to repay the benefits plus a $10,000 penalty if you chose to fight this. Are there questions on that? I see some hands raised. Nope. Okay, not a question. All right, section 9 is the appropriation section. I think Becky is on with us at this point. Becky, do you want to talk about this?
Sure, I can go through it. Are you scrolling?
Yep, I can scroll. Just tell me where to go.
Okay, great. Hi, everyone. So I worked on section 9, which is the appropriations section. So this section is appropriating, as Damien mentioned, 60 million from the Coronavirus Relief Fund, which is where the 1.25 billion of CARES Act funding was deposited. There are some restrictions in this section surrounding how federal funds will be used and how state funds would be used if federal funds are not available. So first, in subsection A, there's intent that the General Assembly, that the state shall only expend funds appropriated in this section to support the program in the absence of a specific federal program that's available to support it. So the idea is that no state funds would be used unless there's federal funding, if there is federal funding available. Subsection B is the 60 million appropriation in FY20, and that, as I mentioned, is from the state's coronavirus relief fund, where that 1.25 billion has been deposited. And that is appropriated to the Agency of Administration for use in both FY20 and FY21 to administer and pay the grants under the program. On line 6, it allows for any amount that's needed to support the grants for eligible employees working for a nursing home or home health agency to be transferred to the Agency of Human Services. In subsection C, there's a restriction on the release of the funds. The Commissioner of Finance and Management is only able to release the amount necessary to pay each of the 2 monthly periods during the program period to the Agency of Administration and the Agency of Human Services. Once the state treasurer notifies Finance and Management that prior to issuance of that amount, there's no specific federal program to support these eligible employees or covered employers. So what this is getting at is that before Finance and Management releases this CARES Act funding, the treasurer has to let Finance and Management know that there's no other federal program that might have been enacted that could pay for these grants. Subdivision 2 says that if there is another federal program that's enacted, Finance and Management shall only release the amount that appropriated, that 60 million, that is needed to issue the grants made that prior to the enactment of that new federal program. Subdivision 3 says to the extent possible, if the state does receive any federal funds from a new program that's specific to hazard pay, then the state will try to use that money to sort of backfill the grants that were already provided under the program. And then subsection D requires that any unexpended funds that are remaining return back to the Coronavirus Relief Fund. That money has to be used in a specific way. So if it is not used, the full amount is not used during this 2-month period, it needs to go back to the fund and be used for other eligible purposes. And then subsection E defines what is meant by federal program in this section. So it can mean either federal funds that have been granted or are likely to be granted to the state, or have been granted or are likely to be granted directly to eligible employees or covered employers in recognition of the increased risk of being exposed to or contracting COVID-19. It can also mean any federal tax incentives or credits that are enacted to support these individuals in recognition of the increased risk of being exposed to or contracting COVID-19. Subdivision 2 clarifies that federal program here does not mean the coronavirus relief funds, and that's because those are the funds that are being used to support the program unless other funds are available. Are there any questions?
Okay. Thanks, Becky.
Thank you, Becky.
So before I go on, I know that we're running out of time here. I know we've talked a lot about whether this might meet the necessary standard. And while Becky was walking you through that, I pulled up some language from the guidance. And we're essentially at the end of the bill with just a couple of sections encouraging different entities to provide hazard pay or other work incentives like that to their employees for dealing with the risk. But the necessary expenditures here, this is from page 1 of the guidance for states and territories, which is on the committee's webpage. The requirement that expenditures, it reads, the requirement that expenditures be incurred due to the public health emergency means that the expenditures must be used for actions taken to respond to the public health emergency. These may include expenditures incurred to allow the government to respond directly to the emergency, such as by addressing medical or public health needs, as well as expenditures incurred to respond to second-order effects, such as providing economic support to those suffering from employment or business interruptions related to business closures. Funds may not be used to fill shortfalls in government revenue. And although a broad range of uses is allowed, revenue replacement is not a permissible use of fund payments. The statute also specifically specifies that expenditures from the fund payments must be necessary. The department understands this term broadly to mean that the expenditure is reasonably necessary for its intended use in the reasonable judgment of the government officials responsible for spending fund payments. So the question is, when looking at that, is this a reasonably necessary use of the funds in the reasonable judgment of the legislature as the body responsible for allocating the funds? Just to get back to that question of necessity earlier. And I wanted to highlight that because I know some of the committee members have to leave at noon, and we may need to adjourn them. The other piece I wanted to highlight for you is from page 1 of the frequently asked questions document, which is on the committee webpage. And this is just a question of, are governments required to submit proposed expenditures to Treasury for approval? The answer is no. Governments are responsible for making determinations as to what expenditures are necessary due to the public health emergency with respect to COVID-19 and do not need to submit any proposed expenditures to the Treasury. The caveat to all that, of course, as I mentioned earlier today, is that the bill, the CARES Act specifically provides for the federal inspector general to be able to come in and determine if funds were spent appropriately. And then they would, I assume, apply that reasonably necessary for the intended use in the reasonable judgment of the government officials. So that's a double reasonable test or reasonable person test that's applied there. But I wanted to highlight that because I know we're at the end of the time here. Questions on that? Do you want me to finish the bill here?
Yeah, just one question, I may have missed it, it's probably for Becky. Where does the money come from to pay the contractors? Is that coming out of the 60 million?
Oh, the amount that's being contracted with.
So if the Secretary of Administration contracts with an outside payroll company to provide the service, does it come out of the 60?
That's a good question. I think the appropriation section, Damien, if you can scroll up, just says that it's to be used. Well, it says it's to be used for the administration of the program and payment of grants. So okay. I think the idea was that administration would be for the contracting as well, but
yeah, and JFO and its projections included the cost of administration in that dollar amount. Okay. And it's, you know, they put together estimates working with the payroll company and the IT consultant that JFO uses to kind of look at some of these costs. But that was built into some of their projections here.
Okay.
And we can find out that amount if you'd like.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of times we'll see where it says, no more than X amount can be spent on administrative costs, or 10%, or so. Okay, Stephanie?
My question's maybe a little bit odd, but I've had someone contact me about workers' compensation.
Mm-hmm.
And if this is an issue within allocating hazard pay. And I was looking through the bill to try to find something, and I don't know if it's sort of like a tangentially, if we say that people are going to, if they're
so the bill doesn't address workers' compensation. The reason is that, so if you have a temporary total disability, you're not working. If you have a temporary partial disability and you are working in a more hazardous situation, I think the feeling was that you should still be entitled to a grant if you're meeting the other requirements of the bill. But the question is, if you're on temporary partial disability, you may be on light duty work or something like that. And so you may not be performing your standard primary function during the month. If, for example, you normally, let's say, drive an ambulance or something like that, and instead you're working dispatch or back office functions on light duty while you're recovering from an injury, something like that. I don't know if that's a good example or not, but it doesn't really address workers' comp because it's going to be a situation by situation issue. And the big question is, are they performing services that place them at risk that month? And if they're home recovering from an injury, the answer is no, so they're not entitled. And if they're on light duty, the question is the light duty that they're performing still placing them at a risk? And if the answer is yes, then they could potentially be entitled to that grant payment, assuming they meet the other qualifications.
The other question I have is one about $600. And because of the role that I'm playing right now in unemployment insurance, the $600 is confusing because it keeps popping up as an amount in different forms. So, people are getting $600 from the CARES Act for unemployment insurance in addition, and then there's a $600. Is there an IRS $600? And then the governor had $1,200. And then this is another $600. So we have multiples of $600 popping up many times. And I hate to be really bureaucratic, but if people are getting different, it's hard to explain which $600 you get, and if you're getting $600 from which pot, and people are confused about it.
Yeah. So I don't remember exactly why $600 was settled on here.
I'd be happy if it was $599. It'd be a little, just from where I'm sitting at the moment, it's very hard for people to understand if they, and in situations, they could be getting many different $600 and not understanding
Yeah,
what
and
they're getting.
I think
checks are coming from the same place.
Yeah, I think the joint fiscal worked through a number of different sort of dollar options, and for whatever reasons we ended up the Senate ended up at the $600 $1,000 when this bill was finalized and then introduced by the Appropriations Committee. And I understand too, I hadn't thought about that. I wonder, the stars are aligned on $600.
I like 1,000 because it's not 1,200. And but if it was 500 versus 600, and I don't mean to demean the amounts, I'm just saying that, and I really do sound very bureaucratic this way, but I do feel like it has, in my conversations with people over the past days, it's very confusing.
Mm-hmm.
So,
Yeah, and
my 2 cents about the $600. It's just that it's,
yeah.
It would
Yeah, I
be
think
helpful.
it's definitely something that you can always change it. So, and you could have JFO come in. I know Chloe Wexler and Joyce Manchester put together a variety of projections on costs for the program under the different sort of grant amounts. And so you could, if you decide to move forward with this bill, you could definitely look at those and see if there's an amount that, is less confusing and also, meets the goals of the program. So, yeah.
All right, thanks.
Yep. I see another question.
Yeah,
I see more questions.
Yeah, I'm just going to say for Stephanie, I think there is confusion. This would be different than the federal $600 because the federal $600 would come in a U.S. Treasury check or deposit from, coded as a U.S. Treasury code. This would come in from your paycheck, your payroll service, probably through your employer. And that would be one way of noticing, but you're right. The same with the money, the $1,200 that you get from the federal government is the same amount as the money the state sent out for $1,200.
Exactly.
And I had someone who thought they got the federal money, but what they really got was the state money. And then the state wants that back. Once they start getting their UI figured out, it was supposed to fill in for the $600 from the feds.
Right. See,
And then I had another person who had $1,200 coming in, and it turned out it wasn't any of those other $1,200. It was their tax return, the refund. So, yeah, I mean, we should pick another number. Try to make it as different because people don't know. And those federal funds come in, those checks come in. There's no explanation as where that comes from when you get a federal check.
Okay. Zach?
Hey, Damien. This is just because we just received a couple articles from Amy about how the PPP is being taxed. I was just curious if how this check is being dispersed and counted. Is this taxable?
Yeah, that's
it's subject to income tax. It is not subject to payroll taxes because it's not payroll. But yeah, it would be subject to federal and state income tax, and that the bill provides for withholding of those taxes.
Okay, thank you.
Yep.
Okay. I know we don't have much to go, but we've lost a couple of people. So I think we'll finish the rest of the bill on Thursday afternoon.
Okay.
What would be the process of going to our federal delegation with this legislation and asking them to see if they can take a look at it, give us an opinion, run it by Treasury, that type of thing, and give us some guidance?
That's a good question. I have not done that in the past. I know they've weighed in on, for example, National Guard bills that I've worked on, but they've usually been contacted by like the committee and asked to testify and just provided with a copy of the bill. But Becky, have you dealt with this at all in the past? You still there, Becky?
Yeah, and I am. I have not had that experience either. I have had representatives from the federal delegation testify in committee, but I've never reached out to them to consult on a specific bill.
Yeah, and on the bill that they've weighed in on for me in the past, I think the committee sent them a copy of the bill and kind of, raised, the questions the committee was interested in hearing from them on if they could address them. So that may be the starting point, is to kind of send them a copy of the bill and invite them to testify and say, you know, the committee is most concerned about whether this is a, you know, necessary use of the funds, and can you provide any guidance or put us in touch with someone who can?
Okay. Find out who the correct people are. I know Rebecca Ellis is in Representative Welch's office. I'm not sure. Ethan, I can't think of his last name for, I think Senator Leahy. And I'm not sure who Senator Sanders' representative is here now, but we'll find out, and we'll do that.
Yeah, I think it's Catherine Becker Van Haste. Just got promoted in Senator Sanders' office, but I'm not 100% sure on that.
Okay, we'll track it down. Before we go off, Gene, how did you make out in transportation?
Well, it was, they have accepted our recommendation of moving along to have a 2-year sunset. I think the only conversation was why 2 years? And I said, quite frankly, I explained about the taxi report, and because Representative McCoy had been with us at that time, it was much easier. I said we wanted to deal with that and deal with the issue about whether we are going to have statewide or